while Spain continued to bear its imperial political costs. 126. Hence, in the post-1557 era, Spain not only lost the Central European parts of her empire and after a long struggle the northern Netherlands. She was losing some of the benefits of her remaining colonies. Furthermore, the very fact that the Americas had become such an important source of revenue for Spain, as much as 10% of the total, led to Spain slowing down the process of expansion in order to consolidate the gains already. 1.127 But the slowdown turned out to be more than temporary. The decline of Spain has been one of the great topics of modern European historiography. The cause, in our terms, seems to be that Spain did not erect, probably because she could not erect, the kind of state machinery which would enable the dominant classes in Spain to profit from the creation of a European world economy, despite the central geographical economic position of Spain in this world economy in the 16th century. This indicates that the core areas need not be those that are most central, either in geographical terms or in terms of trade movements. Spain already suffered from some underlying faults of economic structure as she entered the 16th century. First, as we previously mentioned, the relative organized strength of the migratory sheep herders was an important barrier to the rise of a yeomanry, because they were able to retain their prerogatives against enclosures of arable land. In England, sheep raising was less migratory and more compatible with an enclosures system which permitted the slow rise of copyhold. 128 There was the lack of a significant industrial sector, and such as there was, cloth and silk industries in Castile, would collapse in the crisis of 1590. 129 Vicens attributes this a bit mystically to Castile's failure to comprehend the capitalist world. 130 In any case, his empirical description of what happened after the crisis indicates that the pattern of expenditure represents at least an intervening variable of decline. Precisely those who did possess money, aristocrats, gentry in Andalusia and Extremadura, and retired government officials, petrified it in construction, churches, palaces, and monasteries, or sanctified it in works of art. But none of them succumbed to the temptation to engage in industry, or even simply in commerce. 131. A similar shift in investment pattern affected the Catalan bourgeoisie, who were far more oriented to the new capitalist economy. Brodel notes their increasing shift away from commerce to investment in cultivable land. Is this not one of the aspects of the economic drama of Barcelona? The bourgeoisie of Barcelona began to place its money in land rather than continuing to risk it in maritime enterprise. 132 Does this not cause us to reflect, how is it that in a center of the most important empire in Europe at this time its bourgeoisie is turning from overseas investment to grain growing, instead of building up their industrial base? 133 There is another puzzle. Many writers make statements similar to Villar, for the metals which enriched Spain parasitically flowed out into those countries where its purchasing power was greatest. 134 Or Vicens, true, Castile did rely upon the injection of precious metals from America at critical moments in the struggle with the rest of Europe. 135. Surely one factor here was the continued key financial role of foreigners, Genoese, Dutch, Portuguese Jews, French. 136 Another was the unwillingness of Charles V to take a Spanish nationalist perspective and adopt a mercantilist policy. 137 Before the Castilian bourgeoisie was overwhelmed by the impact of rising prices, luxury expenditure of the aristocracy, and the inflationary and anti-protectionist effects of the emperor's borrowings. 138 All of which were tied to Spain's involvement in the Pan-European Habsburg Empire. The results of these two factors, the large role of non-Spanish financial interests within Spain and the unwillingness, or inability, of the government to take appropriate protective measures, led to an inversion of Spain's economic role. 139. Instead of moving against foreign merchants, Spain pursued the path of expelling Spanish non-Catholics, a self-destructive course. Spain's international position as the leading opponent of the forces of Protestantism in Europe and of Islam in the Mediterranean, led, once having suffered the defeat of the Great Armada in 1588-140, to follow through on the logical internal conclusions of international policy. Having expelled Jews in 1492, Moors in 1502 and 1525, and having persecuted Marranos and Erasmians throughout the 16th century, Spain expelled the last pseudo-religious minority, the so-called Moriscos in 1609.141. The Moriscos numbered 300,000 and were mostly agricultural workers, disproportionately located in Valencia and Andalusia. 142 The explosion of the Moriscos tore at the internal social structure of Spain. It originated as a consequence in part of the economic setbacks of the first decade of the 17th century. 143 In part as a result of the declining international situation of Spain. 144 It was a move aimed at the landed aristocracy of the latifundias by the bourgeois elements of Spain, a last effort as it were to break the hold of this class not geared to capitalist growth. 145 But the aristocracy saved itself by finding a compensation for its lost income in a refusal to pay its loans owed to the bourgeoisie, a move in which the state supported them. 146 Pierre Vilar sums up the result by saying, instead of hurting the feudal economy, it thus boomeranged on their creditors, well-to-do yeomen, labourers' riches, and bourgeois. 147 The net result was twofold. On the one hand, the expulsion of the Moriscos had the consequence of disequilibrating for more than a century the Iberian Peninsula. Decided in Castile, it broke the back of Valencia and Aragon. 148 On the other hand, it deepened the economic difficulties still. MORE 149 and sent Spain looking for ever more ephemeral scapegoats of its decline. 150 Meanwhile, the government found itself ever more indebted abroad, ever more prone to meet budgetary crisis by debt repudiation. 1557, 1575, 1596, 1607, 1627, 1647, and finally unable to raise more money and therefore unable to go on fighting. 151 And at home, the fantastically expensive foreign policies of Charles V and his dependence on credit to finance them had the consequence, argues J. H. Eliot, not only of establishing the dominance of foreign bankers over the country's sources of wealth but also of ensuring that within Castile the brunt of the burden was borne by those classes which were least capable of bearing it. 152 The resulting dilemma of Spain was captured as early as 1600 by a lawyer-theologian named Martin González de Chelo-Rago. Thus it is, that if there is no gold or silver bullion in Spain, it is because there is, the cause of her poverty is her wealth. 153 The growing economic difficulties of Spain combined with the inability to create a strong state machinery led to extensive brigandage with which the state was not coping well. 154 The slowness of the bureaucracy got worse, not better, as these very difficulties created a structural rigidity in which Spanish kings were able to go on, and rule with a minimum of change and reform. 155 And despite the decline in state income, the state maintained, perhaps even increased, the high level of luxury expenditures of a parasitical court bureaucracy. The crowning blow may have been demographic, which enters, when it does, as an intervening variable, as we have argued. If in the first 16th century, Spain's population, or at least that of Castile, was large and growing. 156 This ceased to be true in the second 16th century for multiple reasons. Emigration to the Americas, military deaths, famine, and plague in 1599–1600 in Andalusia and Castile, and, as we have seen, expulsion of the Moriscos in 1609. It was not therefore that Spain was somehow less entrepreneurial than other parts of Europe. 157 It is that, for reasons we have adduced, the state machinery was not adequately and properly constructed, and hence that adverse circumstances proved too strong, in Eliot's phrase 158, and that Spain demonstrated a hypersensitivity to the phenomenon of secular contraction, in Chaunou's phrase. 159 In any case, Spain did not become the premier power of Europe. On the contrary, she was destined to become first semi-peripheral and then peripheral, until in the 20th century she tried slowly to begin to move back upward. Nor had Spain declined alone. She had brought down in her wake all those parts of Europe that had been linked to her ascension: northern Italy, southern Germany, Antwerp, Krakow, Portugal. With the exception of Portugal, all of these were essentially city-states servicing both the Habsburg and Spanish empires as well as the world economy as a whole. Their prosperity did not long survive the restructuring of the world system in the 16th century. The new system was to be the one that has predominated ever since, a capitalist world economy whose core states were to be intertwined in a state of constant economic and military tension, competing for the privilege of exploiting and weakening the state machineries of peripheral areas, and permitting certain entities to play a specialized, intermediary role as semi-peripheral powers. The core states themselves had drawn a salutary financial lesson from the economic catastrophes of the Habsburg and Valois empires. They were determined not to get caught out again in a financial maze out of their control. First, they sought to create the kind of import controls which would enable them to maintain a favorable balance of trade, a concept which came into currency at this time. 160 But the states did more than worry about the balance of trade. They worried also about the gross national product, though they did not call it that, and about the share of the state in the GNP and their control over it. The result was that, by the end of the 16th century, as Carl Friedrich points out, the state itself had become the source of credit, rather than the financial houses which had hitherto loaned funds. 161. Thus began a period of turning inward. Overall, the following period may perhaps be considered, as R. B. Wernham does, one of the most brutal and bigoted in the history of modern Europe. 162 But the conflicts at first were more within than between states. Between the states, there reigned for the moment a relative calm, born of weariness, a bickering and still explosive coexistence. 163. This political turning inward of the state, that is, statism, because it was not necessarily nationalism, was intimately linked to the nature of economic development. It is important to start by remembering comparative demography. France in 1600 was estimated at 16 million population, the largest in Europe, although the various German principalities added up to 20 million. Spain and Portugal, united after 1580, were about 10 million, England and Wales 4.5 million. Densities are in quite a different order. The areas with the traditional merchant-industrial city-states headed the list, Italy with 114 per square miles and the Low Countries with 104. France had 88 and England and Wales 78. Spain, and Portugal, had only 44.164. The meaning of both absolute figures and densities is ambiguous. Numbers meant strength in war and industry. They also meant people to rule and mouths to feed. The optimal size is far from clear, as our previous discussion already indicated. For the 16th century, Frank C. Spooner registers skepticism about the economic benefits of expanding population. He speaks of diminishing returns. 165 At first, after Cato Cambrensis, the economic activity of Western Europe enjoyed a period of prolonged ease and recuperation. 166 This was the period of silver inflation which undercut German mining, appreciated gold, and stimulated Europe's economy. 167 One consequence of the silver inflation was that, as Tawney observes, by the latter part of the 16th century, agriculture, industry, and foreign trade were largely dependent on credit. 168 A second consequence is that it definitely shifted the economic center of gravity from Central Europe to the new Atlantic trade to the west. Spooner says of the Treaty of Cato Cambrensis that it was not so much the closing of a period as an opening on the future, and he adds, the path of the future lay across the Atlantic and the seven seas of the world. 169. Economically, the most striking event of this time was however not located in the Atlantic but to the north. Astrid Fries argues it was rather the exceptional expansion of the sea trade in the Netherlands and England coeval with a rapid rise in the imports of Baltic goods, especially grain, into other parts of Europe. 170 In her view, crises in bullion, credit, and finance are not the motor of economic and political change, but its consequence. 171 In this case, she says, it was the grain penury that was the immediate cause of the strain on the money market. 172 One of the outcomes of this was to strengthen enormously the hand of Amsterdam, which was already at that time the pivot of the Baltic grain market and which, thereby, was able to remain more solvent than Antwerp and other cities of the southern provinces. Thus we go from Seville to Amsterdam. The story of the 2nd–16th century is the story of how Amsterdam picked up the threads of the dissolving Habsburg Empire, creating a framework of smooth operation for the world economy that would enable England and France to begin to emerge as strong states, eventually to have strong national economies. These developments were for the most part the consequence of the fact that the first expansionist phase of the European world economy was drawing to its close in this period. It was the moment when the great tide began to ebb, as if its rise lacked the requisite momentum to overcome the obstacles and impediments which it itself had raised. 173 We shall turn now to the responses of the traditional centres of population and finance, the Low Countries and northern Italy. Then, in the next chapter we shall deal both with the emergence of England not only as the third political power of Europe, alongside France and Spain, but as the one most rapidly advancing in the industrial sphere, and with the ways in which France, in making the shift from an imperial to a statist orientation, was constrained from obtaining the full benefits of the organizational shift. How important were the Low Countries at this time? Lucien Febvre, in his introduction to Schauner's magnum opus on the Atlantic trade, suggests affirms that the trade to and from the Netherlands pales in comparison. From the point of view of an economic history seen from on high, from the point of view of world and cultural history on a grand scale, what is there in common between this coastal trade of bulk goods, useful, but in no ways precious, going from north to south and from south to north? This coastal trade of foodstuffs, the barter, the modest purchases, the short-haul transport to which it gave rise and, considering only the trade going from America to Europe, the contribution of precious metals in quantities theretofore unknown, which was to revive both the economy and the polity, the grand policies of European powers and, thus, to precipitate and accelerate social upheavals of incalculable scope, enrichment of a merchant and financial bourgeoisie rising, as did the Fuggers. And so many others, to princely rank, progressive decadence of a nobility which maintains its status and its brilliance only by exploiting parasitically the benefits acquired by the creators of wealth, the long supremacy in Europe of the Habsburgs, masters of the overseas gold and silver. Besides so many great things, what is the importance of this local trade, traffic cautioneer, this potluck trade of the Sound and its barges, dragging prudently their fat stomachs under foggy skies? 174. What indeed? This is the question. Even if Febvre's facts were totally correct, and there seems reason to believe that he has seriously underestimated the northern trade, 175, we should hesitate before accepting the intimidating flourish of Febvre's prose. For this potluck local trade carried raw materials for the new industries and food for the townsmen. 176 As we have seen, it ensconced and codified a new European division of labor. Precious metals after all must be used to buy real goods, and as we have also seen, the precious metals may not have done too much more for Spain than pass through its ledgers. Nor was it only a question of the economic centrality of the trade which revolved around the Low Countries. It was also a question of specialization in the new skills required to run a financial and commercial focus of the world economy. It was the command of such skills that enabled the Dutch to seize control of the world spice trade from the Portuguese as we move from the 1st to the 2nd 16th century. 177. The importance of the Low Countries for intra-European trade is of course nothing new. As St. Bindhoff reminds us, from the 11th to the 17th century the Netherlands were one of the nodal points of European trade. 178 We have noted the key role of Antwerp in the first 16th century. 179 Antwerp fell in 1559, 180 and the important thing to note is that the succession was by no means obvious. As we know, Amsterdam stepped into the breach, but Lawrence Stone argues that one way to read this fact is to see it as the failure of England as much as the success of the Dutch, a failure that would retard England's ascendancy in the world system. 181. Amsterdam's success then was politically as well as economically important. But what was the political framework that made this success possible? The last 5 decades of the 16th century mark not only the rise of Amsterdam but the so-called Netherlands Revolution, whose boundaries in time and space are as amorphous, or rather as contested, as its social content. To begin with, was it a revolution? And if it was a revolution, was it a national revolution or a bourgeois revolution? And is there any difference between these two concepts? I shall not now begin a long excursus on the concept of revolution. We are not yet ready in the logic of this work to treat that question. I should like merely to underline at this point that it seems to me this question is no more ambiguous, and to be sure no more clear, in the case of the Netherlands Revolution than in the case of any other of the great revolutions of the modern era. The historical literature reveals one very great schism in interpretation. Some consider the revolution essentially the story of the Dutch nation, that is, of the Northern Netherlanders, Calvinists, struggling for liberty and independence against the Spanish crown, the latter aided and abetted by the Belgian, Southern Netherlander, Catholics. Others consider it essentially a revolt of the All-Netherlands, Burgundian, nation, supported by persons from all religious groups, which succeeded in liberating only half a nation. J. W. Smith ends a survey of the historiography with this very sensible comment. These problems, however, can only be resolved if we stop treating the revolt as a block and if we become aware that there were a number of revolts, representing the interests and the ideals of various social, economical and ideological groups, revolts which sometimes run parallel, sometimes conflict with one another, and at other times coalesce into a single movement. 182. From the point of view of the world system as it was developing, we must ask why it was the Netherlands and in the Netherlands alone that a complex national social revolution occurs in the 16th century, an era of relative quiet and social order elsewhere, except, most importantly, for France, and how it was that the revolt was largely successful. 183. During the era of Charles V, Netherlands' internal politics was not remarkably different from the politics of other parts of Europe. The nobility was in an ambivalent relationship to its prince, fearing his growing political and economic power, seeing him as a protector of their interests both against the bourgeoisie and popular revolt, finding service for the prince a financial salvation for the younger sons or distressed peers, ultimately siding with the prince. 184. Then, suddenly, we get a situation in which the frustrated prosperous bourgeois of the booming towns joined the desperate déclassé craftsmen and thriving or declining nobles, and local riots coalesced into a general revolution. 185. How come? I think the key to the outbreak of revolution is not in the social discontent of artisans and urban workers, nor in the bourgeoisie who were doubtless to be the great beneficiaries of the revolution, but in the fact that large parts of the Netherlands nobility were suddenly afraid that the prince was not their agent, that his policies would in the short and medium run threaten their interests significantly, and that it was outside their political possibility to persuade him to make alterations in his policy, since his political arena, the Spanish Empire, was so much larger than one which, if established, they might control. 186. In short, they had a reflex of nationalist opposition. 187. Let us look at some of the evidence. The nobility there, as elsewhere, was in increasing debt. Furthermore, the emperor was steadily cutting into their sources of current income. 188. When Philip II came to power, he discovered sudden resistance to his fund-raising. 189. The last years of Charles V were trying one's great financial demands of the emperor combined with a decline in real income of the nobility caused by the price inflation. The bankruptcies and the economic difficulties resulting from the peace treaty of Cateau-Cambrésis made the situation suddenly worse. 190. Then, on top of the economic grievances, Philip II obtained Rome's permission in 1559 to create new bishoprics. The move was intended to rationalize political and linguistic boundaries, increase the number of bishoprics, and require that bishops be technically skilled, that is, theologians rather than sons of great lords. For good measure, the plan required that the funds to endow the new bishoprics were to be taken from the revenues of certain historic and hitherto financially independent abbeys, the new bishops replacing the abbots in the various political assemblies. No doubt, as Peter Giel remarks tersely, it showed Philip to be a diligent state builder. 191. Still, it is not to be wondered at that there arose a storm of opposition to a plan which involved such a strengthening of the king's authority at a moment when his designs were viewed with mistrust on all sides. 192. In the other direction, the nobility sought to transform the Council of State into an exclusively aristocratic executive body. 193 Philip refused but compromised by withdrawing Spanish troops, leaving his government in the Netherlands with only forces supplied by the local nobility and the urban centres to maintain order. If one adds to this picture the general grievances of the lower classes and middle bourgeoisie brought on by the recession of the 1560s-194 and the general weakness of the Church under attack now for 40 years, a revolt became possible. Religiously indifferent mobs attacked prisons, the hated symbols of oppression, and freed Protestants. Toleration became the general slogan, and in conjunction with the demand for a free Estates General, became the core of the opposition's political program. For some time these slogans worked as perfect generalized beliefs of a national, or interprovincial, scope. They were simple principles and above all were socially neutral. 195. We must not forget that this is shortly after the Peace of Cateau-Cambrésis, that this peace permitted the sessions of the Council of Trent to resume, and thus for the Counter-Reformation to become institutionalized. 196. Hence Catholicism and the Spanish crown were more closely identified than previously. The revolution went through a number of phases, the first uprising, in both North and South, and its suppression, 1566-1572, the second uprising, more Protestant, of only Holland and Zeeland in the north, 1572-1576, ending in the pacification of Ghent, a radical uprising in Flanders in the south, 1577-1579, a division of the country into two from 1579 on, United Provinces in the north, a loyalist regime in the south, an attempted reunification in 1598, conclusion of a lasting truce in 1609. Over this period, what should be noticed is that the conflict, amorphous and multi-sided in the beginning, took on an increasingly clear form as the struggle of the Protestant, or rather Protestantized, North for national independence of the North, with a regime in the latter consonant with the needs of the commercial bourgeoisie, whose strength on a worldwide scale grew throughout the struggle and subsequently in the 17th century. Once started, there probably was very little that Spain, given the failure of empire, could do to stop it. 197, especially given, as we shall see, the new European balance of power. Indeed, the constraints on Spain are clearly indicated by the fact that virtually every major political turning point in the Spanish-Netherlands relationship from 1557 to 1648 was immediately preceded by a financial crisis in Spain. 198. Though the Netherlands Revolution was a nationalist movement, it involved a religious component from the beginning. While the nobility sought in the beginning to monopolize the form and nature of the quarrel with the king, the Calvinist community broke through their prescribed passive role into a frenzy known as the breaking of the images, which swept the country, north and south. Geel describes the authorities as paralyzed with fright and the Calvinist leaders themselves showing surprise and discomfiture. 199. It was religion that added the note of ideological passion to the revolution and enabled Schoffer to compare the breaking of the images to the storming of the Bastille and the street riots in Petrograd in March 1917. 200. Though this phase quickly passed, the strength of the Calvinists as a revolutionary party, as 16th-century Jacobins in the analogy of H. G. Königsberger 201, meant that they had the stamina to persist when others fell by the wayside, to use a policy of terrorizing the population, 202, and to be able to mobilize the mob at strategic moments. 203. When in the pacification of Ghent, the authorities tried to solve the conflict by religious partition, they merely entrenched the Reformed Party in Holland and Zeeland and reinforced the identification of the political and religious cause. 204, which led eventually to the Protestantization of areas under Protestant control. The division of the country in 1579 led to a consolidation on each side and thus to a lasting religious polarization. 205. The actual lines of administrative division were the result of geomilitary factors. The southern Netherlands was open country where Spanish cavalry could prevail. The northern part was covered with waterways and other barriers to cavalry movement. It was, in short, ideal guerrilla country. 206. In the course of time, those to the north became Protestant, those to the south became Catholic. Hence it is not that, as many have already argued, Protestantism is particularly consonant with social change, no more with nationalism than with capitalism. It is rather, as Sir Louis Namier is quoted, religion is a 16th-century word for nationalism. 207 Protestantism served to unify the northern Netherlands. We noted in the previous chapter how and why Catholicism became linked with Polish national sentiment. And Catholicism did the same thing for Ireland. 208 Wherever a religion was not firmly linked to the national cause, it did not prove capable of surviving, as Calvinism in France. 209 What was going on was that, in the maelstrom of conflicting interests, new organizational structures could only be built by strange and unstable alliances. Men sought to secure these alliances. H. G. Königsberger captures the point precisely. Religion was the binding force that held together the different interests of the different classes and provided them with an organization and a propaganda machine capable of creating the first genuinely national and international parties in modern European history, for these parties never embraced more than a minority of each of their constituent classes. Moreover, it was through religion that they could appeal to the lowest classes and the mob to vent the anger of their poverty and the despair of their unemployment in barbarous massacres and fanatical looting. Social and economic discontent were fertile ground for recruitment by either side, and popular democratic tyranny appeared both in Calvinist Ghent and Catholic Paris. 210 If religion then serves as a national cement, it tells us little about the social content of the resulting state structures. J. W. Smith argues that the Netherlands Revolution was essentially, despite the ambiguities, a bourgeois revolution, bringing the bourgeoisie to power, and the partition of the Netherlands and the resulting state boundaries are a measure of the degree of its strength in the face of its enemies. 211 To be sure, the nobility were involved at various places and times, particularly in the beginning, but they were frightened away from the nationalist cause by the recurring undercurrents of social radicalism. 212 But if radical social movements had a sufficient base in the lumpen proletariat of the towns born of economic expansion cum recession, as exemplified by the brief control of Ghent by Jan van Hembes from 1577-1579, 213, they were rapidly isolated and destroyed themselves by losing sight of the national theme and turning against the bourgeoisie, and hence, paradoxically, toward alliance with the king's forces. 214 Thus, slowly, emerged a confederation of town governments who quickly shed any democratic trimmings but who also were free from the economic burdens which their participation in the old Spanish system inflicted. 215 The merchants created for themselves a loose confederation without the administrative apparatus of most other states. Many have termed this a weakness, but Smit is closer to the point when he reminds us that the state machinery of the Dutch Republic permitted the achievement of a higher degree of economic integration than any of the monarchies of Europe. The bourgeoisie of Holland had carried through exactly the degree of reform it needed to promote economic expansion and yet feel free from over-centralization. 216 Thus, the Netherlands Revolution may never have started without the defection of many nobles from the established order. It may never have gotten a second wind without the radical currents from below. But in the end it was the bourgeoisie who held firm to the reins and emerged the beneficiaries of the new social order. Why, however, the Netherlands and not elsewhere? We said that the second 16th century was the era of turning inward, the rejection of the imperial ideal in favor of seeking to create the strong state. There was still, however, during part of this period one arena in which all the great powers intervened, one arena of general entanglement. It was the Netherlands. One way to interpret the Netherlands Revolution is to see it as the effort of the local dominant groups to achieve the same exclusion of outsiders from political interference, the same control of self that Spain, France, and England at least were striving to enjoy. Another way to interpret it is to say that because after 1559, Spain, France, and England balanced each other off, the Netherlanders had the social space to assert their identity and throw off the Spanish yoke. This was particularly true after the defeat of the Spanish Armada in 1588. 217 It was not that any of these countries stood for the independence of the Netherlands. Spain did not want to lose part of her dominions. France, although it wanted to weaken Spain, vacillated because of the implications for the internal religious struggle in France. England wanted to get Spain out but not let France in, and preferred therefore Netherlands autonomy under nominal Spanish sovereignty. 218 The point however is that this conflict within the world system, this weakening of Spanish world dominance, made it possible for the bourgeoisie of the United Provinces to maneuver to maximize its interests. By 1596, they could enter as equals in a treaty with France and England, when only shortly before they had offered themselves as subjects to the one or the other. As Gill comments, once more the mutual jealousies of France and England where the Low Countries were concerned proved a benefit. 219. The significance of the Netherlands Revolution is not that it established a model of national liberation. Despite the romantic liberal historiography of the 19th century, the Dutch example did not serve as a generator of ideological currents. The importance lies in the economic impact on the European world economy. The Netherlands Revolution liberated a force that could sustain the world system as a system over some difficult years of adjustment, until the English, and the French, were ready to take the steps necessary for its definitive consolidation. Let us recall the prior economic history of Amsterdam and other towns of the northern Netherlands. The Dutch had been playing an increasing role in Baltic trade. 220 They gained a footing in the late Middle Ages and by the early 16th century were replacing the Hanseatic cities. Their total Baltic trade was on a rising curve in the 16th century, reaching a point, in about 1560, when they controlled about 70% of the trade. Although the revolutionary period interfered somewhat with the level of Baltic trade, the Dutch recouped their temporary decline by 1630.221. The effect of the revolution was not only to ensure the economic decline of Flanders but to strengthen the north in personnel because of the migration of many Flemish bourgeois north. If Holland and Zeeland flourished, it was partly because they fed on the best vital forces of Flanders and Brabant. 222 Furthermore, the principle of religious toleration proclaimed by the United Provinces in 1579 led to the arrival of Sephardic Jews beginning in 1597. Bringing their riches and business acumen to supplement the prosperity of the mercantile states of the north, such an emigration became by definition a European phenomenon. 223. As soon as the political struggle within the Netherlands seemed to stabilize, the Dutch surged forward from being merely a center of Baltic trade to being a center of world trade. 224 Furthermore, the new trade increased rather than decreased the importance of the Baltic trade, which the Dutch themselves called the mother trade. After all, Eastern Europe supplied both the grain to feed Dutch cities and the naval supplies essential to Dutch fishing interests and shipbuilding. 225 Shipbuilding in turn was a key to Dutch success elsewhere. 226. This illustrates once again the cumulating quality of economic advantage. Because the Dutch had an edge in Baltic trade, they became the staple market for timber. Because they were the staple market for timber, they reduced shipbuilding costs and were technologically innovative. And in turn they were thus still better able to compete in the Baltic trade. Because of this edge, they could finance still further expansion. 227 On this basis Amsterdam became a threefold center of the European economy, commodity market, shipping center, and capital market, and it became difficult to say which aspect of her greatness was most substantial, or to dissociate one from dependence on the other two. 228 This process of cumulating advantage works most in an expansionist stage of economic development before the leading area suffers the disadvantages of out-of-date equipment and relatively fixed high labor costs. There was another reason for the ability of the Dutch to prosper. Brodel poses the question of why, after 1588, the English did not come to dominate the seas, as they would eventually. He finds it in the Dutch economic ties with Spain, relatively unbroken despite the political turmoil. 229 Could not England have created the same link with Spain's American treasure? Not yet, England was still too much of a threat to Spain to be permitted this kind of relationship. 230 And Spain was still strong enough to resist England. The empire may have failed, but control of the European world economy still depended on access to Spain's colonial wealth. Holland, albeit in revolt against Spain, was still part of her. And in any case, Holland was no political threat, unlike France and England. Holland thus profited by being a small country. And she profited by being a financially sound state. 231 She offered the merchants who would use her arena maximum advantages. Her route to riches was not that of the incipient mercantilism of other states. 232 Essential for long-run advantage but not for maximizing short-run profit by the mercantile and financial classes. Her route was the route of free trade. 233 Or rather this was her route in the 16th century when she predominated on the seas. When Amsterdam was still struggling for a place in the commercial sun, she had been protectionist in policy. 234 From the point of view of the European world economy as a whole, with its era of expansion coming to an end, Dutch world trade became a sort of precious vital fluid which kept the machine going while various countries were concentrating on reorganizing their internal political and economic machinery. Conversely, however, the success of the Netherlands' policy was dependent on the fact that neither England nor France had yet pushed their mercantilist tendencies to the point where they truly cut into the market for Dutch merchants operating on free trade assumptions. 235 This may be because the Dutch still were too strong because of their relative control of the money market by their continuing Spanish links. 236 If Amsterdam succeeded Seville, if the northern Netherlands became the commercial and financial center of the European world economy in the 16th century, how may we describe what happened to the city-states of northern Italy, particularly Venice and Genoa, which seemed to expand, rather than diminish, their commercial and financial roles at precisely this time? What we may say is that this expansion was short-lived and masked a process of decline hidden beneath the glitter, so that, by the end of the 16th century, these areas were relegated to the semi-periphery of the European world economy. The true forward surge of Amsterdam did not occur until 1590. Between the crisis of 1557 and 1590 came the Netherlands Revolution. The Netherlands' role in world commerce was necessarily less during that period. As a result, Genoa picked up some of the functions formerly played by Antwerp and, in banking, by the Fuggers. 237 Curiously, England, which had most to lose by the fall of Antwerp, because it threatened to deprive England of access to American bullion. 238 Engaged in impetuous short-run military seizures of treasure that led the Spaniards to ship the bullion through Genoa. 239 Genoa's strength thus partly derived from the turmoil of the Netherlands, partly from its total devotion to the primacy of economic considerations. 240 Partly from their continuing close ties with the Spanish monarchy and commercial system. 241 Ties whose origins we spelled out previously. As for Venice, whereas the first 16th century was an era of the decline of Mediterranean trade, the impact of the Turkish conquest of Constantinople and Egypt, and the new Portuguese sea routes to the east, the second 16th century saw a great revival of its trade, especially in the eastern Mediterranean. 242 This revival had already begun about 1540 and was due in part to Portuguese inability to control the Indian Ocean trade. 243 In part to some competitive advantages of Venice over Portugal. 244 And in part to Portuguese weakness in Europe. 245 As well as Spain's crisis in the Netherlands. 246 But the revival of northern Italy could not last. Neither its agricultural nor its industrial base were sound, unlike the northern Netherlands and a fortiori England, and by the 17th century, we talk of the decline of Italy. The weakness of the agricultural base was multifold, given the growth of population in the 16th century, particularly accentuated in the period 1580–1620. 247 We have already mentioned the relative difficulty of soil conditions. It is true that, during the first 16th century, as profits from trade declined, there was a shift of investment to agriculture, particularly wheat. 248 This was especially true of monastic orders which were not permitted to engage in urban commerce. This trend was accentuated, particularly in the terraferma around Venice. 249 Between 1570 and 1630, as local investors responded to the rise in agricultural prices and the decline in industrial profits. Nevertheless, despite increased production, there was famine. Part of the explanation lies in a factor which, from the point of view of the social system, is accidental and external, a sudden increase of rain and cold in the last decades of the 16th century which led to the increase of swampland, and hence of malaria. 250. The latter was particularly serious since Italy was already suffering from its increase as a result of the extension of land cultivation in the process of internal colonization. 251. Still, one would have thought that a region having so much bullion would have imported wheat. This seems to have happened to some degree, enough to spread the effects of the famine by creating shortages elsewhere. 252. But not apparently enough to maintain an agricultural base for industrial production. Why not? One can speculate that the new large agricultural producers, such as the monasteries, did not lend their political weight to expanded grain imports. 253. There was of course the cost factor. Baltic grain was far, and Egyptian and Syrian grain was often unavailable, either because they too were suffering shortages or because of a state of war with the Turks. 254. Furthermore, to the extent that they were importing grain, it was under the worst bargaining conditions possible and via their commercial rival, the Dutch. For Amsterdam controlled the Baltic stocks and could dole them out at its pleasure. 255. This conjunctural advantage of Holland over northern Italy could then be transformed into something more permanent because of the linkages created by the world economy. Spooner notes the role of the new sophisticated credit techniques endorsement of bills of exchange, patto di ricorsa, a form of short-term credit, and public banks, all of which were emerging just at this point. This credit system was international, and, as northern Italy began to decline, the locus of these activities was shifted without ado. 256. For the merchant financiers saved themselves, in Genoa as elsewhere, without too much worry about geographical loyalties. But industry? Was not northern Italy an industrial center, and indeed one that was infused with new life, especially in Venice? J. H. Eliot mentions new investment between 1560 and 1600, and a moment of opulent splendor. 257. The opulence, however, did not last. From being one of the most advanced industrial areas in Europe in 1600, northern Italy became a depressed agricultural region by 1670. We have already suggested that the prosperity was deceiving. Domenico Sella says of Venice's economic prosperity in the late 16th century that it could not conceal the fact that the base on which it rested was somewhat narrower than in the past, and that, accordingly, her economy had become somewhat more vulnerable. 258. There are two main considerations here. One is the loss of France and England as customers because of the rise of their own textile industries. Hence the market was now confined more or less to northern Italy and Germany. The second is that sea transport was now more and more in the hands of non-Venetian ships. As Carlo Cipolla puts it, the whole economic structure of the country was too dependent upon its ability to sell abroad a high proportion of the manufactured articles and the services that it could offer. 259. What does it mean to be too dependent on sales of manufactured goods? After all, the secret of the success of core areas of a world economy is that they exchange their manufactures for the raw materials of peripheral areas. But that simple picture leaves out of account two factors: politico-economic ability to keep down prices of raw materials imports, which we argued was more possible for the Netherlands than for northern Italy, and ability to compete in the markets of core countries with the manufactured products of other core countries. The story here was quite simple. While the Dutch could undersell the English in England, the Italians by contrast were probably outpriced. 260. An old-fashioned. 261. The Italian guilds kept the labor costs up. State taxation was comparatively high. The Italians produced for the quality market. Others came along with lighter and more colorful cloths, less durable, of inferior quality, but cheaper. The secret of modern industrial success was revealing itself early. When the 30 Years' War interfered with the German market as well, disaster followed: decline in production of textiles, disinvestment of capital, migration of industries to the rural areas to escape guild labor costs and the tax collector. Since the industries were non-competitive, they died out. 262. Could northern Italy at least have played the role of the northern Netherlands? Possibly, but there was probably not room for them both, and Holland was better suited for the task for a host of reasons than Venice or Milan or Genoa. Nor could Italy follow the path of England and France, for one thing for lack of political unity. 263 When the plague hit Italy in 1632-64 it reduced the pressure on food supply, but it also drove wages up still higher. It served as a last straw. Northern Italy thus completed the transition from core to semi-periphery. We already noted previously that Spain had been making the same transition at this time. No doubt northern Italy never fell as far as some other Mediterranean areas like southern Italy 265 and Sicily 266, but this was to be a small consolation in the centuries ahead. R.S. Lopez, in recounting all the things that went wrong for the Christian Mediterranean since 1450, concludes sadly, obviously the primacy of the Mediterranean peoples could not survive so many adversities. 267. 5. The strong core states. Class formation in international commerce. One of the persisting themes of the history of the modern world is the seesaw between nationalism and internationalism. I do not refer to the ideological seesaw, though it of course exists, but to the organizational one. At some points in time the major economic and political institutions are geared to operating in the international arena and feel that local interests are tied in some immediate way to developments elsewhere in the world. At other points of time, the social actors tend to engage their efforts locally, tend to see the reinforcement of state boundaries as primary, and move toward a relative indifference about events beyond them. These are of course only tendencies, and not all actors are bound to observe the dominant tendency, nor is consistency obligatory or likely for the actors. I should stress that I am talking of an organizational tendency, not a structural one. The issue is not whether the world economy is more or less integrated, whether the trends are inflationary or deflationary, whether property rights are more or less concentrated. These structural variables underpin the organizational options, but the correlation between the two is long run, not middle run. Organizational options are political choices, are decisions men make about the forms which are most likely to support their interests. In the 16th century, after the Peace of Cateau-Cambrésis, the economic balance would swing. Northwest Europe became the economic heartland of the European world economy. It is now time to look at what gave England and France such fundamental strength. Since the rise of the industrial sector is an important element in this picture, let us see what kind of industrial transformation was going on and how it was that England especially seemed to benefit from it so greatly. The most important aspect of the industrial transformation of the 16th century is not in the novelty of its technology, although there was some, nor in its social organization. The factory and mass production were still essentially unknown. Nor did the overall level of industrial production of the European world economy rise that much. Domenico Sella reminds us that despite all the economic development of the long 16th century, Europe's industrial sector as it stood in 1700 bore far greater resemblance to its medieval antecedent than to its 19th century successor one. The key change was in the geographical distribution of industry. Up to about 1550, there were nodes of industrial activity in various parts of Europe. The industrial backbone of Europe ran from Flanders to Tuscany, too, but there was some industry everywhere. From about 1550, industrial activity began to concentrate in certain states of northwest Europe and decline in other European states. It is striking the extent to which this decline hit one area after another of the territories that made up Charles V's empire. 3. As industry drastically declined in some areas, it seemed to divide itself into two varieties in the remaining areas of Europe. John Neff distinguishes between northern Italy, France, and Switzerland on the one hand and the north of Europe, England, the Dutch Republic, Sweden, Denmark, and Scotland, on the other. According to Neff, in the former there was a notable growth in the products of the artistic and the luxury industries, a fresh development of art and artisanry, but only a slight increase in the output of the heavy industries, and consequently no remarkable change in the volume of output. In the latter there was an expansion of the heavy industries, and consequently of output, for which there had been no precedent. 4. Sella draws his geographical lines a bit differently. He includes Flanders and southern Germany along with northern Italy among the areas of decline, for which as we have seen he has good reason. He makes no mention of Switzerland. He distinguishes rather between Sweden and France, which show some gains, and England and the Dutch Republic, where the gains achieved were far more remarkable, 5, and in each of which was established a broad spectrum of industrial activities, 6. Both authors agree, however, on the great rise of England. This is all the more startling when we recall that many describe the relation of medieval England to the European continent as colonial, 7, and that Neff contends that as late as 1547 England was industrially in a backwater compared with most continental countries, including France. Yet, because of England's industrial expansion, particularly between 1575 and 1620, the positions of the two countries came to be reversed. 8. The late Middle Ages saw a major shift in the composition and hence destination of England's export trade. She started out as a supplier of raw materials, cereals, wool, and to a lesser extent metals and leather. By the 16th century, the export of these items had declined relatively, and in the case of cereals absolutely, and cloth had become the major export of England. Cereals, in particular wheat, played a diminishing role from the 14th century on. This was due, partly, to the fact that Eastern Europe began to export grain and came to absorb a very large part of the international grain market. This may have served to dampen any tendency to expand English production unduly. 9. Instead, as we also know, England moved toward the breakup of the domains, a factor usually explained by demographic decline, fall in the price level, especially of cereals, and high cost of living. To be sure, the growth of the London market in the 15th and 16th centuries led to a new demand for wheat. 10. But by that time the English domains were broken up and the grain was supplied in part from abroad. 11. Ireland and Norway became economic colonies of England, although England was still a colony of the continent. 12. This was the period too of the legal incorporation of Wales into the English crown, which provided England with an internal colony, devoted at this time in particular to raising cattle. 13. The wool export trade was already steadily declining. 14. In the 15th century, because of Spanish competition, the rise of textile exports, and the absorption of the wool by the cloth industry in England itself. In particular, the export taxes on wool, used as a fiscal device by the state, acted as a tariff shelter for the nascent English cloth industry. 15. By 1614, the export of wool was formally prohibited, at which time England attempted to regulate Ireland's trade in wool, turning Ireland into an exporter of wool but not cloth, and only to England. 16. The English textile industry had two features very important for the emergent world economy. It was more and more a rural industry in England, and it involved England in a search for widespread export markets. We have referred, in a previous chapter, to the theory of Marian Malloist that in England, as in some other parts of Europe, the recession of the 14th and 15th centuries, which had caused a sharp reduction in agricultural income, led to the creation of rural textile industries to supplement income. From the point of view of the capitalists, rural industries also had the virtue of avoiding the high wages imposed by city guilds. 17. And taking advantage of the cheaper water power to run fulling mills. 18. These rural industries produced textiles not of the highest quality but cheaper and therefore within the reach of the impoverished nobility and other less well-to-do customers. 19. This expansion of the rural textile industry in England more than compensated for any decline in the urban centres. 20. But in time of economic contraction, the internal market was far too small to sustain the industry. Hence, this industry had to look for markets abroad. This it did not fail to do in England and Holland from the second half of the 14th century on. 21. Thus, textiles became the hub of English export trade, a shift from the 13th century when grain export played a larger role, and this within the context of what Poston calls precocious mercantilism. 22. One aspect of this was the squeezing out of alien merchants, the Italians in particular, a process that was carried out in the 15th century. 23. Not to be sure without difficulty. 24. It was even harder to squeeze out the Hanseatic merchants, but that too was accomplished by the 16th century. 25. The cloth trade created great difficulties for England. The need to sell in many markets meant that England was subject to more loss as a result of competition and political difficulty than from the relatively sheltered wool trade. 26 In fact, the cloth industry received a number of setbacks in the 15th century because of its exposed position. Both Poston and St. Bindorf see these setbacks as the major explanation of the creation of the new commercial organisation of overseas traders, the Fellowship of Merchant Adventurers of London, formally created in 1486 and monopolising the export links with Antwerp. 27 But what the English lost in breadth of market, they made up in quantity. Furthermore, they were pressed to rationalisation and efficiency since, as Bindorf notes, the new situation meant not only an increased demand for cloth, especially for the particular lines favoured by the foreign buyer, but what was more important, a demand for more cloth to be delivered at an overseas market at a particular time. 28 In addition, the English side was more unified than the Netherlands side, which was beset by intercity competition, and hence the merchant adventurers could engage in a calculated avoidance of any commitment to a sole use of one of the towns, 29 remaining thereby in an economically advantageous bargaining position. There is one further positive aspect to England's trade position. Her taxation was less oppressive than that of some of the older centres of commerce, Flanders, northern Italy, and her technical organisation was up to date and hence more economical, thus giving her competitive advantages as early as the beginning of the first 16th century. 30 So it was that in the beginning of the second 16th century, England had a flourishing export trade, 2/3 of it going to Antwerp, the other third to France and the Iberian Peninsula. Its net deficit with France was covered by the bullion resulting from its favourable balance with the Habsburg areas. At the beginning of the Elizabethan era, England's overseas trade could already be described in glowing terms. 31. England had political as well as economic advantages as the second 16th century began. It could be argued that England internally was exceptionally unified and from a relatively early period. 32 We shall not review here the reasons for this, which we discussed to some extent previously, except to notice that the explanations fall into two main camps. The form of medieval social structure was said to have lent itself particularly well to the development of a strong monarchy. 33 And the natural geography of insular England posed fewer obstacles to the centralising thrust of the monarch than areas on the continent. 34. Given such explanations, let us see in what ways did the Tudor monarchs make the most of these natural opportunities, and thus explain England's ability to pursue its tentative industrial advantages in the second 16th century. One factor was what is sometimes called the Henrician or Tudor administrative revolution, which G.R. Elton put forward as having occurred between 1530–1542 under the genius of that most radical of modernizers, 35 Thomas Cromwell. Elton argues that this period was one of real change, one which saw the creation of the modern sovereign state. The Tudor state was a national monarchy to a degree new in England, and while the apparent emphasis lay on the monarch, the real stress was already on its national character. 36 The administrative revolution was a concomitant of the greater coordination required by emerging capitalist interests. If England were to be a coherent entity within the framework of the world economy, it could no longer be several somewhat separate economies. 37. Elton sees a series of new procedures instituted, a new mode of managing finances, the centralization of administration under the principal secretary, the organization of the Privy Council as a sphere of coordination, the rationalization of the king's household, each of which involved a reorganization in the direction of greater definition, of specialization, of bureaucratic order. 38 Elton's work has given rise to one of those endless controversies in which historians debate, without the aid of quantitative data, the degree to which some differences add up to a qualitative jump. 39. Was the Henrician Reformation really new or not? Was the administrative change truly revolutionary, or was it simply one more step in a process going on continuously from the 14th to the 17th centuries? Christopher Hill seems to me to hold a sensibly balanced view of what was going on. Throughout the Middle Ages the seesaw continued, more bureaucratic government under baronial control when the king was weak or a minor, household government under the king's personal control when he was strong. But in the 16th century this cycle was broken. Departments went out of court without the king's losing control over them. 40. This period of administrative strengthening of the state was at the same time, as Hill also reminds us, the only period in English history since 1066 when the country had no overseas possessions, except Ireland. 41 So the administrative talent could all be focused inward. The results are very straightforward and very important. England was able to develop a strong capital city as a cultural and economic unifying force. 42 And England was able to maintain internal peace at a time of turmoil on the continent, without a standing army, which accounts in part for its industrial advance. 43 Why should England have escaped the religious wars of the continent when it could be argued, as R. B. Wernham does, that in the period following the Treaty of Cateau-Cambrésis, the internal instability of the British Isles caused largely by the uncertainty of the English succession made them the danger area and focal point in the rivalries of Western Europe. 44 Mainly it was this very rivalry and the relative exhaustion of the French and Spanish empires, which we already spelled out, combined with the boldness of the Act of Supremacy of 1559 in establishing England as an Anglican state 45 that made possible the emergence of a third great power in Western Europe and the eventual supersession of the twin imperialisms of Habsburg and Valois by a multiple balance of powers. 46 Relative internal peace and no standing army also meant a lower need for taxation and of a bureaucracy swollen beyond its efficient size by the sale of offices. 47 The expansion of central power was by means of a more efficient bureaucracy more than through a much larger, and more burdensome, one. It was also made possible by the economic position of the monarch himself, England's greatest landowner. 48 But as greatest landowner in a relatively isolated and unified national economy whose strength was to be built on the new industries, where lay the interests of the king. No doubt the king's interests were ambiguous, since as landowner the king sought to maximize his income from his lands, and as king he sought to maximize his income from the landowners. 49 One way to try to solve the dilemma was for the crown to try to reduce its role as a landlord. But then the monarchy had to find a substitute source of income. Toward this end, in 1610, the Crown offered Parliament the Great Contract in exchange of its feudal rights for an annual allowance. 50 This proposal failed because of disagreement about the size of the annual amount. As the amount of income from royal rent was then diminishing, this failure was to contribute to the political strains of the era. Internal instability and internal peace, an administrative revolution but a relatively small bureaucracy, a national network of markets and the king as a great landowner, a curious combination, leading to G. E. Aylmer's paradox and truism that early Stuart England was at one and the same time a much governed country and a country with very little government. 51 This paradox is in fact the secret of England's relative success. To understand it, we must turn to a central debate of modern English historiography, the nature of the English upper classes in the century preceding the English Revolution, and the role of the much disputed gentry. Going through the literature of this debate, what J. H. Hexter has called the storm over the gentry 52 gives one the sensation of watching a fast and seemingly endless ping-pong volley, where each play is brilliantly reposted ad infinitum. It requires distraction rather than concentration to realize that there are two debates intertwined, one over the substantive issues of English history in the 16th century, and the other over the fundamental lines of battle in modern social science. Armed with this insight, it then requires concentration to notice that some people are in fact switching sides very fast in the middle of the debate, thus creating the illusion of a single straightforward ball game. If the debate is difficult to unravel, it is because the story itself is so complex. Let us start by seeing what is thought to have happened in terms of land ownership. Frank C. Spooner argues that the profound economic crisis that shook Europe from about 1540 to 1560 was particularly severe in the case of England. 53 This was no doubt one of the factors that led to the official proclamation of the Reformation, which made possible the confiscation of the monasteries and of other church properties. The Crown then sold most of this land, both to provide immediate income and as a means of political consolidation, giving the purchasers what Christopher Hill calls a vested interest in Protestantism. 54 This political decision dramatically expanded the amount of land available on the market, which accelerated the whole process of extension of capitalist modes of operation in a way and to a degree that no other European country, except possibly the northern Netherlands, was experiencing at that time. 55 The lands once sold were sold again, and often a number of times over. Where did this all lead to over the next 75 years? This seems to be one of the cornerstones of the debate. There seems to be relatively little debate about two arguments that R. H. Tawney put forward in his initial essays. One argument was that the tendency of an active land market was, on the whole, to increase the number of medium-sized properties, while diminishing that of the largest. 56 Note however that this does not necessarily say anything about who, peers or gentry, own these medium-sized properties. 57 The second point that Tawney makes is that this land shift resulted in a more business-like agriculture. 58 Again, relatively little argument here. But what was the social classification of those who controlled the land? There is the storm. It is far more than a semantic issue, but semantics plays its role, as everyone proceeds to give varying meanings to aristocracy, gentry, upper gentry, lower gentry, mere gentry, gentlemen, and yeomen. It is no accident that the scholars debate furiously here, because the whole point is that this period in English history is not only a moment of economic change and great individual social mobility, but of the change of categories. Not only are we unsure how to designate the meaningful social groupings, the men of the time also were. 59 To point however to the fluidity of a concept in a given epoch is not to point to its uselessness. It should urge the scholar on to skeptical boldness. To untangle the threads, we must start by following the terms of discourse. Let us go successively through aristocracy, gentry, and yeomen. But as we do it, let us remember that economic changes were hurrying the more enterprising among those who controlled the land, whatever their designation, into novel methods of estate management. They stood to gain much if they adapted their farming to meet the new commercial conditions. They stood to lose much if they were so conservative as to adhere to the old methods. 60 It seems fairly clear that there was no across-the-board correlation of social status and adaptability to the demands of capitalist agriculture. Lawrence Stone paints a picture of the aristocracy as guilty of incompetent management on large estates and with a spreading taste for conspicuous waste, such that the gap between income and expenditure grew from a tiny crack to a vast chasm. 61 In addition, the aristocracy had to bear the high costs of litigation and public service, for the Tudors operated through an unpaid bureaucracy. 62 But their efforts to increase income were to no avail. They traded away long leases for quick cash returns, they overborrowed, they depended on state favors until the state could or would give no more. All to no avail. The process of attrition of the economic resources of the aristocracy was one that continued without interruption throughout the Elizabethan period. By 1603, it would seem as if the whole hierarchic structure of Tudor society was on the verge of imminent dissolution. 63. Yet it is this same author who, a few years later, sings the imagination and enterprise of these same aristocrats in this same Elizabethan era. In this period the peerage fulfilled a role that no other class, neither the gentry nor the merchants, was able or willing to rival. The importance of the aristocracy at this period is due rather to their willingness to encourage and finance new ventures, which were regarded as risky and therefore failed to secure the backing of more cautious social groups. Since large-scale mining and metallurgical industries were still novelties in the Tudor period, they took the lead in their expansion. Since oceanic trade and exploration were novelties, they again played a prominent part. 64. Nor was this initiative, it seems, absent on their domains. The older nobility showed a surprising readiness to develop new resources on their own estates. The economic and social decline of the peerage relative to the gentry between 1558 and 1642 is certainly not due to any lack of entrepreneurial initiative. 65. It is hard to reconcile the two portraits by Stone. Since Stone's statistics on the degree of financial crisis of the aristocracy have been subject to so much attack, and since he has partially but not wholly retreated. 66 We may well ask with H.R. Trevor Roper, if over two-thirds of the English aristocracy were in 1600, not merely living above their means but poised on the brink of financial ruin. How are we to explain the fact that they not merely recovered from this imminent ruin, but survived the far greater crisis of the next 60 years? Their extravagance did not diminish in those years. How did they do it? 67. Trevor Roper's explanation is that the predicament of the aristocracy, though genuine, was nothing like so serious as Mr. Stone, with his swollen figures, supposes, that they clung to their lands, and that the rise in value of land after 1600, did more than King James did, or any king could do, to sustain their fortunes. 68. It turns out, however, that Stone does not disagree. Although he dates it from 1620, he says that even the most incompetent member of the landed classes could not fail to profit from the massive rise in average rents in the early 17th century, and thereafter the leveling off of prices reduced the importance of inefficient estate management. 69. As for J. H. Hexter, who attacks both Stone and Tawney on the one hand and Trevor Roper on the other, he argues, around the 1580s the land market began to boom, and it seems to have continued to boom for the next half-century. On the whole, a general increase in land values is likely to be most profitable in gross to the men who have the most land to profit from, that is, to the very segment of the landed class which both Tawney and Trevor Roper have consigned to economic debility. 70. Aside, however, from a quibble about dates, the position Hexter takes on this item is not at variance with Stone and Trevor Roper. Finally, let us turn to a fourth point of view, differing in many ways from the three others, that of Christopher Hill. On this question, he says, so for a section of the aristocracy the Reformation brought economic loss, though not for the class as a whole. We should be careful not to see anything anti-feudal in this process of land transfers. Indeed, in a sense the dissolution of the monasteries led to an intensification of feudalism, since it multiplied tenures in chief. The ecclesiastical property which passed to the monarchy was soon dissipated. In the short run, then, the Reformation strengthened the position of the lay-landed ruling class as a whole, though it weakened some of those members of it hitherto powerful. 71. If then there turns out to be less argument about the aristocracy than it seemed on first glance, can we say the same about the gentry who were the original focus of the debate? Gentry is of course a much vaguer term. Cooper spells out some of the difficulties. The peerage is a group of individuals enjoying a legally defined status which belongs to only one male member of each family. Thus the younger sons of peers and their descendants will appear as gentry in Professor Tawney's classification. Great landowners, whenever they could afford it, were usually more generous to their sons in cash or land than is sometimes supposed. Such provision certainly influenced the distribution of property. The gentry were not only, like the peerage, recruited from below, they were also recruited from above. Furthermore, the groups are non-compatible in another respect. The peerage is a group strictly defined by legal status, while the gentry is not definable in any such fashion. It is a classification by wealth and to some extent by mode of life. Although peerages were sold after 1603, entry to the peerage was never by a simple test of wealth and style of life. 72. Who then are the gentry? The gentry are not yet peers, and are more than yeomen, the latter a term as difficult to define as gentry. But then we discover that included among gentry are not only younger sons of peers, but various categories such as knights, esquires, and gentlemen. This should make it clear what is happening. In the hierarchical order of feudal society a large number of categories evolved which prescribed rank, duties, privileges, and honors. The ranks were constantly evolving, the family continuity of course unstable, the income correlates of rank varying. The expansion of capitalist agriculture was reflected in the stratification system by a new category of landowner, which to be sure might be subdivided by size of holding. Gentry emerged as a term covering capitalist landowners. The other terms did not disappear. But the gentry was a group label which expanded slowly to absorb and obliterate other terms. In the Elizabethan period, there were still aristocrats and yeomen in addition to gentry at the very least. In the 20th century, there are only really farmers. We get nowhere if we reify gentry by defining it either as it was defined at a certain moment in time or as we determine the social reality to have been at that moment in time. The whole point about gentry is not only that it was a class in formation but a concept in formation. It was, however, a case of new wine in old bottles. F. J. Fisher seems to me to put it exactly right. The effect of the economic changes of the new 16th and 17th centuries was less to create new categories of men than to offer the existing categories new opportunities and to inspire them with a new spirit. 73. Christopher Hill, by contrast, seems to me to add to the confusion in this formulation of the problem. We must surely start from the fact that the gentry were not an economic class. They were a social and legal class. Economically they were divided. The inflationary century before 1640 was a great watershed, in which, in all sections of the community, economic divisions were taking place. Some yeomen were thriving to gentility, others were being submerged. Some peers were accumulating vast estates, others were on the verge of bankruptcy. It is easy to argue that the gentry were either rising or declining if we take samples of the class, for some families were doing the one and others the other. 74. Though the empirical description of the social facts seems to me faultless, the theorizing seems to me to miss the point, precisely the Marxist point. The mark of the gentry, says Julian Cornwall, was the ownership of land. 75. The term gentry was coming to cover a group of men all in the same relationship to the means of production, owners of unentailed land producing for the market. The clarity of this process was confused by the fact that men still valued the social perquisites of an older legal category. 76. But it was the common economic thrust that was the dominant unifying theme of this category in the 16th century and later. Within an economic class, some can be more wealthy than others, more successful than others in the market. Variation in income does not demonstrate that a group is not a class. What light does this then throw on the now classic debate on the gentry? Tawney's essential point was that the gentry were a group with a style of life better adapted to survival in the age of inflation than the spendthrift peerage and the fly-by-night speculators. Compared with the adventurers who dealt in properties they had never seen, the local gentry was a settled population confronting mere marauders. 77. Their advantage over their French counterparts was that they were kept few and tough by the ruthlessness of the English family system, which sacrificed the individual to the institution. 78. They were politically far stronger than their Dutch counterparts, wholly severed from their rural roots. 79. Because they combined the local and popular attachments essential for a representative role with the aristocratic aroma of nobles minores, and played each card in turn with tactful, but remorseless, realism. 80. Hence they epitomize the process of succession of elites which Pyrrhon argues was the essence of the social history of capitalism. 81. The outcome was that political institutions were not in accord with economic realities, which led inexorably to an English Revolution led by the rising gentry and caused by impersonal forces too strong for both parliament and ruler to control. 82. The basis of Trevor Roper's attack, as is well known, aside from challenging Tawney's statistics and coding operations. 83. Was to suggest that the basic model of the political arena was off base. I have already suggested that office rather than land was the basis of many undoubtedly rising families. I would now go further. Instead of the distinction between old and new landlords, between peers and gentry, I would suggest as the significant distinction of Tudor and Stuart landed society, the distinction between court and country, between the office holders and the mere landlords. What fortunes were made by the officials of Henry VIII who carried out the nationalization of monastic property? Naturally the best bargains went to them and to their local agents, the office-holding gentry in the counties. But what of the mere gentry who had no such positions? As each prize came more valuable it moved farther away from their reach. 84. Hence, the English Civil War can be seen, at least in part, as the rebellion of the overtaxed mere gentry against a Renaissance court. Finally J. H. Hexter insists that there is a third group of English landlords. 85. He says a look at the parliamentary opposition to the Stuarts shows they are drawn not from the power-hungry rural middle class of Tawney, for they are rich country gentry. Is that really so different from Tawney? nor are they the angry hard-pressed yokels of Trevor Roper, for they were an unusually well-educated group of men. Is that really incompatible with Trevor Roper? 86. However, if we follow Hexter's positive assertions, we shall in fact be led to a fairly clear picture of the social role of the gentry, though not to the one he apparently thinks he leads us. He says at one point in his critique, we are still left with the problem that started Tawney on his quest. Why at this particular historical juncture did the country find its leadership in social strata beneath the top? Why among the gentry rather than among the nobility? 87. Hexter's answer is essentially that the political rise of the gentry is to be explained by the growing military power of the king and concurrent decline of the military power of the territorial magnates. Consequently, the gentry of the Tudor period acted with greater independence than their predecessors in the days of Lancaster and York. 88. As many have observed, whoever said otherwise? And as Stone pointedly remarks, Mr. Hexter's deus ex machina to explain the rise to political power of the gentry is altogether too superficial. He says that the aristocracy lost military control. Of course, but why did this happen? 89. We are thus returned to those central variables we have been discussing, as have Tawney and Trevor Roper: the growth of a bureaucratic state machinery and the development of capitalist agriculture, and the link between the two. 90. Hexter next takes off against the myth of the middle class. But here he is really challenging 19th-century liberalism and not the unconscious Marxism which he suggests underlies so much of modern economic history. 91. In fact, his own analysis is not in reality so far away from that of Tawney and Trevor Roper. The Tudors, he says, were not pro-middle class, except for a small inner coterie of Tudor merchant bankers, a group of court-bound capitalists. 92. Tudor policy was really very consistent. It was usually quite tender of vested interests. It protected old ones and created new ones in the emergent forms of enterprise. It was not the policy of the Tudors either to stand mulishly athwart the path of change, or to allow it free rein, but to guide it, to bring it, as they said, to some rule conformable with good order. 93. And, for good measure, Hexter adds, the Tudors regarded the middle class as the milch herd of the Commonwealth. 94. But it was precisely Lawrence Stone who emphasized the degree to which the Tudors exercised economic control, favored a handful of entrepreneurs, but not the bourgeois classes as a whole, and placed the strengthening of the state's military power at a premium. 95. And it is the essence of Trevor Roper's argument that the gentry rebelled against being a milch herd. Finally, says Hexter, it is not the case that the capitalist spirit only emerged in the 16th century, for it had long been in existence, nor that the 16th century landowners waited for the example and inspiration of town merchants. 96. To engage in capitalist agriculture. Precisely so. But then we are back to the picture of an emerging capitalist class recruited from varying social backgrounds. 97. Why should this be strange? It was, as we have seen, happening throughout the European world economy. 98. No doubt, there were varying political expressions of different subgroups within the gentry. Barrington Moore, for example, has a suggestion about the political opposition of Trevor Roper's declining gentry which makes that phenomenon totally compatible with the political opposition of Tawney's rising gentry. He quotes Tawney, "There are plenty of gentry who stagnate or go downhill. It would be easy to find noble landlords who move with the times, and make the most of their properties." 99. Moore then says of those who stagnated, "These growlers and grumblers may have supplied a portion of the radical element behind Cromwell and the Puritan Revolution, though this impetus had its main origins farther down the social scale. Thus, under the impact of commerce and some industry, English society was breaking apart from the top downward in a way that allowed pockets of radical discontent produced by the same forces to burst temporarily into the limelight. In this process, as the old order breaks up, sections of society that had been losing out due to long-run economic trends come to the surface and do much of the violent dirty work of destroying the ancien regime, thus clearing the road for a new set of institutions. In England, the main dirty work of this type was the symbolic act of beheading Charles I. 100. Probably Hexter is right in suggesting there were three types of landlords: rising, declining, and others. And it's very plausible that political opposition tends to correlate with the first two types more than with the third. In an explanation of the politics of the early Stuart era, these details are crucial. Point 101 In assessing the trends of social change, it is far more important to see the rise of the gentry not as an economic force nor as a political entity but as a social category. Concentration on detail, while it often lays bare the vacuousness of weak generalization, can also obscure secular change. Lawrence Stone, after making just such a detailed analysis of the complexities of social mobility in England at this time, points out that the form of this analysis tended to drop from view two important shifts of English society. The first was a polarization of society into rich and poor. The upper classes became relatively more numerous, and their real incomes rose. The poor became relatively more numerous and their real incomes fell. The second, a greater equality among the upper classes. Firstly, the wealth and power of the greater gentry increased relative to that of the aristocracy, and secondly, members of the trades and professions rose in wealth, number, and social status relative to the landed classes. Point 102. J. Hustfield makes a similar point with emphasis on its impact on the politics of the second 16th century. In England, the aristocracy never became a caste and the landed gentry never became a lesser nobility. Hence the middle and upper classes stood in much closer relation to each other than they did to the monarchy, and, in times of crisis, had much more in common with each other than they had with the crown. Point 103. Stone and Hustfield are both demonstrating the crucial point here, the process of emergence of a new class category within which the old distinction of aristocrat gentry was losing its significance. As Perez-Zagarin sums up the situation, the general tendency of the long 16th century in England was to give to men in a position to deploy capital in agriculture, trade, and industry the command of social life. 104 And this combined class gained at the expense of the peasantry. Point 105 The English situation is a good illustration of Lattimore's generalization. In any gradually changing society, it is always those who rule that hang on to the best of what is left of the old order, and at the same time take the best of what is offered by the new, leading in time to a considerable diversification. 106. If the gentry were simply the name for the capitalist farmers as they became a class, what are yeomen? Yeoman is a term just like gentry, a pre-existing socio-legal term whose content was evolving in the 16th century. Mildred Campbell, in her book on the English yeoman, sifts through the various uses of the word and its relation to such terms as farmer, gentleman, freeholder, husbandman, and labourer, noting acerbically, there is nothing, one may say at the outset, as explicit as the distinction just discarded. 107 Her conclusion is that yeoman status viewed in terms of its relationship to other groups in the social structure assumes a fairly definite character. They were a substantial rural middle class whose chief concern was with the land and agricultural interests, a group who lived in the temperate zone betwixt greatness and want, serving England, as it was given a middle people, in condition between the gentry and the peasantry to serve. 108. To appreciate the role of this group we must return to a theme discussed in a previous chapter, the evolution of the tenure system in English agriculture. Marx, in his discussion of the genesis of capitalist ground rent, makes a crucial point which is often overlooked in the exegesis of his views. As soon as rent assumes the form of money rent, and thereby the relationship between rent-paying peasant and landlord becomes a relationship fixed by contract, a development which is only possible generally when the world market, commerce and manufacture have reached a certain relatively high level. The leasing of land to capitalists inevitably also makes its appearance. The latter hitherto stood beyond the rural limits and now carry over to the countryside and agriculture the capital acquired in the cities, and with it the capitalist mode of operation developed, i.e., creating a product as a mere commodity and solely as a means of appropriating surplus value. This form can become the general rule only in those countries which dominate the world market in the period of transition from the feudal to the capitalist mode of production. 109. The relevance of Marx's point is that the process of transformation in the land tenure system is not unique to England, as is obvious. But as England, and the Dutch Republic, become more and more the core territories of the European world economy in the 2nd 16th century, and even more in the late 17th and 18th centuries, the process goes further and faster in these areas precisely because they are the core. It is crucial that resources be used more efficiently in order to benefit from the central trading and financial position in the world economy. In England, it paid the landed classes to move to a system of fully alienable land just as it paid the landed classes in Poland, and even say in southern France, to restrain moves in this direction. To make land fully alienable, to have production for commodity sale as the overriding consideration of agriculture, one has to eliminate not only various kinds of feudal tenure systems. One has to eliminate also the peasant farmer, for the peasant may hold on to the land and engage in marginal kinds of production activities for considerations that do not maximize short-run profitability. How was in fact such elimination accomplished? H. John Habakkuk points out that there are three ways of expropriating peasants: chasing them from their tenures and incorporating their land into the domain, forcing them to yield life tenures for limited rentals, whittling away at the communal rights of the peasants. He argues that in the 2nd–16th century only those peasants who were tenants for a limited term or for life without right or renewal were effectively subject to such forms of expropriation, and he estimates that this added up to only about 35% of the peasantry. 110 As for the sale of lands, the picture is far from one-sided. During this period, there were certainly lords, seigneurs, who bought land from the peasants. There were also some peasants who accumulated so much goods that they were elevated to the rank of gentry. In both cases, the result was a diminution of peasant property. But there were also peasants who bought the great domains when they were put on sale, or who obtained copyhold lease. The net result of these transactions is not known. But it is altogether possible that those acquisitions added up to a gain rather than a loss for the peasantry, whereas, on the one hand, the lords expropriated the peasants, on the other the peasants, in acquiring goods nibbled at the domains of the lords. 111. The full capitalization of agriculture was yet to come in England. In the 16th century, the yeoman still had his role to play. The increasing commercialization of agriculture at this time offered the small landowner not only dangers but opportunities. Campbell, who waxes a bit romantic, sees the yeoman as rather heroic. Scheming landlords and land-hungry neighbours were ever ready to take advantage of a man's misfortunes. Though prices in the main steadily went up, there were sometimes fluctuations that came without warning and in uncertain sequence. Other evils added to the insecurity of the times. Uncontrolled epidemics were a constant dread. Loss by fire was common, and insurance of any kind practically unknown. Either a man must have savings in hand for such rainy days or else go in debt. But when it is a case of sink or swim, unless the odds are too great against a man, he usually tries to swim. And despite the uncertain conditions depicted above, more than ever before in the history of English landholding, the little man who had industry and an abundance of enterprise was getting his opportunity. Those who could weather the storms found in the higher prices and better market opportunities for profit that urged them on to still greater effort. Gain begets the desire for more gain. 112. If the yeoman was not the direct beneficiary of the dissolution of the monasteries, he might eventually get a piece of the pie. 113. As many have pointed out, there were two kinds of enclosure going on in that era: enclosure of large domains for pasture, and small land consolidation for more efficient tillage. It is in this latter process that the yeoman played the central role, a role all the more important because it had important social consequences in terms of increasing food supply without incurring the kind of political opposition which pasturage enclosures encountered. 114. Part of the improvements came from other factors that increased efficiency of labor. Thirsk attributes it to the use of more intensive rotations, accompanied by heavier manuring, the use of improved varieties of grain, and, probably most important of all, the impressive increase in the total acreage of land under the plough as a result of the reclamation of waste and the conversion of pasture. Heavier manuring of the arable, of course, was made possible by keeping larger numbers of animals, which resulted in a great increase in the supply of meat and wool and other animal products. Heavier rates of stocking were made possible by the improvement of pastures and meadows by fertilizers, by the improved supply of spring grazing, through the watering of meadows in the West Country, the growing of tares elsewhere, and by the increased supply of summer grazing through the use of bogs and the reclamation of coastal marshland and fen. Thus improvements in arable and pastoral husbandry went hand in hand, each helping the other, and both serving to promote the specialization and interdependence of regions. 115. The inclusion of Wales in the English division of labour at this time aided this process of agricultural improvement. For one thing, the imposition of English legal forms, particularly primogeniture, led to great uncertainty about the land tenure system. This was propitious for the creation of large domains in Wales. From one end of Wales to the other it was a time of estate building and the laying of family fortunes. 116. This was particularly true in the anglicised lowlands, which showed marked inequality in the size of holdings. 117. I would suspect the landlords were disproportionately English. The degree of agricultural improvement brought about by enclosures in Wales seemed to have been greater than in England. Wales had still been suffering until that time from predatory techniques. 118. This meant, however, even greater displacements of population, who migrated to England, there most probably to become part of the lumpen proletariat, and many of them ending up as mercenaries, as we have already mentioned. Campbell says that the age was an age of land hunger. 119. Among the land hungry none were more avaricious than the yeomen. 120. It obviously paid off by the evidence we have from rural housing in England from 1570 to 1640, the period of the Great Rebuilding. The work, according to W. G. Hoskins, of the bigger husbandmen, the yeomen, and the lesser gentry, all largely of the same social origin in medieval centuries. 121. Lawrence Stone cites this same fact, however, as further evidence of the rise of the gentry. 122. An indication once again of the fluidity of the designations we are using. Are not these yeomen simply the less well-capitalized version of the gentry who are capitalist farmers? 123. This becomes clearer if we see who in fact loses out in the process of enclosures, of both varieties. As the enclosures proceeded, whether the large-scale enclosures of sheep herders or the small-scale enclosures of improving yeomen, a number of men who formerly lived on and off the land were forced to leave it, and others were reduced to the status of landless rural labourers working for wages. 124. This has long been considered to be a central element in the creation of the labour surplus that is a critical element in the commercialising of English life. 125. This shift occurred between 1540 and 1640. In the economic squeeze, some small men gained but many more lost. 126. Indeed, the very process of fulfilling the liberation of the peasant from the constraints of feudalism may have served as an additional mode of impoverishment. Alexander Savin, in his article on the remains of feudal villanage in Tudor England, notes the paradox that for the bondman of the 16th century his personal dependence upon the Lord became most burdensome at the moment he got his freedom. 127. The paradox is very simple to unravel. Manumission was not free. It was bought. Indeed, it must have bought high, because Savin notes, manumission of bondmen was regarded as a regular source of seigneurial income. The enfranchisement of the last bondsman was a paying policy. The thing was done so openly in the 16th century that Elizabethan courtiers could receive as a special sign of favour from the sovereign a commission to enfranchise a definite number of villein families on the crown manors, that is to say, they were enabled to repair their fortunes with the payments for enfranchisement. 128. Villains no longer gave work-week service to the lord on the domain. 129. Rather, the personal dependence of the bondman became a mere pretext for extortion. 130. Thus, in the process, no doubt, many became landless paupers. We find further evidence of this pauperization in the virtual disappearance of the husbandman category. On the one hand, some husbandmen were rising to be yeomen and the distinctions between husbandman and yeoman were being blurred. 131. And on the other hand, the poorer husbandman was getting to be worse off than many rural labourers who were cottagers, and needed to engage in part-time wage labour to make ends meet. 132. Might not husbandmen spasmodically employed have thought it desirable to become labourers regularly employed? In any case, both these categories of farm workers were those vulnerable to enclosure and encroachment on their commons right. Encroachment, in particular, led to abandonment of villages and migration. 133 Everett points out that the growing distinction between the peasant yeoman and the poor squatters and wanderers, virtually landless, often lately evicted from elsewhere, was a phenomenon to be observed particularly in the more recently settled forest areas of the countryside. 134 And that it was from this latter group, in consequence of their semi-vagrant origins, that the growing army of seasonal workers was largely recruited, called into being by the needs of commercial farming. 135. Thus arose the crucial political problem of begging and vagabondage, a notorious feature of Elizabethan England. 136 Frank Adelot sees three separate factors combining to explain the upsurge of vagabondage in Elizabethan times: enclosures to be sure, and most importantly, but also Tudor peace, and hence the disbanding of enormous bands of retainers kept by nobles, and also the dissolution of the monasteries and the disappearance of their role as dispensers of charity. Adelot's view of these vagabonds, which cannot be far different from that of the rulers of the day, is to see them as a social problem. Far from being either an impotent or a harmless class, the vagabonds of the 16th century represented much of the solid strength of medieval England. Many of them came from good stock, but in the economic scheme of modern England they found no useful place. They had brains to plan villainy and audacity to execute it. Their ranks contained political, religious, and social malcontents and agitators. Hence it was that they were a danger as well as a pest in the England of Elizabeth. The vagabonds were menace enough to cause the lawmakers, from Henry VII onwards, to give their best thought to a remedy, both by framing statutes and providing for their execution, until the problem was finally solved, as far as legislation could solve it, by the admirable Poor Laws of 1572, 1597, and 1601.137. Admirable? Perhaps, although doubtless not in the simple sense Adelot wants us to admire them. These laws do, however, throw light on the role the state machinery was playing. First, let us note that social welfare legislation, previously unknown in Europe, appears on the scene in many places at this time. Furthermore, it is not even a matter of simultaneous invention, but of conscious cultural diffusion. 138 Second, the relationship of such legislation to economic transformation is ambiguous. It was to be sure a response to a social crisis brought on by economic change, a means of averting political rebellion. 139 But its economic meaning was not one of straightforward support for the capitalist classes. It was a form of political stabilization whose effect was as constraining to the employers as to the laborers, perhaps even more. 140 This policy of monarchical constraint on the free play of capitalism in the 16th century is in marked contrast with the collaboration of the state to intervene in the process of the great and definitive enclosures of the 18th century. 141 The Tudors and early Stuarts are often thought to have failed, because the ultimate outcome of their policy was the English Revolution. But perhaps the English Revolution should be viewed as a measure of the success of the Tudor-Stuart monarchs, in that they held off rebellion so long. Let us look at the reactions of 16th century English peasants under stress. Many chose vagabondage. Another possibility was peasant rebellion, and rebellions there were, to be sure. But it should be noticed that there were fewer in England at this time than earlier, and fewer at this time in England than in France or elsewhere on the continent. Each of these contrasts is worth looking at. R. H. Hilton argues that the 16th century enclosures had a prehistory. The process of leaving the land goes back to the 13th century. There was of course the phenomenon of depopulation, but Hilton feels that poverty was a more basic explanation for the rural exodus. 142 Then came the inflationary, long 16th century. Whereas in Eastern Europe the landlords forced the laborers back onto the land because the expanded cash crop production required it, England took a route of pasturage, which required less labor, and increased efficiency of arable production, which required less labor. Far from wanting to farm estates directly, large landowners sought tenants, and preferred capitalist farmers as tenants to peasants. 143 Since this was to the disadvantage of many in the rural areas, why did the peasants not resist more than they did? Hilton argues that they were too weak to resist. 144 Further confirmation is to be found in the observation by C.S.L. Davies that there was relatively more peasant resistance in the first 16th century than in the second, whereas if harshness of conditions were sufficient to explain peasant outbreaks, the opposite would have occurred. It is only after 1590 that rent rises surge ahead of price increases. Davies gives two kinds of explanations for this. On the one hand, the concept of variable rent was relatively new and therefore outrageous in the first 16th century, whereas by the second, the peasants were habituated to this concept. 145 And second, and perhaps more importantly, the yeomen were not negatively affected by the enclosures. 146. Let us now turn to a comparison of the lot of the yeomen in England and France at this same period. Here Davies notices that it was the burden of taxation which led most directly to rebellion against the central authority, and that this burden was less in England than in France because of the smaller size of the state, the relatively less venal and hence less extractive bureaucracy, and the institutional weakness of the regions which reduced the weight of state machinery as well as eliminating foci of rebellion. 147. Finally, let us look at one last contrast: peasant revolts in 16th century England and those of the 18th century. Tawney points out that this is a contrast between their prevalence in the middle of the 16th century and their comparative rarity 200 years later, although the same potential cause, the enclosures, was there. 148 Tawney argues that the agrarian disturbances of the 16th century marked the transition from the feudal revolts of the 15th century, based on the union of all classes in a locality against the central government, to those in which one class stands against another through the opposition of economic interests. 149. What then is it we are saying? It seems that the 16th century, particularly the period between 1540–1640, is a period of class formation, a capitalist agricultural class, whose wealthier members are called gentry and whose lesser members are called yeomen. The social process of land consolidation in England at this time is one of increasing income to this class as a whole, including to the lesser members of it, while it involves the beginnings of the creation of a proletariat, most of whom was still not firmly settled in the towns but rather were vagabonds, seasonal wage workers with subsistence plots, and lumpen proletariat in the towns. The state machinery was not a coherent, strong independent force but a battleground of two conflicting trends: those persons of high traditional status who were at best partially adapting to the new economic possibilities, and those rising elements, whatever their background in terms of traditional status and whatever their relative wealth in the present, who pushed toward the full commercialization of economic life. While both these elements sought and from time to time received the assistance of the state, neither was sure that it stood to profit from a greatly strengthened state machinery, largely because both sides feared that the other side would dominate the state bureaucracy. A policy of social welfare served the interests of preserving order and interfering with the full play of market forces. It eased the transition, and thus had advantages for all the forces in play. England's position in the world economy precisely made this balancing game possible. It was sheltered from too much outside interference by the struggle of the two great military powers, Spain and France. It was unencumbered by imperial obligations. 150 It was free therefore to pursue its economic specialization, especially with the assistance of Eastern Europe's raw materials, fed to it in part by its commercial alliance with the Dutch Republic, which also wanted shelter from the military giants, and which paid the costs of keeping the world trade machinery operating. The English state machinery was just strong enough to fend off baneful outside influences, but still weak enough not to give too great an edge either to traditionalist elements or to the new parasites of the state bureaucracy, so that neither the one nor the other were able to eat up totally the surplus of the most productive forces. In short, it was a question of optimal position, relative political insulation while having the economic advantages of the world economy, a relative balance of forces internally which maximized internal peace, but minimized the errors of an overbearing state machinery. How come, then, one might properly ask, the English Revolution? It might be said now that we are arguing that the proof of the success of England during this era is that the English Revolution occurred when it did neither earlier nor later, and that the forces of modern capitalism emerged clearly triumphant, despite their presumed defeat and a presumed restoration of the old. To appreciate this issue of timing, we should look at three related phenomena: the politics of alliance in this era, the patterns of migration, and the so-called commercial crisis of the early Stuart era. This will enable us to talk about the real issues that were the background to the English Revolution. H.R. Trevor Roper insists that the essential conflict is that of court and country. If this is his key point, then he has won, because this presumed opponents, for example, Stone and Hill 151, have conceded the case. The issue, however, is not there. It is what political game was the court playing, how was this game related to the social and economic transformation going on, and in what ways was it consequence and cause of England's role in the European world economy. The state machinery, the court, was at one and the same time a protagonist of the drama and a mediating agency, a vector of different forces. This was true of all the so-called absolute monarchies. They balanced forces, they served as power brokers, they effected compromises. But one of the outcomes they hoped for was to strengthen themselves, to become absolute indeed rather than merely in theory and in aspiration. Given the ambiguity of its role and its objectives, the court was ambivalent about the onsurge of capitalist elements. On the one hand, the crown courted the bourgeoisie, that is to say, the conglomerate of landed capitalist proprietors and well-to-do farmers, professional men, lawyers, divines, and medical practitioners, the wealthier merchants. 152 Haunted by the fear of feudal revolts, 153 as Tawney puts it, the state saw in them allies for its own ends. But the court, when all is said and done, was dominated by the aristocracy, the king first among them, old aristocrats, men newly come to the titles and valuing them all the more for it, others in the service of the king aspiring to the peerage, and the court could not be sanguine about the undermining of the hierarchical status system of which it was the apex. Nor was it sanguine. It cherished this system, reinforced it, elaborated it, paid for it. The Renaissance court outshone all others that Europe had known. Its need for money and political allies led the court to further commerce and commercialization. Its need for stability and deference led it to be uneasy about the aggressive successes of the new class. To the extent that it was competent, the court sought to apply a slow brake to an accelerating process of capitalist transformation while at the same time increasing the political centrality of state institutions. This was no different in Tudor England than in Valois France or Habsburg Spain. What was different was both the historical background and the international position in the 16th century, which made the new English capitalist class both relatively stronger and more able to absorb within it very large elements of the old aristocracy. Many writers note that, about 1590–1600, there was a critical moment in the politics of England. Tawney writes, "Few rulers have acted more remorselessly than the early Tudors on the maxim that the foundations of power are economic. They had made the augmentation of the royal domain, and the protection of the peasant cultivator, two of the keystones of the new monarchy. By the later years of Elizabeth, the former policy was crumbling badly, and the latter, always unpopular with the larger landowners, was encountering an ever more tenacious opposition." 154. Over time the weight of the Crown's decisions was leaning toward the capitalist farmers, as opposed to the aristocracy as such. 155 The latter, in order to survive, became more and more like rising gentry and hence, from the point of view of the peasantry, more and more exploitative. 156 Hence the ties grew thinner between lord and peasant, and the latter were no longer likely to respond to regional vertical appeals of loyalty in national conflicts. 157 The crown bureaucracy itself, however, was becoming overblown and wasteful, a process which had its natural limits, as Trevor Roper argues. 158 Then, agree Stone and Trevor Roper, by 1590, over-expenditure led to cutback. Peace in Europe, the interval between 1598 and 1618, reduced the costs for all the states. 159 In England, the sale of titles by James I increased the income. 160 And crisis was thereby averted. Crisis averted, but extravagance increased, because of the logic of the Crown's dual-stranded policy. 161. A century of Tudor rule may not have caused a sharp decline in the ownership of land by peers as Tawney originally thought. It seems in the end that all that happened is that the royal domain was partially parcelled out to non-peer capitalist farmers. 162 The beneficiaries of Tudor rule were doubtless both peers and non-peers who were able to master the new economy. 163 Tudor juggling kept them on top of the situation. But the long 16th century was nearing its end, and the strains of its contradictions would be felt under the early Stuarts. This is the point which Trevor Roper makes. Even in the 1590s, even a far less expensive, more efficient bureaucracy had been saved only by peace. How could this much more outrageous system of the Stuarts and other European monarchs of this time survive if the long prosperity of the 16th century, or the saving peace of the 17th, should fail? In fact, in the 1620s they both failed at once. In 1618 a political crisis in Prague had set the European powers in motion. Meanwhile the European economy was suddenly struck by a Great Depression, the universal decay of trade of 1620.164. So we are once more back to the workings of the world system. England's reaction to the so-called crisis of the 17th century was somewhat different from that of others. This is why she could enter the era of mercantilism with so much greater strength. One aspect of this strength was the high degree of commercialization of her agriculture, a process we have been describing. The other side was her industrialization. John Neff argues that England underwent an early industrial revolution in the period 1540–1640, and that by comparison France did not. 165 He asserts there were three main developments in England. A number of industries previously known on the continent but not in England were introduced: paper and gunpowder mills, cannon foundries, alum and copperas factories, sugar refineries, saltpeter works, brass making. New techniques were imported from the continent, especially in mining and metallurgy. Finally, the English made their own positive contribution to technology, especially in connection with the substitution of coal for wood. 166 Furthermore, Neff argues that capital investment along with technical inventive ingenuity, was being oriented as never before in the direction of production for the sake of quantity. 167 If, however, one asks of Neff, why this sudden shift of England from being an industrial backwater to being relatively advanced, Neff offers principally a geographical explanation. The large internal market, a prerequisite for industrial concentration, was made possible by the facilities for cheap water transport which Great Britain, by virtue of her insular position and good harbours, enjoyed to a greater degree than any foreign country except Holland. 168 No doubt this is true, but since the geography was the same in earlier centuries, we are left uncertain as to why the sudden spurt. What does seem to be clear is that there was a spurt, in industrial technology, in degree of industrialization, and correlatively in population. K. W. Taylor, in observing the doubling of the English population under Tudor rule, offers two explanations: domestic peace and the new geography of world trade which changed England's location in the world and hence ended the concentration of its population in the south and east. Like a potted plant, long left undisturbed on a windowsill and then transferred to an open garden, the economy of England threw out new leaves and branches. 169 Taylor's geographical explanation, because it speaks of England's position relative to the world economy as opposed to Neff's argument of internal geographic advantages, is more satisfying since it deals with an element that precisely changed in the 16th century. Furthermore, if we remember the new importance of the Baltic as well as of the Atlantic trade, the argument is further strengthened. Still by itself, it is not enough to explain the discrepancy with France. Perhaps we shall have to look to factors within France that prevented her from taking as much advantage of the new geography as did England. Let us further note that England's doubling of population was selective, because it involved not only demographic growth but quality immigration and helpful emigration. On the one hand, there is the oft-noted influx of continental artisans, Flemish clothiers, German metallurgists, etc., whose arrival is usually attributed to the upheavals of the religious wars. But, if they went to England, it is because, as G. N. Clark argues, England had become the place where capital and management could earn a better remuneration. 170. Let us however remember that the end of the Elizabethan era was a moment of economic and social strain. Too great expenditures of the court, plus population growth combined with enclosures and hence the rise of vagabondage. As F. J. Fisher reminds us, contemporaries thought of Elizabethan England as a country in which population pressure was gradually reducing many to poverty and possibly diminishing the national income per head. 171. There are two ways to handle the problem of surplus population within a country: remove them from the cities, that is, geographically segregate them, or remove them from the country altogether. In Tudor Stuart England, both were tried. On the one hand, the Poor Laws, the laws against the poor as Brodel calls them, 172, pushed them to the rural areas to exist in a borderline fashion. On the other hand, it is just at this time that England begins to think of overseas colonization to Ireland, first from about 1590, then to North America and the West Indies. In the case of external emigration, the temptation for the emigrants was social mobility. 173. Malloist suggests we look to an explanation of the second wave of European expansion which begins in the end of the 16th century, that of England, Holland, and to a lesser extent, France, not only in the commercial factors often cited, but in the need to dispense with surplus population. He notes that many see demographic expansion as a stimulus of economic expansion, but he reminds us that there is an optimal point. Difficult economic situations and certain social situations unfavorable to economic progress seem therefore to create conditions which favor emigration, even the most risky. 174. Once again, only optima can be considered in a country prematurely overpopulated. 175. Like England, France exported its population to Spain in the 16th and 17th centuries, to replace the expelled Moriscos, later to the islands of America, and killed many off in the persecutions of the Protestants. 176. By the end of the 18th century, to be sure, France's population was once more balanced. 177. But it took far longer to arrive at this balance than England. And it was only at a price of internal warfare which strengthened some of the wrong forces and expelled some of the right ones. Wrong and right, that is, from the point of view of industrial transformation. These pluses of English development become clear in the outcome of the European economic crisis of the 1620s. Before however we deal with that, we must look at what happened in France between Cateau-Cambrésis and the crisis. For Frank C. Spooner, the decade 1550-1560 is decisive for France. 178. It is marked by a sudden gold shortage which turns France's attention to African exploration and leads to a development of the western maritime regions. It marks the rise of Paris as a financial center, as against Lyon, which definitively declines by 1580. 179. Furthermore, it is marked by the outbreak of the religious civil wars which were to preoccupy France for the rest of the century. This double development, of the maritime regions and Paris, and the religious wars are not unconnected. The inflation affected the income of the nobility, particularly the lesser nobility who lived on fixed rents. But the peasants did not benefit, as might normally be expected, because of the devastations wrought by civil war. One major consequence was the vastly increased importance of the state machinery, not only because of the vast expansion of tax farming that occurred at this time, but also because nobles who wished to survive economically sought financial refuge in attaching themselves to the court. 180. France at this time was faced with one major problem in seeking to reorient itself to the new European world after Cateau-Cambrésis. It was neither fish nor fowl, no longer empire, but not quite a nation-state. It was geared half to land transport, half to sea transport. Its state machinery was at once too strong and too weak. There are two arenas in which this ambiguity of option can be seen most clearly. One is in the arena of trade, the other is in politics and religion. The facts of the economic trading zones did not mesh with the political boundaries. This was to some extent true everywhere in Europe, of course, and to some extent always true, but it was particularly glaring for France, especially if one compared France with what is the case for her great economic rivals to be, England and the Northern Netherlands. Émile Coornert describes the situation at the beginning of the 16th century in this way. In the region which, in rapid outline, runs from Paris and the bend of the Loire to the Mediterranean, France was part of an economic zone which still was heavily under the influence of the Italians, the principal men of affairs, masters of commercial techniques, since the last of the Middle Ages in all of Western Europe. Thanks especially to them, this zone was the most developed from the point of view of organization and modes of work. In France, the pole and, at the same time, the port of exit in this part of the country was Lyon, which put it in contact with the south and center of the continent and contributed rather actively to its links with the northwest. The latter, which included the north of France and the French maritime front of the Ponant, the Low Countries, England, and the Rhenish fringe of the empire, constituted another zone. Its pole was Antwerp, which controlled contacts with northern Europe and, in large part, with Germany. From the point of view of techniques, it was on the way to reaching the level of the southern European zone. 181. This economic split meant that France was further from having a national economy than England, far closer in this regard to Spain. But whereas Spain's problem was that Spain was part of a larger Habsburg Empire which, at least under Charles V, she did not really control, France's problem was that, after 1557, she was attracted in at least three different directions. The political heart of the country, roughly the northeast and including the capital, was attracted to a continental land mass, the economy that had been dominant in the first 16th century, that is, linked to Antwerp even after her decline. 182. The northwest and west of France was attracted to the new European world economy and its Atlantic and Baltic trades. 183. The south of France was developing the system of métaillages we previously discussed, part of the general movement of the Christian Mediterranean toward primary production, toward export-oriented, capitalist agriculture. 184. For Henri Hauser, this motley assortment of activities and orientations adds up to a happy condition in which France could dispense with her neighbors while they could not do without her. 185. He even wishes to call this autarky. To me, it seems quite the opposite, a situation in which France is the sum of centrifugal economic forces. It is in order to counter this fractionation that the controllers of the state machinery move so strikingly to reinforce it, to create Europe's strongest state, what will become under Louis XIV the very model, for contemporaries and for history, of the absolute monarchy. One of the critical sources of the economic dilemma of France arises out of a change in the technological substratum of the European world economy. To appreciate its importance, we must first dissect some conflicting evidence on the relative costs of sea and land transport in pre-industrial Europe. On the one hand, there are the frequent and seemingly obvious statements that in pre-industrial Europe, land transport was still extremely expensive and the nations which had the best command of seaborne trade secured the fastest economic growth. 186. Furthermore, as Christoph Glaman suggests, the theory of widening circles as a result of economic intercourse particularly applies to maritime trade. Indeed, he says, international trade via water routes is in many cases cheaper and easier to establish than domestic trade. 187. On the other hand, Wilfrid Brulez points out, in the 16th century, land transport retained a primordial role. This fact is indisputable for the trade between the Low Countries and Italy, although they had Antwerp, a first-rate maritime outlet and what's more a world centre. The Low Countries undertook the overwhelming majority of their commercial relations with Italy by land route. Shipments by sea occurred between the two countries, but their importance remained minimal. 188. The situation seemed to be different by the 17th century. What had happened? Very simple. It seems that, although there was technological advance in both land and sea transport at this time, the rate of improvement was different, such that it came to be the case that for very heavy and bulky goods water transport was the most economical under all circumstances with the exception of live cattle. 189. The development of the Dutch flight referred to previously was probably of central importance in this regard. Conversely, in the 16th century, land remained a cheaper, more efficient and safer means of transport for men, for light and expensive manufactures, and for precious metals. 190. What is the significance of this for France? We presented the politics of the first 16th century as revolving around the attempts by Spain and France to transform the European world economy into a world empire. Despite the Atlantic explorations, these attempts were primarily oriented to land routes. Indeed, this may be a supplementary reason for their failure. The politics of the second 16th century was oriented to the creation of coherent nation-states obtaining politico-commercial advantages within the framework of a non-imperial world economy. These attempts were primarily oriented to the maximum utilization of sea routes, external and internal. The natural geographic advantages of the northern Netherlands and England served them well here. The politics of France was a tension, often inexplicit, between those who were land-oriented and those who were sea-oriented. 191 The critical difference between France, on the one hand, and England and the United Provinces, on the other, was that in the latter cases, to be sea-oriented and to wish to construct a strong polity and national economy were compatible options, whereas for France, because of its geography, these options were somewhat contradictory. The first strong hint we have of this comes in the religious controversies and civil wars that racked France from the death of Francis II in 1560 to the truce enshrined in the Edict of Nantes in 1598. Let us just look briefly at some of the class and geographic coordinates of the religious struggle. As long as France was primarily oriented to a struggle with the Habsburg Empire and counted on Lyon as their contestant for chief international trading center, religious toleration was possible. 192 After Cateau-Cambrésis, the international financial need for religious toleration disappeared. At the same time, the prosperity of Lyon declined, both because of its lessened importance as a financial center and because it was a major battleground of the wars of religion. 193 The wars had brought together many disparate forces whose politics often became detached from their original motivations, as usually happens in the heat of extended political turmoil. Nonetheless, it should be possible for us to disentangle some of the strands. Hustfield's account of the origins of the civil wars in the New Cambridge Modern History runs as follows. In France during this period the tension between monarchy and nobility flared up into a long and bloody struggle. It is, of course, well known that the French civil wars derived from powerful secular no less than religious causes. The Calvinist movement in France had first, in the mid-16th century, taken hold upon the merchant and the artisan, and its early martyrs as in Marian England came from the humblest stock. But by the time the civil wars began in 1562 the nobility, both high and provincial, had joined in and indeed taken over control. Contemporaries in France recognized the importance of distinguishing between the wings of the movement, describing the one group as Huguenots of religion, and the other group as Huguenots of state. These latter stood for much more than religious dissent. They represented the long-standing hostility of the ruling families of provincial France to the power of Paris, to the crown and its ally, the Catholic Church, and above all, to the Guises, the family most closely identified with that church and most bitterly opposed to the aims and interests of those provincial and often decaying noble houses. The traditional use of the expression provincial nobility in part confuses the issue. Most of its members would be regarded in England as belonging not to the nobility but to knightly and gentry families. 194. Hustfield thus draws a picture of France close to that Trevor Roper draws of England, of the country versus the court. And such a picture evokes all the unclarity that the English analogy does were nobility, or gentry, rising or declining. In whose interests did the state in practice operate? Let us put next to Hustfield the picture as drawn by Königsberger in the same volume of the Cambridge History. After the bankruptcy of 1557, Henry II squeezed another 7 million livres in extraordinary taxes out of his unfortunate subjects. Nevertheless, the limit had been reached. There were peasant revolts in Normandy and Languedoc. The nobles, though exempt from taxation, had spent their incomes and mortgaged or sold their estates in the king's service on the heavy ransoms demanded of noble prisoners after the disaster of St. Quentin, 1557. In the towns, the small artisans and shopkeepers had been hit by heavy taxation and by the periodic collapse of rural purchasing power that followed bad harvests such as that of 1557. The journeyman saw food prices rising faster than wages and found that the growing influence and rigidity of the guilds blocked the advance of the majority to mastership. After 1559 the nobility joined the movement in large numbers, especially in the south. It was only in 1573 that Huguenot organization reached its full development, in a broad arc stretching from Dauphine through Provence and Languedoc to Béarn and Guyenne. As in the Netherlands, the successful revolution tended to become localized, both by an alliance with provincial feeling against an interfering central government and by the hopes of the military situation. 195. In reaction to this, Catholic local unions arose, also emphasizing their regional identity and claims to traditional, provincial autonomy. Paris localists sided with the Catholic League. 196. Furthermore, both camps were linked to outside forces, the Huguenots to England and the Protestant princes of Germany, the Catholics to Rome and the rulers of Spain and Savoy. Thus, all revolutionary movements of the period were linked to powers and interests outside their national boundaries. 197. King Henry III, attempting to arbitrate the struggle, in the end dealt blows to and alienated both camps. In a sense, it was a brilliant tactical coup to seek to de-escalate the conflict by recognizing the Protestant pretender, Henry of Navarre, Henry IV, as his successor, provided he became a Catholic. It was then that Henry IV issued his famous, Paris vote un Messe. Note that it was Paris, not France, and it was Navarre who said it. Henry IV switched camps, which was easy enough since his motivation was different from that of his mass base. The nobility then by and large withdrew from the conflict and became Catholicized. This diffused the religious content of the conflict and hence weakened the strength of the political opposition. 198. It also frustrated the lower classes who turned to angry but relatively ineffectual Jacqueries. 199. In the end, the Huguenots were more strongly regionally based than ever. They had lost their congregations in the north and east and remained strong in the south. 200. One of the underlying tensions clearly was regional. On the one hand, Normandy and Brittany were pulling away. On the other hand, so was the whole of the south, whose separatism had remained latent since its defeat in the 13th century. The reasons for the pulls were in both cases that the creation of a strong national economy served to limit rather than expand profit opportunities for the local notables, the bourgeoisie of the maritime West who sought to use their money to break into the Atlantic-Baltic trade rather than construct a state bureaucracy and army, the landed capitalists of the South who sought a free international market. The partisans of the center were not anti-capitalist in orientation. They had essentially a middle-range orientation: first strengthen the state and commercial possibilities will follow. As in England, the monarchy was caught in the contradiction of wishing to create a national economy based on new forces that could compete successfully in the New World economy and being the apex of a system of status and privilege based on socially conservative forces. Wishing not to choose rashly, the king in France as in England felt more comfortable in his aristocratic penchant than in a role as the harbinger of the new. What was different, however, was that in England the nascent capitalist elements, both rural and urban, felt they stood to gain from a stronger national economy. France, however, had merchant elements who felt they were being sacrificed to a remote Paris, and capitalist agriculture in the south whose structure and hence needs were nearer to those of landowners in peripheral countries like Poland, who needed an open economy before all else, than to landowners in England within whose domains the new cottage industries were growing up. In England, there was a sense in which the king could count on his opponents to restrain themselves since his national stance was in their short-run interests. The king in France could not, and had to use sterner means to hold the country together, hence civil war in the second half of the 16th century, and bureaucratic centralism, which was to come in the first half of the 17th century. The price, however, was heavy. The wars of religion would facilitate the rise of absolutism, to be sure. But as Mausnier adds, unlike in England, the development of trade, of industry, and of the bourgeoisie was retarded. Freyne, 201. Nor had the price been yet fully paid. The era of Louis XIII and Richelieu was to see a further cost exacted. In order, however, to assess this price, we must now shift back to the general situation of the world economy. The long 16th century was now drawing to an end. And, so say most historians, the evidence is that there was a crisis. Crisis or crises. For there was an economic recession in the 1590s, an even bigger one in the 1620s, and what some see as a coup de grace around 1650. We shall not dwell too long on the debate of dates whether the ideal cutting point for the story is 1622 or 1640 or 1650. Spooner indeed argues that one of the key phenomena to notice about this culminating point and watershed of the long 16th century was that the turning point was spread over a fairly wide period of time. 202 We have chosen 1640 as the terminal date for a variety of reasons, and do not pledge even so not to transgress this boundary. The main point is nonetheless that, virtually without exception, historians accept the idea that there was some kind of critical turning point somewhere around this time. 203. Of what did it consist? First, a price reversal, the end of the price inflation which had sustained the economic expansion of the European world economy. The price trend did not reverse itself all at once. It is crucial to the understanding of this period and to the subsequent development of the world economy to see that, in general, the reversal occurred earlier in the south than in the north, earlier in the west than in the east, and earlier in areas on the sea than inland in the continent. 204 There was a gap, and of not a few years. Trouble began in Spain shortly after the defeat of the Spanish Armada. Trade still had however its ups and downs. Chaunou's data show 1608 as the high point of the Spanish Atlantic trade. Then a sort of plateau until 1622, which Chaunou attributes to the economically relieving qualities of temporary peace. 205 Followed by the definitive downturn. The military-political defeat of the Armada merely however punctured a balloon, stretched thin by the exhaustion of the resource base of Spanish prosperity. Spanish exploitation of the Americas had been of a particularly destructive variety, a sort of primitive hunting and gathering carried out by advanced technology. 206 In the process, Spain exhausted the land and its men. Furthermore, Spain not only used up Indian labor, she used up, in other ways, as we have seen, her own labor. 207 One very important consequence was the fall in bullion import. For example, bullion annually imported on the average into Seville from the Americas in the period 1641–1650 was 39% of that imported in the period 1591–1600 in the case of silver and only 8% in the case of gold. The output of bullion had fallen victim to the relentless law of diminishing marginal returns and declining profits. 208 Since however trade did not suddenly diminish, indeed it was still expanding, devaluation was inevitable. Here for the first time the existence of a single world economy of uneven national development made a crucial difference. The countries of Northwest Europe devalued far less than those of Southern, Central, and Eastern Europe. 209 These are of course bullion prices. René Borel has a very brilliant excursus in which he demonstrates that shifts in bullion prices bear no necessary relationship to shifts in prices and that men make their real economic decisions primarily in terms of the latter. 210 It is significant, however, that he does this in a book devoted to discussing the economy of the 17th and 18th centuries. A. D. Lublinskaya makes the point that what distinguishes the 17th from the 16th century is precisely the fact that, after 1615 for the first time, there is an independent movement of prices, not dependent on the influx of gold and silver. 211 She asserts that this fact defines the end of the price revolution. Ruggiero Romano insists that there occurs a sudden aggravation of devaluation in the years 1619–1622, what matters is the intensity of the phenomenon. 212 There was such an abundance of money in 1619 that the interest fell to 1.2%, the absolute minimum interest rate for the whole period 1522–1625–13. From the General Depression, only Holland, and to some extent, to what extent we shall soon see, England escaped. 214 Indeed Romano argues that Holland not only escapes, but that plus or minus 1590–1670 are a period of Dutch agricultural expansion. 215 Why should Northwest Europe have been relatively so insulated against the winds of ill fortune? Chaunou has an explanation which is rather complex. In the 16th century, prices in Northwest Europe rose less sharply than those in Spain because of the time lag in the arrival of bullion. Northwest Europe, however, always obtained part of its bullion in contraband. The proportion of contraband bullion rose as time went on. Hence the inflationary impact of the contraband bullion was rising in percentage of total impact just as Spanish prices were beginning to drop. The prices of Northern Europe, by a lesser receptivity to depressive factors, tend thus to come closer to the Spanish price levels. 216. This seems a bit far-fetched, since it depends for its plausibility on assuming that there was no significant decline in the absolute as opposed to relative supply of contraband bullion, which, it can be inferred from Spooner's figures, was probably not the case. Pierre Genin seems near the mark in analyzing the resistance of Northwest Europe to depressive forces as deriving from advantages this region had within the world economy. 217. He cites geographic location, on the Atlantic at a crossroads between the breadbaskets and forests of the Northeast and the countries in need of their exports, industrial aptitudes, rooted in the past, as Dutch and English textiles, or in economic potential released by the extension of the international economy, as Swedish iron. Furthermore, the very expansion of productive forces in the north meant a continued rise in population at the very moment of demographic decline in the Mediterranean region. Pierre Chaunou estimates that between 1620 and 1650 the population of the empire went from 20 to 7 million, Italy declining by 2 million between 1600 and 1650. Relatively sheltered from the demographic decline were England and, this time, France. 218. As a geopolitical phenomenon, this meant the end of the Spanish Atlantic and the establishment of a European Atlantic. 219. The war, whose resumption in 1624 marks in fact a crushing blow to the Spanish economy, began with the Dutch attack on the Portuguese colony of Brazil, Portugal at the time belonging to the Spanish crown. 220. In terms of the Asian trade, and especially pepper, between 1590 and 1600, the Dutch and English invaded what was hitherto a Portuguese-Spanish monopoly, which accounts for a collapse in spice prices. 221. One can well understand how it was that the men of that era developed a mercantilist perspective that led them to feel that the sum of prosperity in the world was constant, and the aim of commercial policy was to secure for each individual nation the largest possible slice of the cake. 222. But it was not in fact constant. On the one hand, one could argue that the end of the 16th century meant for all of Europe collapse of profit, the flight of rent, economic stagnation. 223. But one must be specific. Romano insists that the 16th century was just like the 12th and 13th centuries, a century of large agricultural profits. 224. It is the decline of the easy agricultural profits that is going to explain the increased role of large-scale capitalist agriculture based on ever more coerced and lowly paid agricultural labor in the late 17th and 18th century. Romano's comments are apt. These vast phenomena, which Fernand Braudel has called on the one hand fail light, trahison de la bourgeoisie, and on the other hand reaction seigneuriale, do not seem to be, on closer inspection, two separate and distinct types, but only one, almost the very same people, or at least, the descendants of one family who betrayed their bourgeois origins, and above all their bourgeois functions, and entered the system of the reaction seigneuriale, a phenomenon which when dealing with the Italian case I have called refeudalization. 225. But once again, as Romano observes, Holland and to a lesser extent England are exceptions. We must not, however, get ahead of our story. It is crucial to understanding the subsequent era to look closely at how England and France coped with the closing convulsions of the long 16th century. The consolidation of the European world economy, which was to occur in the 17th and 18th centuries, would center around the competition of England and France for primacy. But in a sense the crucial cards were dealt in the period 1600–1640. When G. N. Clark seeks to explain the remarkable advance of industry in England in the second 16th century, he suggests that the root lay in international commerce. And when he analyzes England's international commerce in this period, he finds three main contrasts between the end of the period and the beginning. 1. Although England's international trade expanded absolutely, it declined in relation to internal industry in providing for consumption needs. 2. Although Amsterdam succeeded Antwerp as the pivot of the European world economy, England's relationship to the Netherlands shifted from one of dependence and complementarity to one of rivalry. 3. England's external trade became far more diversified within Europe, and England began systematic trade with Russia, the Levant, the Indian Ocean area, and the Americas. 226. Before the end of Elizabeth's reign, however, these changes had not yet occurred to a noticeable degree. Nor did they develop in so smooth a fashion as Clarke implies. For these changes upset the delicate social and political equilibrium that the Tudors had attempted with so much skill to create, and laid bare the conflicting interests that were to tear the English political system apart. Let us take each of these changes in turn. It is no doubt true that international trade declined as a proportion of the gross national product, and that this might be interpreted as a sign of England's long-term economic health. But this misses the point that the very process of internal industrialization made England's social structure more, not less, dependent on the vagaries of the world market. Barry Supple points out that, unlike in the period after the Industrial Revolution, fixed capital played a small role in the industrial economy, and hence fluctuations in the national economy were not caused by excess capacity, nor were they intensified by fluctuations of a capital goods industry. Fluctuations in credit also were a lesser factor than later. Hence the prosperity of the home market was largely a function of harvest fluctuations, induced by climate variations, and overseas demand, which was frequently the strategic determinant of alterations in internal activity. 227. And such alterations were politically critical precisely because of England's industrial development. Cloth production was sufficiently far advanced to have ceased, in the main, to be a by-employment for a predominantly agrarian population. Hence for the government and for the community at large, the existence of the textile industry meant the perennial threat of an outbreak of distress and disorder among a landless, and even propertyless, class. The situation had helped produce the Elizabethan Poor Law and made generations of statesmen wary of encouraging industrial growth. 228. What might England then do to assure economic, hence political, stability? One solution, Supple indicates, it was to draw back still further. F. J. Fisher observes that Bacon looked back on the reign of Elizabeth as a critical period during which England had been dangerously dependent on foreign grain. 229. Over time, this is the path of deindustrialization which northern Italy took. Another solution might be to push outward and overcome the supply squeeze by obtaining additional sources of supply, and the demand squeeze by securing new markets. 230. This is the path on which the northern Netherlands was embarking. To try one or the other solution meant making critical options in terms of England's internal social structure. These were precisely the decisions that the Tudors spent all their energy avoiding. The result was a halfway house. Lawrence Stone's examination of the volume of Elizabethan overseas trade leads him to conclude that the famous expansion of trade in the reign of Elizabeth appears to be a pious myth. 231. If then we turn to degree to which England had liberated itself from Dutch economic tutelage by 1600, we find to be sure that the process of growing control by the English commercial bourgeoisie over English internal trade had been more or less completed by such acts as abolishing Hanseatic privileges first in 1552 and definitively in 1598. 232. This was to the advantage of closed monopolies like the merchant adventurers. 233. The interest of such groups lay largely in the uneasy equilibrium of the halfway house. When, under the Stuarts, other merchants obtained the legal rights to make a more forthright challenge of the Dutch role in industrial finishing of textiles, the so-called Alderman Cockaine's Project. 234. They failed. For Supple, this failure demonstrated that the international division of labour by which the Dutch dyed and dressed England's semi-manufactured textiles was not an arbitrary phenomenon sustained by artificial survivals of company regulation. On the contrary, by the early 17th century it reflected economic realities against which England might tilt only at her peril. 235. Hence, Elizabethan constraint in hesitating to expand outwardly may not have been so unwise. 236 The Tudors had been thereby postponing internal social conflict until they had strengthened the political autonomy of the state machinery from outsiders, so that England would have the strength to tolerate the explosive but inevitable readjustment of political and social forces. Finally, to what extent was the Elizabethan era one of diversification overseas? To be sure, it was at this time that the English ships returned to the Baltic and began to make voyages to the Mediterranean, to Russia, to Africa. And this was the time of the constitution of the first chartered companies. But we must be careful not to exaggerate. On the one hand, Eastern Europe was still more closely linked with the economies of France and Spain, via Amsterdam, than with England. 237 And, on the other hand, it is the trade with France and the rebel Dutch provinces that is still fundamental to England in the period of Elizabeth. 238. The realities of the English commercial scene are both cause and consequence of the policies of the Tudor monarchs. They were straddling a fence. 239 The international economic crisis of the period 1590-1640 made this fence straddling increasingly impossible, and hence the political stability of the monarchy and the monopolies it sheltered increasingly tenuous. Stability is not always everyone's summum bonum. To some it was irksome. 240 By 1604, the chafing of those merchants who sought to pursue the possibilities of commercial expansion found expression in various free trade bills pushed in Parliament. The immediate impetus was probably the peace with Spain, which had opened changed trade perspectives as peace is wont to do, both by eliminating certain obstructions to trade, and by dint of the unemployment, so to speak, of the previously flourishing band of privateers. 241. For the next decade, things looked bright for the English cloth industry, which reached an export peak in 1614. But it was to be, in Supple's phrase, a transitory Indian summer. 242 It was followed by an unrivaled economic depression, which ensured a permanent restriction of the overseas market for old draperies. 243 What caused this sudden downfall? Actually it was not so sudden, but rather, as R.W.K. Hinton says, a sudden worsening of a situation that had been deteriorating for some time. 244 What happened was that the devaluation of continental currencies by reference to England created highly unfavourable terms of trade which priced the English cloth out of their North and Central European markets. 245 This led to an outflow of bullion which was made worse by the need for foreign grain as a result of bad harvests in 1621 and 1622.246 The dramatic loss of bullion was of great significance in an unsophisticated economy dependent on steady supplies of a secure metallic coinage. 247. J. D. Gould argues that England now paid the price of having wasted her international price advantage of 1550-1600 in a scramble for privileges. Consequently, now that the price advantage had been reversed, England was left saddled with a rigid, oligopolistic, high-cost economy, ill-fitted to cope with a competitor the Dutch who throve on low costs, adaptability and up-to-dateness. 248 The Dutch were now able to break into England's own import trade. 249 And textile exports to Germany and Eastern Europe were hit by both Dutch and local competition. 250 Both the merchants and the government were alarmed. The merchants reacted by demanding more protection, such as limiting the rights of non-English to import the goods into England, increased mandatory use of English shipping, the freedom to re-export Baltic grain, which both enlarge the cloth trade and bring in bullion for the grain. 251 The government had quite a different perspective. First, the agricultural interests well represented in Parliament were pushing for a ban on the import of corn, because of their need for protection against low prices. 252 Second, the government concentrated on how to reconcile its needs to alleviate local destitution, in order to prevent riots and tumults, and to revive commerce, in order to maintain economic stability and power. 253 To do the first, the government was tempted by the solution of governments of 20th century underdeveloped countries, the creation of employment. But, like today, such a solution is not easy. 254 Rather than provide new protection, the government moved in the direction of loosening monopolies, to see if that would revive commerce and industry. 255 But they could not go very far in this direction because the arrangement of privileged companies had too many advantages for the government. It secured the loyalty of a quasi-public bureaucracy which performed consular and customs functions, was a source of income via loans and taxation, and even substituted for the navy as a protective device in international commerce. 256 The patents and monopolies, the cloaking of selfish aims beneath verbose platitudes, were an integral part of the fabric of Stuart government. 257 If the government moved at all in the direction of anti-monopolism, it was in fact only under the pressure of Parliament, vociferously representative of the outports and the lesser gentry. 258. Nor was England in luck as far as the gods were involved. The trade revival of 1623-1624 was set back by the plague of 1625 as well as by a poor harvest. The resumption of war with Spain, so harmful to Spain as we have seen, was no aid to England. The renewed need for grain led to another balance of payments crisis. 259 Thus the traditional heart of English industry came to find itself in the middle of an extended history of decline, painful adaptation, and widespread redundancy. 260 Crown interference did not solve the problem, it only aggravated the situation by creating a crisis of mercantile confidence. 261 It was apparently not so easy for the English textile industry to cut costs. It was partly that the merchants were too closely imbricated in the state machinery for the Crown to be able to force the industrialists to run a leaner shop. 262 Also it must have been that the workers were relatively strong enough to withstand the introduction of significant wage cuts. 263 The only solution, therefore, other than deindustrialization, was to circumvent the vested interests by the development of new industries. It was here in fact that England found its commercial salvation, in the so-called new draperies. 264 which saw a remarkable rise as an export item precisely as the old draperies fell. 265 There was a second solution to the dilemma of high prices. England developed a re-export trade. And it was this aspect of England's commercial policy that stimulated the two most striking new features of the 17th century, the interest in colonial expansion, and the Anglo-Dutch rivalry. Both trends would crystallize after the Civil War, but both were in evidence before it. 266 New products required new markets. And it was Spain and the Mediterranean area in general that provided the most important new arena of English export. 267 An area relatively free from the constrictions of the old English monopolies. 268 The Spanish market in particular was attractive because of internal inflation and colonial purchases. 269 England was beginning to eat off the carrion of the Spanish Empire. And as Italian industry declined, English exports partially filled the gap. 270 As for colonization, we must remember that for a long time it was not necessary for England, France, or Holland, to engage in direct colonial enterprises. The Treaty of Cateau-Cambrésis, no doubt as a sign in part of weariness with imperial expansion, included the extraordinary clause which read, "West of the prime meridian and south of the Tropic of Cancer. Violence done by either party to the other side shall not be regarded as in contravention of the treaties." 271 This concept, popularly known as "no peace beyond the line," was reaffirmed at Vervins in 1598. It allowed, to be sure, the freedom to create new settlements, but also the freedom to plunder. And for 50-odd years plunder was far more profitable than settlement would have been. 272 Colonization, by contrast, seemed a dubious venture. It was assumed that the Spaniards had already gotten the good spots, and even the mercurial Elizabethans and most certainly the Queen herself were aware of the hopelessness of prospecting at random over a vast continent. 273 Besides, England had Ireland as an outlet for homestead emigrants. 274 These attitudes changed in the period after 1600. England consolidated her links with Scotland by the union of the two thrones in the person of James I. The colonization of Ireland took on a new seriousness, both for England and for Scotland. 275 Ireland became integrated into the British division of labour. Her woods were used up to supply England with timber. 276 She would become in the course of the next 100 years the site of a major iron industry controlled by Englishmen. 277 And England would begin to create settlements in North America. Perry ascribes the change to the decline of Spanish prestige, and to the search for raw materials, cheap food, especially fish 278 and strategic supplies, timber, hemp, and pitch, whose Baltic sources might be cut off in wartime. In addition, they would be a new market for manufactures and a place to export paupers. 279 All true, no doubt, but, except for the consideration of Spain's military strength, all would have been largely true a century earlier. Is not the new scramble for colonies by the three powers of Northwest Europe merely a sign of their competitiveness? Was it not largely a preemptive colonization, especially in the wake of Spain's decline? The impact of these international economic convulsions forced a political crisis in England. I think Perez Zagarin has caught quite accurately the nature of the conflict. The genesis of the English Revolution is not to be found in a class struggle, for the leading sections of both sides in the Civil War included many who were drawn from the same economic class, whose development had been steadily proceeding during the preceding century. It is to be found, rather, in a conflict within this class among England's governing groups. 280. And this internecine warfare within the governing class was not merely forced by the exigencies of international economic arena, but made possible by prior elimination of two great dangers to the English political system. As Stone asserts, the ring had been cleared of interference by the poor or by the Spaniard. 281. There are two somewhat silly arguments relating to the onset of the Civil War. One is whether it was or was not inevitable. To Tawney's assertion that the fall of the monarchy was hastened by the measures taken by the Tudors to preserve it, 282 Trevor Roper asserts that the main problem was a wasteful administration, which could have been reformed by Parliament. 4. Of course, monarchy itself was no obstacle. It is absurd to say that such a policy was impossible without revolution. 283. We shall see shortly the consequences for France of the administrative reforms Trevor Roper retrospectively recommends to the Long Parliament. But inevitability is a pointless game to play. If one element had been different, of course the results would have been different. But if one, why not two, three? The reality is that the Civil War did in fact occur, and the task of the student is to explain it. The other silly question is whether or not the real issues dividing England were not beliefs about liberty and religion. Mr. Hexter insists that these were the issues, and affects some surprise that so many of his partners and antagonists in the controversy agree: Hinton, Stone, Pocock, Hill, Trevor Roper speaking for himself, and Tawney. He welcomes them to his Whiggish company. 284 J.G.A. Pocock at least takes umbrage, insisting he is a post-Marxist rather than a neo-Whig. 285 But it is a silly argument, because of course the protagonists of the Civil War expressed many of their divisions in ideological terms revolving around political freedom and religious perspectives. And of course they meant it. And of course the outcome of the Civil War was to have consequences for the normative system governing English political life. To dissect the ideological coordinates of a political and social conflict is, however, never meaningful unless one can root that analysis in the social relations prevailing at the time, and thereby comprehend the implication of ideological demands for these relationships. The debate is really about the totality of these relationships, about whether they should remain as they are or change in some specific direction. The English Civil War was a complex conflict, as all major social upheavals are. One major thrust of it was that between those who emphasized the role of the monarchy, who hoped thereby to hold on to a slipping system of privilege and deference, 286 whose fears of social revolution outweighed other considerations, who were somewhat paralyzed before the forced choices of the world economy, and those, on the other hand, who gave primacy to the continued commercialization of agriculture, who welcomed some change in social patterns, who saw little virtue in the extravagance of the court, who were oriented to maximizing England's advantage in the world economy. Let us turn to France, where things were the same, but most importantly were not the same. Davis Bitton says of the years 1560–1640 that they were a crucial phase of the transition from the French nobility of the late Middle Ages to the French nobility of the old regime. 287 So were they in England. But what a different transition was made in France. In the great debate between Boris Porchneau and Roland Mausnier, which we shall get to in a moment, Porchneau argues in essence that what happened in France in this era was that the venality of offices brought about not the embourgeoisement of power, but the feudalization of the bourgeoisie 288, to which Mausnier replies, there was no such thing as a feudal absolutist order. To the extent that there was a tendency toward absolutism, it was involved in a struggle against the feudal order. What remained of the feudal order tended to paralyze absolutism. 289. Although I think the debate is partially semantic, and that for the rest Porchnea had the better of the argument, what might be said is that Mausnier is closer to the truth if one applies his reasoning to explain England and that of Porchnea to explain France. That is to say, schematically and in an oversimplified fashion, one might assert that in England the aristocracy lost in the short run and gained in the long by transforming itself into bourgeois capitalists, while in France the aristocracy gained in the short run and lost in the long run by forcing the bourgeoisie to abandon its proper function and thus to some extent contribute to economic stagnation. Why this should have been so, we are arguing, is essentially a function of their differing relationship to the world economy. But first let us review once again to what extent this is a fair description of the French social system. For reasons we have already outlined, the French state in 1600 was stronger than the English state. This meant that the bureaucracy was for the bourgeoisie the main means of rising in the social hierarchy, 290 much more so than in England. In turn, this venality led to a greater direct interest of the bourgeoisie in the French monarchy. 291. This leads Mausnier to argue that there was a relatively open class situation in France at this time. 292. But Mausnier himself shows how difficult was the ascent. He points out that for a roturier to make it up to the status of maitre des requêtes required normally 4 generations. 293. I think in fact Porchnea catches the class situation with more subtlety. It is less that there is very much inter-class mobility than that there exist strata of people for whom the sentiments of class attachment vary according to the concrete situation. The most significant such stratum is the bureaucracy of bourgeois origin, the noblesse de robe. At the moment that a worker, who has retained his links to his village, loses his job in the factory, he becomes once again a peasant. In the same fashion, when one sought to take back from the officiers their property rights and privileges, that is to say deprive them of their status as privileged nobility, they automatically fell back virtually into their original status as bourgeois. The officiers negatively affected by the decisions of Mazarin felt themselves to be bourgeois and, at the beginning of the Fronde, their attitude was the same as that of the whole of the bourgeois class. 294. It is precisely because of the relative ease of acquiring formal aristocratic status in France, true in England under the Stuarts, too, but less so, that there arose in the 16th century that ambiguity of noble status of which the French aristocracy complained and which led to their intense, obsessive concern with honorific privileges, 295, and also to the very great emphasis on strict rules of behavior and the theory of dérogations. 296. The traditional description of the absolute monarchy as being in alliance with the bourgeoisie against the nobility always ran up against the fact that the so-called classic regime of the absolute monarchy of Louis XIV was also the prime example of the reassertion of the seigneurial privilege. Marc Bloch solved this dilemma by arguing that the seigneurial reassertion was the more fundamental of the two antipathetic phenomena, and that without the absolute monarchy, this tendency would have had full force. In other words, one could say that the victory of the absolute monarchy limited the extent of the feudal reaction. 297. A. de Lublinskaya essentially agrees. 298. Drawing this picture of France in the 16th century. After 1559, the role of foreign bankers declined in France, both because of the decline of Italy and Germany and the religious wars. These wars, however, prevented the French commercial bourgeoisie from filling the gap. In order to obtain funds, therefore, the French government created a system of tax farming. Eventually the tax farmers became fused into the state's financial machinery. Tax farming was a profitable business. It was on this fact that the government founded its system of forced loans from the chief tax farmers, turning the latter into its creditors. 299. Hence the intimate links between financiers and the state, so much so that their own survival depended on the strength of the state, provided that the strong government which they wanted remained strongly in need of credit from them. 300 Although it was perhaps not true that the monarchy imposed no taxes on the nobility. 301 It was the very dependence on the venal officiers that made this most difficult, since, Lublinskaya asserts, tax reform necessarily would have involved the cash outlay of repurchasing the offices, which was far too expensive. 302 Anything which increased state indebtedness reinforced the position of these officiers. In particular, war was very profitable to the financiers. 303 That some of the reasoning here is very ad hoc can be seen by quick reference to England, where fiscal feudalism or revenue farming by syndicates of businessmen became common practices under Elizabeth and the early Stuarts. 304 With no religious wars to explain it and no large-scale growth of a venal bureaucracy subsequent upon it. Furthermore, to the extent that tax profiteering was constrained, this was the result of administrative reform whose immediate motivation was the exigencies of war finance and the need to reduce significantly the cut of the fiscal intermediaries between state and taxpayer. 305 No matter, however. There was a more fundamental attack on this line of reasoning launched by Boris Porchnea. Porchnea unleashes a full-scale assault on the argument that venality was a form of the political supremacy of the bourgeois. 306 A theory he attributes to Pages and then Mausnier. Porchnea wishes to argue that 17th-century France was in its main features, still a feudal society characterized by the predominance of feudal relations of production and feudal forms of economy. 307 Porchnea argues that capitalist forms exist but that the bourgeoisie participated in the political power of the feudal state only to the degree that it did not act as a class of capitalist society. 308 The bourgeoisie sought titles for reasons of vanity and cupidity and also adopted an aristocratic lifestyle. In addition, they were induced to abandon true bourgeois economic activities because of the fiscal advantages of using money as credit capital rather than as industrial or agricultural capital. 309 Hence, when peasant uprisings occurred in the period 1623–1648, to which we shall come in a moment, the bourgeoisie vacillated. On the one hand, they too were unhappy about high taxes. On the other hand, they identified with the interests of the aristocracy and feared the plebeians. Some revolted, some fled the country, and others came to terms with the state by purchasing offices and putting their money into credit operations. 310 If one asks how come that England and Holland produced a nobility that was bourgeoisie but France did not, the answer is that in France, feudalism had a perfection and a classical vitality which prevent any embourgeoisement of the nobility. 311 It was not that France was more backward, but that the qualitative particularities of the French economy made impossible a grouping of classes that would have permitted a bourgeois semi-revolution on the English model. 312 The lucidity of Porchnea's arguments flounders at this crucial comparison where he has to fall back on unexplained perfections, undefined particularities, and the conceptual vagueness of semi-revolution. It is just at this point in the argument that Corrado Vivanti offers a helping hand to Porchnea. Agreeing completely with Porchnea's rejection of Mausnier's arguments that the Fronde was an isolated element in French history, he suggests that Porchnea has not followed the logic of his own argument to the end, but instead gets bogged down in denouncing the bourgeoisie for betraying the revolution. They could do no other, for they did not yet form a social group sufficiently strong and autonomous to do otherwise. 313 Vivanti poses this hypothesis in the form of a question. To what extent can the feudal reaction or restoration and the very betrayal of the bourgeoisie in the 17th century be said to lay the base in a different fashion from what one may find elsewhere, in analogous conditions of crisis for that capital accumulation which the French economy of the 16th century had not succeeded in creating? 314. That is to say, given those objective obstacles which finally precluded the Third Estate from engaging in autonomous action in the political and social arenas, 315 was this path not second best? If it did not permit France the degree of development which England would come to have, it nonetheless prevented France from descending to the role of a semi-peripheral state like Spain and Italy. Even southern France, which went down the road of sharecropping, did not regress economically to the extent of neighboring Mediterranean areas. Leroy Lagerie insists that one can say of southern France, and Catalonia, unlike northern Italy and Castile, that the state of the economy is becalmed and restrained, is modified and grows heavy, but it does not yet turn around. The drama of Languedoc is not the fall, but the inelasticity, the rigidity of agricultural production, not regression decroissance but absence of marked growth. 316 It would happen to southern France eventually, but 50 years later than to other areas. Lucien Goldman makes a parallel critique of the theory of the alliance of the absolute monarchy and the bourgeoisie. He argues that, on the contrary, the basic alliance was between the monarchy and the nobility, with, however, the monarchy safeguarding its flank by creating a new bourgeoisie. Then, however, Goldman argues, precisely to keep this bourgeoisie bourgeois and not pseudo-aristocratic, the monarchy introduced the reform of the Paulette in the early 17th century. 317 The Paulette, by instituting in effect a tax on offices, kept the bureaucracy venal and hence kept the bourgeoisie bourgeois. 318 And thus also dependent on the monarchy. 319 Goldman's explanation centers on distinguishing between two varieties of state officials, an older one made up of notables and the noblesse de robe, the officiers and members of the corps souverains and parlements, and a newer one, who were the commissaires and conseillers d'état, and who served as intendants and maîtres de requêtes. Goldman sees the latter as displacing the former in the first half of the 17th century, and especially from 1620 to 1650. 320 Goldman analyzes the impetus behind this new system as an attempt of the monarchy to regain ground after the coming to power of Henry IV in 1598, 321 ground that had been lost during the religious wars. Since the officiers had been a great aid to the monarchy during the religious wars and hence expected that their power and importance would grow not fall, they were upset both by the Paulette 322 and the rise of the commissaires. The tension between officiers and commissaires grew, reaching a high point around 1637–1638. This Goldman links up with the rise of Jansenism among the officiers, an ideology that insisted upon the essential vanity of the world and upon the fact that salvation could be found only in solitude and withdrawal. 323 While Goldman's portrait of the monarchy is close to that of Porchneat, his portrait of the bourgeoisie is closer to that of Mausnier, who avows feeling an extreme repugnance to considering the 17th century as a feudal epoch, since it was rather one in which commercial capitalism has profoundly penetrated the country. 324 The whole of the country and not just the towns. The monopolies were not a break in the rise of capitalism but a condition of its development at this stage. 325 But Mausnier is most outraged at the assimilation of the officiers to nobility. He reacts with the flair of a true aristocrat. An officier of some importance is judicially a noble, but not a gentleman nor a seigneur, unfeudal. Porchneat never makes the distinction. Would we call the Venetian nobility, those great merchants, a feudal corps? In France, the public insisted on the distinctions. An officier, ennobled by his office, remained a bourgeois. People deplored the fact that the true nobility, that of gentlemen, was without employ by the state and public office was the prerogative of those who were called ironically the gentlemen of pen and ink. Bourgeois, that is what one still was, whether officier or commissaire, even seated on the fleur-de-lis and wearing the purple of office, even rigged out in a title of knight, even baron, even president of parliament or member of the royal council. 326 Mausnier concludes by denying that either he or Pages had ever suggested that the bourgeoisie controlled the monarchy. It is the monarchy which subjected all the classes in reconstructing the state. But in this work it was aided by the bourgeoisie. 327 It is important to notice that in this debate a number of issues have gotten scrambled together. One is the nature of the system. Another is the nature of the relations between the classes. A third is the role of the monarchy. We have already explained in a previous chapter why we believe the term feudalism with respect to agricultural production at this time, market-oriented cash crops, even if based on coerced or semi-coerced labor, is confusing and unhelpful to analysis. To insist that France is primarily involved in a capitalist world economy at this time does not necessarily entail arguing, however, that the bourgeois wielded substantial political power. Obviously it did not. In Eastern Europe, the aristocrats were capitalist farmers and the indigenous commercial bourgeoisie was on its way to extinction. Nor does it speak necessarily to the particular role the monarchy played in France as opposed to other states in this world economy. J.H.M. Salmon observes that, like the debate over the gentry and aristocracy in England, the controversy concerning early 17th century France is concerned with the character of early modern society and government. 328 precisely. Mausnier is probably more right than Porchnea in seeing the monarchy as an institution which, far from clearly dominating the situation, was struggling to assert its political preeminence, even in France. But Porchnea is more right than Mausnier in seeing that one of the developments that most clearly distinguishes France from England is the comparative political success in France of the old aristocracy whose short-run interests were not conducive to the long-run ability of France maximally to profit from the division of labor in the world economy. Let us now turn to the closing crisis of the long 16th century and see exactly what impact this had on the French political arena. We start with the fact that the fall of prices in France in the period 1600–1610 was in fact economically favorable to France and its bourgeoisie. 329 Even Porchnea admits that it would be too much to argue that industrial capitalists were of no significance in France. He accepts the fact that the evolution of capitalism continued on its path, but at a slower pace. 330. The problem was in large part in foreign trade, the importance of which to national economies we argued previously when discussing England's reaction to the commercial crisis. Although France between 1600–1610 had somewhat recouped the losses occasioned by the disruptions of the religious wars, another great decline set in after 1610, this time largely the consequence of Dutch and to some extent English competition. And what made the Dutch and even the English able to outprice the French in this period was that, at a moment of a contracting world market, the accumulated edge of industrial capital and technology of the prior 50–60 years was critical. France lagged behind her competitors in respect of all the important indices. The division of labor in French manufactories was at a lower level, the shortage of skilled workers did not allow the entrepreneurs to establish an adequate hierarchy of wage levels. State subsidies, which were absolutely necessary at that time, were casual and sporadic, and small in amount, while accumulation of money was not on a large enough scale. France was excluded from that direct plundering of colonies which nourished primitive accumulation in Holland and Spain, and industry in England as well. The consequences of this was that French industrial products were comparatively expensive. As a result, the French commercial and industrial bourgeoisie was unable to compete successfully with the Dutch and the English in its own home market, and to some extent also in foreign markets. It was obliged to use its capital in other ways. French shipbuilding and navigation, and therefore also French transoceanic trade, was behind English and Dutch, technically and economically. For all these reasons, the French bourgeoisie was very interested indeed in increased protection, and the government of France endeavored to meet its needs in this respect. 331. This then fitted France into the world economy at a middle layer. While the French were able to exploit to some extent Spain and Germany, the English and Dutch could exploit the French market as well as that of Spain. 332. The relative strength of the French state machinery compared to England and the United Provinces did not necessarily serve it well in regard to this dilemma. Had the French monarchs of the time been unreservedly committed to the development of industry and the interests of the bourgeoisie, no doubt France might have overtaken the after all not so great lead that the other two countries had. But the French monarchs were ambivalent. Their intrusion was not always conducive to maximizing national commercial interest in the world economy. Indeed, Neff attributes one of England's secrets of success not to a difference of royal intent but to the fact that the French were more efficient in their interference with bourgeois enterprise. 333 Similarly, Neff argues, England's comparative isolation from European wars in this period meant less emphasis on the habits of obedience of the royal authority. 334 than in France. The ability of the French monarch to tax combined with the ability of the nobility to be exempted from taxation meant a heavier burden not only on the populace, but on the bourgeoisie as well. Finally, we must not miss the link between achieved position in the world economy as of say 1610 and future position. The French difficulties in competing with the Dutch and the English in their home markets encouraged them to concentrate in the production of those goods in which they had some historical edge and a relatively larger home market than other European countries' luxury products, especially silks. 335 But the cheaper goods for the wider markets would in the long run provide a surer industrial base. The 30 Years' War placed great pressures on the French. As the military expenses rose and the armies expanded, so did the size of the state bureaucracy and, as cause and consequence, the degree of taxation, both directly by the state and de facto in addition by means of the depredations of the troops in the countryside. 336 The impact of war on the price of Baltic grain and hence on food prices in general we have already mentioned. This was all considerably aggravated by the great epidemics that raged between 1628 and 1633, and especially in 1630–1631. Whether poor harvests led to the spread of disease, or disease led to a grain shortage, the two occurred together and hit France badly. 337. Given this analysis, it is easy to see why peasant uprisings should have been so extensive in France at this time. Not only were state exactions of the peasantry rising, but the nobility was having difficulty getting its rents and dues from the peasants because of their economic squeeze. 338 No doubt this meant in many instances that the nobles and the peasants of an area were simultaneously upset with the monarchy, and that to some extent the sense of loyalty and mutual obligation between seigneur and peasant did persist. 339 In early 17th century France, but it would be an error to push this idea too far, as some are inclined to do. For surely it is not only present-day analysts but peasants of the time who could perceive that, after the wars of religion, the seigneur, as Salmon puts it, whether of the old noblesse or the new, was less a companion in peasant misery than its partial cause. 340 It was after all precisely the political doing of the nobility that accounts for the slow progress of economic development. 341 At the same time, the partial industrialization of France ensured that such discontent spread from rural to urban areas, the two being linked by the growing numbers of persons, a sort of lumpen proletariat without fixed employment, who moved back and forth and whose margin of existence was too small to endure much aggravation of crisis. 342. Robert Mandrou contributes to this debate by asking us to consider the popular uprisings of 1623–1648 in the context of the ongoing history of France, which saw such uprisings both earlier and later. He reminds us that the various taxes must be seen as the signs of a greatly deteriorated economic situation and not simply as the only or most immediate cause of the revolts. 343 Mandrou then urges us back to a most fruitful route. He asks us to be attentive to localizations, to cartography, the West, Normandy, Guyenne, the Centre, Marche, Berry, Bourbonnais. This is the area most often affected, the most stimulated by these chain reactions of troubles. May we see in this a consequence of the greater participation of these provinces that face the break in the rise of the long 16th century, the ebb of the years 1620–1680 leading to a more evident depression here than in the areas that are more continental, more undeveloped, fruste. But are not these zones of rural and urban agitation of the 17th century also the provinces in which the religious wars were the most ardent in the preceding century? 344. This is indeed a precious clue and one that fits very well into our overall hypothesis, furthermore one on which both Mausnier and Porchneau agree. Mausnier says, the study of each uprising cannot be separated from research on the local economies and social structures. Why did the rural uprisings occur principally in the West, the Centre, and the Southwest? Would it not be possible to classify towns according to the degree of development of capitalism therein and to examine whether it does not correlate with some constants in the revolts? 345. Porchneau notes that the uprisings of 1623–1648 were preceded by three series in the 16th century. The first two were those of 1520–1550, linked to the Reformation, and those of 1570–1590, during which the popular movements placed their hopes in the Catholic League of which they declared themselves to be partisans. Then, from 1590–1600, there was a last wave which had now become non-religious in format. 346 Indeed, Porchneau argues further that the popular disgust with the religious wars led to the desanctification of authority, which in turn accounts for the great need felt to reassert state authority in the early 17th century. 347. This argument of Porchnai raises once again some questions about the meaning of religious movements and affiliations in early modern Europe, their links to the assertion of national entities and conversely to religious centrifugal forces. We have earlier spoken of Königsberger's treatment of the Huguenots as a French national revolutionary movement. 348. It is certainly within the realm of reasonable speculation that the Huguenots might have consolidated in the south and west of France in a manner parallel to the consolidation of the Calvinists in the north of the Netherlands, which could have resulted in a partition as in the Netherlands. This was certainly a fear at the time. 349. Within the framework of such a perspective, it is not surprising that the Huguenots at one point called upon Catholic Spain for aid. The liquidation of the Huguenots was then part and parcel of the drive to maintain the integrity of France as a state. 350. And Mausnier points out the role that the venality of office played after 1620 in buying off the Calvinist cadres. 351. That the regionalism was more fundamental than the religious schism is clearly indicated in the way in which southern France, the Occitania of old, switched from being a Huguenot stronghold. Henri Aspire speaks of the Reformation finding its strongholds both in Occitania and in the fringes of the ancient Roman Gaul of the 6th century, while Catholicism is essentially northern. 352. But, he notes, when Henry of Navarre becomes king to the detriment of the Occitan cause, then by a singular turnabout, Occitania became sympathetic to the Liges, the only way remaining to it to pursue its difference. 353. Finally, Aspire argues, the Occitans embraced Jansenism in the same nonconformist spirit, a cause that contributed to the maintenance of their rebellious attitude. Humor Franges. 354. Aspire sees this rebelliousness as Occitania's method of resisting the integration into France imposed upon it in the 16th century, achieved and reinforced by the fiscal burdens it was made to bear, and made more unpalatable still by the economic decline of Marseilles and Bordeaux in the 2nd 16th century, not only with regard to Paris, but even in relation to Barcelona and Genoa. Once again layers within layers. 355. Porchnai's description of the uprising in Normandy in 1639 records similar themes. As he traces the story, peasants in Normandy had a heavier seigneurial burden in the 14th and 15th centuries than elsewhere in France. Because of this fact as well as the destructions of the 100 Years' War, peasants fled, thus creating an acute labor shortage, which led to the relatively rapid decline of perpetual leases in favor of term leases more favorable to the peasantry. The price revolution, and France's emerging role in the world economy, led to a setback for the peasant proprietors: higher rents, smaller plots, the partial return to a natural economy, in short, a break on capitalist development. 356. At a time when the English yeoman farmer was benefiting from the enclosures of arable land, his Norman equivalent was losing out. As for the bourgeoisie, Porchnai points to the division between its two segments, the magistrates, tied to local interests, and hence playing with rebellion, and the financiers, firmly tied to the state and hence bent on sustaining the local aristocracy. 357. The rebellion can be seen as discontent with the politics of the centre, which was depriving the Norman peasant proprietor, and local bourgeois, of the benefits of fuller participation in the New World economy. In the West as in Occitania, the monarchy was being viewed as pursuing a French national perspective that was economically regressive. In the name of the traditional, the outer provinces were demanding more not less economic progress. 358. It was no accident then that the Normandy uprising of 1639 was followed by uprisings in Provence, Bretagne, Languedoc, and Poitou. 359. Nor was it an accident that the immediate background of the Normandy uprising was the monarch's unwillingness to relieve the tax burden of Normandy in the wake of the economic difficulties following upon the epidemic of 1632–1633, because, His Majesty being burdened by too heavy expenses cannot relieve his people as he would wish. 360. This he could not do, because the money was being spent on creating the French national entity. Suppose great historical game that France had been a differently shaped geographical entity, covering only the north and west of France with Rouen as the capital. Suppose Occitania had been a separate state from the 13th century on. Might not such a truncated France have found that the national interests of the central state machinery and the commercial interests of the bourgeoisie were somewhat more in harmony one with the other? Might not such a France, seemingly weaker, have been able to do what England did, respond to the emerging world economy by creating an industrial base? Perhaps. But such a France did not exist. The France that did exist was, as we said, neither fish nor fowl, and rent by religio-regional strife. The pressure toward a one-religion state was as powerful in 16th century Europe as the pressure toward a one-party state in 20th century Africa, and for the same reason, the need to combat centrifugal forces. But the price was heavy. For France the price was coming to terms with the aristocracy largely on its terms, the reaction seigneuriale, the feudalization of the bourgeoisie. There was to be no civil war in the 17th century, only the Fronde. The bourgeois revolution would come in 1789, at another epoch, for another purpose, and in some ways too late. In the 17th century, the French administrative bourgeoisie, the noblesse de robe, was constrained to remember that it could not afford the luxury of pursuing its narrow interests too far, since, if it did, the integrity of the state and hence the economic foundation of this administrative bourgeoisie was threatened. The differing roles, not intents, of the monarchies in England and France was in the end a critical factor. One way to look at this is to define the political struggle as one in which the monarchies of the era were trying to erode the privileges of all non-state groups and to observe, as Cooper does, that by and large they succeeded better against the towns, and hence segments of the bourgeoisie, than against the landed classes. 361 Braudel speaks of the towns being held in check or disciplined by the monarchies. 362 In this view, the landed classes were seeking to use the state to aid them to stay out in front in the swift currents of economic expansion. In this perspective, the Frondeurs, though they lost, won, whereas the English aristocracy, though there was a restoration, lost. In the end, Braudel argues, English primacy in the world would be that of London, which constructed England to its requirements, a.s.a. guise, after the peaceful revolution of 1688-363. In the vacillation between the demands of the bourgeoisie and the aristocracy, the monarchies of both England and France moved ever closer to the demands of the aristocracy. The difference was that in England the interests of the commercial bourgeoisie were linked with a strong centre, whereas in France to some extent they were linked to the national periphery. This difference was a consequence of geographical considerations within the framework of the European world economy. One consequence was that, in order to hold an intrinsically more rambunctious bourgeoisie in check, the French monarchy had both to strengthen itself and to buy them off by the venality of office, which in turn diverted them from industrial investment. In England, the aristocracy to survive had to learn the ways of and partially fuse with the bourgeoisie. In France, the pressure was on the bourgeoisie to survive. In France and England, the centre won out against the periphery. But in England, this meant furthering the cause of the national bourgeoisie, whereas in France it was a setback for the bourgeoisie. The English Civil War occurred at the last possible moment. The resurgence of the landed classes in the next 150 years was to be great everywhere, even in England. But there at least the bourgeoisie had one droit de sight. And the landed classes meant less the aristocracy and more the gentry who were in the end bons bourgeois. In France, the bourgeoisie was far too weak in the 17th century to produce a Cromwell. It would not be until 1789 that they would find their interests consonant with those of the state as state. By then, the world economy had evolved and it would be too late for France to achieve primacy within it. 6. The European world economy. Periphery versus external arena. The boundaries of an entity defined in political terms are relatively easy to ascertain. If we want to know the territory covered by the Chinese Empire in the year 1600, we need to consult some archives which tell us of the juridical claims as of that date. To be sure, there will always be marginal regions, where sovereignty is contested by two rival state structures, or one in which the imperial authority can scarcely be perceived as existing de facto, which may lead us to consider the claim to be juridical fiction. But the criteria are fairly straightforward: the combination of asserted authority with some measure, however gross, of effective authority, however thin, will generally give us what we need. But what shall we say of the boundaries of a social system not defined in political terms, of a world economy such as we have been dealing with here? By saying that in the 16th century there was a European world economy, we indicate that the boundaries are less than the Earth as a whole. But how much less? We cannot simply include in it any part of the world with which Europe traded. In 1600 Portugal traded with the Central African Kingdom of Monomotapa as well as with Japan. Yet it would be prima facie hard to argue that either Monomotapa or Japan were part of the European world economy at that time. And yet we argue that Brazil, or at least areas of the coast of Brazil, and the Azores were part of the European world economy. There was a transit trade across Russia between Western Europe and Persia. 1 Yet we argue that Persia was certainly outside this world economy, and so even was Russia. Russia outside, but Poland inside. Hungary inside, but the Ottoman Empire outside. On what basis are these distinctions determined? It is not a question of the simple volume of trade or its composition. Celso Furtado says, apart from gold and silver, little that could be produced in the Americas during the first century of colonization was marketable in Europe. Unlike the East Indies, which produced articles of great value per unit of weight, such as spices, silks, and muslins, the Americas produced nothing that could become the basis of a lucrative trade. 2. Nonetheless, the Americas inside, and the East Indies outside, or at least so we contend. We shall denote this distinction as one between the periphery of a world economy and its external arena. The periphery of a world economy is that geographical sector of it wherein production is primarily of lower-ranking goods, that is, goods whose labor is less well rewarded, but which is an integral part of the overall system of the division of labor, because the commodities involved are essential for daily use. The external arena of a world economy consists of those other world systems with which a given world economy has some kind of trade relationship, based primarily on the exchange of preciosities, what was sometimes called the rich trades. We shall try to demonstrate this distinction primarily by analyzing the differences between Russia and various parts of Eastern Europe and those between the Indian Ocean area and Hispanic America in the 16th century. At first glance, both Russia and Eastern Europe seem to have great similarities. They both seem to experience the rise of large domains engaged in cash crop production and based on coerced labor. Indeed, as Brodel points out, this occurs also in the Ottoman Empire at this time. 3 In both areas, the coercion of the peasants is primarily the result of actions by the state authorities. In both areas, the landlord class seems to emerge from this era greatly strengthened and the bourgeoisie weakened. Furthermore, both areas seem to be affected by the price revolution and to conform to its general parameters with reasonable faithfulness. Yet a closer look will reveal some differences. 4. We shall treat the differences between Russia's relations with Western Europe and Eastern Europe's relations with Western Europe as coming under three principal headings: a difference in the nature of the trade, b. a difference in the strength and role of the state machinery, and c. as a consequence of the two prior points, a difference in the strength and role of the indigenous urban bourgeoisie. The great pre-revolutionary Russian historian, V. Okluchevsky, constructed his history of Russia on the assumption that the principal fundamental factor in Russian history has been migration or colonization, and all other factors have been more or less inseparably connected therewith. 5. To the extent that this is true, it is a phenomenon of the 16th century when, just as the rest of Europe, Russia entered upon a new era of economic growth. 6. It is commonly asserted that the conquest of the Volga Khanate of Kazan in 1552 followed by that of Astrakhan in 1556 was a turning point. 7. In the following century Russia colonized the forest steppe zone to the south, along the Don to the Azov Sea and along the Volga to the Caspian. It also pushed a large part of the way across Siberia. At that same time, the Ukrainians, then under Polish rule, advanced along the Dnieper, all of which would become part of Russia in 1654. The expansion southward and eastward by Russia was an important event in modern world history, and it is important to note that the direction of the expansion is a function of the strength of the regimes in the regions surrounding Russia. As George Vernadsky reminds us, it was at the very time when the Russians were checked and thrown back in the west that they started advancing in the east toward Siberia. 8. Hence, in the case of Russia, Western traders were faced with a country far more immense than Poland or Bohemia or Mecklenburg, and one that was itself clearly an imperial structure. Whereas the external trade of Poland was almost exclusively with Western Europe, Russia traded both westward and eastward, and, as Jerome Bloom says, the eastern trade was probably of more importance to Russia than her commerce with the West. 9. It is not only that the trade eastward was larger in volume, but that it was of such a nature and volume that it tended to create a world economy, or as some writers put it, working in a slightly different theoretical framework, a national market. A. G. Mankoff points to the crucial role of grain production, a concept with which we are already familiar. One cannot speak of the effective development of commercial relations within feudal society before the time when cereals become merchandise, which testifies to a certain level of differentiation between agriculture and crafts, métiers. 10. Let us therefore examine the phenomenon of expanding wheat production, known both in Poland and in Russia in the 15th and 16th centuries. Poland, as we have already argued, is by the 16th century integrated into the European world economy, on whose markets wheat is sold, and for whose markets wheat is grown. As Brodel and Spooner put it, the dominating feature of the end of the 16th century is clearly the fact that Polish wheat is now absorbed into the general pool of European prices. 11. This was crucial both for Poland and for the rest of Europe, for which Poland had become at that time the greatest exporter of cereals. 12. The rise of a Polish wheat exporting economy meant, as we have seen, the rise of large domains with coerced cash crop labor. It meant also the rise of the political strength of the nobility, whose economic interest in removing obstacles to trade matched that of Western European merchants. Their combined efforts maintained Poland as an open economy. 13. How dependent the prosperity of the Polish nobility was on this open trade was clearly illustrated by the economic difficulties provoked by the blockade of the Vistula by Gustavus Adolphus of Sweden between 1626–1629, who sought thereby to cut the nerve of Poland. 14. The fact that cereal export via the Baltic ports had rapidly taken on in Poland proportions such that it dominated the entire economic structure of the country. 15. Is used by Jerzy Topolsky then to explain the devastating effects of 17th-century regression in Poland, effects that varied in different parts of Poland according to the degree to which the local economy was export-oriented. 16. It may be objected that the value of the wheat involved is rather small as a proportion of the total product of the European world economy, but Boris Porchnay replies that it is not the quantities of merchandise exported, not too great in point of fact, which ought to be the object of the attention of scholars, but rather the rate of profit which was shared between the merchant middlemen and the landed proprietors exploiting the labor of the serfs. 17. And Stanislaw Hozowski points out that in the overall inflation of the 16th century, not only did Polish prices start to rise even before those of Western and Central Europe, before the impact of American treasure on prices. 18. But also, within Poland, it was the landed proprietors who obtain, the maximum benefit of the rise in prices, while peasants and the townsmen only by it. 19. The counterpart of this economic squeeze of the peasants was the frequency of peasant revolts. 20. Let us now compare the role of wheat production in Russia at this time. Let us start with Mankoff's assertion about 16th century Russia. One can speak at this time only of an internal cereals market. 21. That is, although almost no wheat is exported, there existed already, in the 16th century, a link between local markets, sometimes very far apart from each other. 22. Thus capitalist agriculture emerged at this time, and in similar forms, both in Poland, and other countries of Eastern Europe, on the one hand, and Russia on the other. But whereas the former produced for an expanding West European market, in Russia, seigneurs produced for the expanding domestic market. 23. Indeed, in the 16th century, special permission was required of the Tsar to ship grain out of the country. 24. The specialization of the 16th century European world economy was being replicated in smaller form within the Russian world economy. The core of the Russian world economy was exporting manufactured goods, metalwares, textile products, leather goods, weapons, and armor, in return for luxury goods, cotton cloth, horses, and sheep. 25 In addition, they re-export Western manufactured goods eastward, though this activity was apparently not of much significance in the 16th century. 26 Russia was feeling the happy effects of being the focal point of an economic community. Furs, salts, hides, and other wares streamed into the older regions from the colonies, creating new wealth and stimulating commercial and industrial activity. 27. But what about Russian trade with the West? Did it not parallel Polish trade? We must be careful not to read back into the 16th century phenomena of the 18th and 19th centuries, by which time a separate Russian world economy had indeed disappeared and Russia had become one more peripheral area of the European world economy. 28. It is true, on first glance, that what was happening in the 16th century was that in her trade with the West, Russia exchanged raw materials and semi-finished goods for manufactured wares. 29 Russia exported various raw materials used for naval stores, flax, hemp, grease, wax, plus furs, and imported luxury articles and metal goods, including munitions. But in neither direction does it seem the trade was critical. For Western Europe, not until the 17th century could it be said that Russia was important as a reservoir of grain and forest products. 30 T.S. Willan sees Russia's chief value for England, the Western country with which Russia traded most in the 16th century, as a source of essential materials for the navy. But he adds, it is a little difficult to say whether the trade was equally valuable for the Russians. Their equivalent for the naval stores exported to England was perhaps the arms and munitions which the company was alleged to be sending to Russia, especially in the 50s and the 60s. 31. Especially in the 50s and the 60s we shall return to that observation. Aitman suggests that the crucial import was not the metal goods but rather silver in form of bullion and of art objects. He offers as verification of this hypothesis the extraordinary accumulation of silver in the churches, monasteries, and palaces as well as important finds of metal bars. 32 If one remembers that a major export was that of furs, then the livery of dignity and wealth. 33 One of the so-called rich trades, we can consider the major portion of Russian Western trade in the 16th century to be an exchange of preciosities, a method of consuming surplus rather than producing it, hence dispensable at moments of contraction, and consequently not central to the functioning of the economic system. This is not to say it was unimportant. Middlemen profited by it. No doubt the state obtained some customs revenue from it. No doubt also it reinforced the system of social prestige accumulation. The point, however, is that if a blockade had occurred equivalent to that of Gustavus Adolphus of the Vistula in 1626, the impact on Russia's internal economy would have been far less than on Poland's. We have been using Poland as our example of a country in the periphery of the European world economy, as opposed to being in the external arena. But Poland was in many ways an extreme case. Would there be any difference if we looked at other countries in the periphery? The answer is there would be some, but it does not seem crucial. For example, in both Bohemia and Hungary, the forced labor of the serfs was not always exclusively in the form of the corvée but sometimes in the form of forced wage labor. 34 Joseph Valka notes that this intermediate form of labor service in Bohemia is linked with the fact that agricultural production is diversified and directed to an internal market. 35 Joseph Petr similarly points out in various of the smaller territories of Central Europe, Bohemia, Silesia, Saxony, Austria, there was less of a tendency for the growth of large estates, and he suggests that we are witnessing the birth of specialization not only between agriculture and industry but within agriculture itself, where however naturally the specialization could not be complete. 36 Malowist points out that agricultural specialization in Denmark parallels that of Eastern Europe, for, during the 16th century, the Danish and Holstein nobility developed an economy based on the labor of serfs, as well as on the trade of agricultural and dairy products, and also on the product of their serfs, whose chances of engaging in commerce were limited to a minimum. 37. But he says that this social process of aristocratic appropriation, which can be seen most clearly in Poland, Brandenburg, Pomerania, Mecklenburg, and Livonia, showed itself more feebly in Denmark. 38. What we can say about these examples is that they show the texture of the European division of labor to be getting more complex already in the 16th century. However, the meaning of a low export ratio for Bohemia, a small country surrounded by the rest of the European world economy, and a similar low ratio for Russia, a large empire on the edge of the European world economy, must have been quite different. Bohemia's freedom of political action was ultimately far smaller, and hence her economic dependence ultimately far greater. This is a case where the analyst must look at absolutes for minima and proportions for maxima. 39. Bohemia had less give in case of a trade cut-off than Russia. Therefore its economic activities had to be developed more consciously within the framework of the needs of the European world economy. Let us now return to the remark of Willan about the 1550s and 1560s. It should be obvious from our exposition thus far that the line between periphery and external arena is fluid, both in the sense that it is hard for an analyst to fix it and in the sense that it shifts easily. One way to look at the history of Russia in this period is to see it as reacting to a tentative attempt of Europe to include it within the world economy. This attempt failed then because Europe's technology and economy was not yet sufficiently strong. Eventually, in a later era, it would succeed. Robert Reynolds states this process somewhat ethnocentrically. As far as we can tell, it was the English who opened a gateway and detonated Russian expansion. England's opening of the northern route in 1553 gave Russia a tremendous market for furs, which stimulated the Cossacks on the frontier and the Stroganovs with their capital and managerial talent to push as fast as possible to the eastward and the northward. Each year they took up new sections for the fur trade, exactly as the French and English fur traders, and then the Americans, pushed farther and farther to the west in North America. With the great market for fur, the possibility was open to buy fine textiles, metal goods, and other things from Western Europe. 40. How did this English thrust into the Russian world fit in with the latter's internal political developments? It is to this picture we must now turn, to see how Russia reacted to bringing it into Europe and how this reaction further differentiated Russia from Eastern Europe. Malowist notes that the grain grown in central Russia was sold in the north and northeast of European Russia and in Siberia. 41. Thus the development of Russian wheat production had facilitated the colonization and conquest of its own very rich territories of the north and east, which in turn furnished immense riches, first of all for the treasure of the Tsars, and later, for the merchants. 42. To appreciate the role of the Russian state, we should recapitulate what we argued in the previous chapter about the role of the state in the core states of Western Europe, proceed to look at the role of the state in the peripheral states of Eastern Europe, and then compare both with the role of the state in Russia. We presented the absolute monarchy as a structure in which the king and his entourage aspired to political primacy with the direct assistance of a patrimonial and venal bureaucracy and mercenary standing armies. On the one hand, the king sought the assistance of favored segments of the urban commercial bourgeoisie who supplied him with money and some political counterweight to the centrifugal tendencies of the old nobility. On the other hand, the king was the pinnacle of the system of traditional social status and was ultimately the protector of the nobility against the corrosive effects of the developing capitalist system. 43. In terms therefore of the two social strata, the old nobility and the commercial urban bourgeoisie, the absolute monarchy was for each a lesser evil, and its strength grew on the basis of their lack of alternatives. For it served them both well by creating the possibility of enabling the country as an entity to get a disproportionate share of the surplus product of the entire European world economy. In the 16th century, we can speak at most of state fiscalism or precocious mercantilism. From about 1650 on, the Western states engaged in a full-scale mercantilist policy designed to strengthen their relative position in the world economy even further. While the 16th century was a period of the rise of state power in Western Europe, it was an era of decline for state power in Eastern Europe, both cause and consequence of the latter's economic position. This is a further instance of the cumulative impact of social changes. As the landed aristocracy of Poland grew stronger through its profitable role in international trade and the indigenous bourgeoisie grew weak, the tax base of the state frittered away, which meant that the king could not afford to maintain an adequate army. 44 The magnates then needed to assure their own protection, but this in turn made for the possibility of private wars. 45 Some of these private armies equaled in size that of the crown. 46 The king became an elected king, and the central legislature, the same, began to turn over much of its authority to local diets. From this point on, disintegration of the state machinery proceeded apace. Janusz Tajbir shows how one step led to the next. From 1,613 decisions concerning taxation were, as a rule, transferred to the local diets. This decentralization of the fiscal system led to a situation in which some districts had to pay bigger taxes than others. The chaos was further deepened when the local diets were entrusted with the voting of taxes even for the defense of the state, 1,640. All this was bound to result in a decline of the revenues of the treasury, which, in turn, rendered payments to the army virtually impossible. The soldiers, who were owed arrears of pay, organized military leagues or confederations which ravaged the country, constituting dangerous centers of political ferment. 47. In Western Europe, royal property grew at the expense of church property, even in Catholic Spain, but not in Poland. During the first impact of the Reformation, some parochial church lands were confiscated by Protestant gentry, but even then the bulk of major church property was untouched. Then the Counter-Reformation triumphed for reasons we have already elucidated. However, because of the very weakness of the state, royal property declined. 48. Similar processes were occurring elsewhere in Eastern Europe. Most people today associate the state of Prussia with two phenomena, the strong state and a strong Junker class. The 16th century precisely saw the rise of a strong Junker class in the areas that would later constitute Prussia. But it was also a century in which the state grew weaker, not stronger. For one thing, the system of estates based on tiny cottage holdings and corvée 49, which grew up in East Albia at this time and was called Gutsherrschaft, replacing the older feudal form called Gutswirtschaft, differed from the older form most markedly, as the very name would indicate, in the internal system of authority. In the new system, as Friedrich Lütke puts it, the estate was something like a small political unit within the state. Its inhabitants were only indirectly subjects of the territorial prince. 52nd, as in Poland, the Hohenzollerns were using their crown estates and even the former church Lands 51 as security for loans, a process which steadily undermined their strength. These measures, taken in extremis by the crown, were extremely beneficial to the Junker class. 52. This process of decline of princely power in Germany continued throughout the 16th century and reached a low point in 1648 with the Peace of Westphalia, which concluded the 30 Years' War, a peace which A.J.P. Taylor argues was not the cause of German decline and weakness, but rather the result. Although peace was imposed by foreign powers, without their intervention matters would have been still worse. The only alternative in 1648 was not less foreign interference but more the continuance of the war until most of Germany was actually partitioned between Sweden, France, and the Habsburgs. 53. The position of Sweden is worth brief attention, as the evolution of Sweden's state machinery approached the model of Western Europe rather than that of the periphery, although it was economically very underdeveloped at this time. It was strong, not because its commerce and industry was strong. Although iron production grew steadily beginning in 1540, 54, it was paradoxically rather that its agriculture was weak, and its aristocrats wished to take hold of the profits of other lands for want of being able to create them on their own. Or, so at least, Maoist argues. It would be worth our while to go over certain aspects of Swedish domination of the Baltic. In fact, the beginnings of Swedish expansion, modest at first, are also to be found in the 15th century. Furthermore, Sweden in the 15th and 16th centuries was economically a very backward country, not only by comparison with Western Europe, but even by comparison with East Germany or Poland. Thus it should be noted that there was nothing in the situation of the Swedish merchants which can explain Sweden's aggression against its neighbors, since these merchants made infinitesimal profit out of Sweden's conquests and even, on occasion, sought to oppose the policy of conquest, considering it to be rather a source of ever-increasing taxation. On the contrary, the group which strongly supported expansion was the aristocracy, the nobility, unable to increase its income, rather small at that time, at the expense of a peasantry that was strong and well organized. And it was precisely to the great lords and the nobility that the conquests and the administration of conquered territories brought important sources of new revenue. 55. And if we ask why the peasantry was so strong, may it not be precisely the fact that Sweden at that time was endowed with an agriculture which could barely supply its own needs, and hence its only real source of immediate wealth was to be something of a parasite living on the weakness of her neighbors, a consequence of the enormous growth in the power of the nobility. 56. Sweden as a mild deviant case thus illustrates the process well. As a peripheral state with a weak bourgeoisie, it was an arena in which the political power of the aristocracy grew with the economic expansion of the 16th century. But the growth of wheat was hindered by the climatic downturn of the time, which affected negatively in particular the Scandinavian countries. 57. The nobility hence needed conquest, and for that they needed a strong, not a weak, state. Once they had the strong state, they would be able in the 17th and 18th centuries to use mercantilism as a lever of industrial advance, and hence be spared the fate of Poland. We are now ready to look at Russia. One key piece of evidence for the hypothesis that Russia was not part of the European world economy is precisely the growth of the absolute monarchy in Russia in a manner that bears substantial parallels to developments in Western Europe and is strikingly different from Eastern Europe. What are the facts? The rise of coerced cash crop labor in 16th century Russia was the product of state intervention in the economy, directly linked to the creation of military benefices called pomstcha, used to reward supporters of the Tsar. In a sense, there is some parallel here to the encomiendas in Hispanic America. Unlike in Hispanic America, however, the system of coerced labor could not be as suddenly introduced because land first had to be expropriated from the old nobility, the boyars, and the monasteries. Nor was there any equivalent to the cacique as an intermediary, except insofar as the Russian Orthodox priest might be considered to play an analogous role in some areas. Rather, legislative enforcement of serfdom came at the end of a process in which the refeudalization had been set in motion by a process of growing peasant debt. V. Oklachevsky describes how this worked. The landlord's loan gave rise to relations wherein the seigneurial peasant had to choose between a definite term of insolvent peasanthood and an indefinite term of slavery, that is, working off the debt in the form of personal labor. Yet this restriction was not a police attachment to the place of domicile, but a mere industrial dependence, through debt, upon an individual, i.e. upon the landowner, under the general civil law of the country. Thus the close of the 16th century saw the peasant's right of removal expire of itself, and without any abrogation by law. The peasant, when bargaining with the landowner for a plot and a loan, of himself, and in perpetuity, renounced, through his tenancy contract, the right of ever, or by any means whatsoever, terminating the obligations which by that contract he assumed. 58. Voluntary enserfment, however, became insufficient in Russia when the military successes of Ivan the Terrible in the middle of the 16th century led to the incorporation of large vacant lands in the southeast of what is today European Russia. To keep the peasant population from running away to these new lands, which meant for the holders of pomstcha losing their manpower and thereby for the government its taxpayers, restrictions on peasant liberty to move were introduced. 59. As Alexander Gerschenkron remarks, the process of enserfment is almost inconceivable without the power of the state. How else could it be achieved in a country so open towards the vast empty space in the south and the east as was the great Russian plain? 60. The active role of the state machinery was hence very closely linked with the fact that Russia was involved in a conquest operation. So of course was Spain. But Spain, because of the bullion, the Italian creditors, and the Habsburg links, was and remained intimately linked with the European world economy. Russia sought to create its own world economy. Nonetheless, the original process of Russian state creation had some parallels to that of Spain. Spain was created as the result of a reconquista of its territory by a Christian crusade against Muslim conquerors from North Africa. Russia was created as a process of overthrowing the Tartar yoke, of reconquering its territory by a Christian crusade against Muslim, or Islamized, invaders from Central Asia. Muscovy's role paralleled that of Castile, and the ally of a common struggle greatly aided Muscovy's triumph. 61. As part of the price of getting the assistance of the traditional warrior class, the boyars, in this reconquest, the Muscovite Tsars had to concede to them a claim to perpetual primacy according to a rank order early in historical time. 62. This system, known as Местничество, was one of those important traditions created by the process of change. In order to balance off this new strength of the aristocracy, Ivan III in the late 15th century created a new system of non-allodial fiefs called pomstcha, which were granted as a prebend in return for military service. The pomstcha were created out of conquered frontier lands, from land confiscated from monasteries and errant boyars, and also from free peasant land. 63. For lack of a reformation, however, the Church was able to fight back, and the existence of two kinds of land tenure, pomstcha, and the old manorial form known as vachina, gave the monasteries a great opening, as owners of vachini began to sell or donate their lands to the Church, especially after 1550, in return for life tenancies. There were religious justifications to be sure, but the key factor seems to be socio-political. 64. It was the creation of new forms of tenure, the pomstcha, not based on traditional reciprocal feudal obligations and often in frontier areas, combined with the fact of territorial expansion and hence the ready availability of land, that led the government down the path of making peasant work and residence obligations increasingly compulsory throughout the 16th century, beginning with the Code of 1497 and culminating in the Assembly Code of 1649.65. Without such restrictions, the peasants would have refused service. The political strength of the Church meant that the state was unable to stem this drain of land out of the taxation system. The only alternative was to increase the taxes on the remaining land, further squeezing the peasants. 66. Since, in addition, peasants were offered more favorable terms on monastic lands, increased taxation served as a further impetus to peasant emigration. This is the background to the question of the 50s and the 60s. The reign of Ivan IV, the Terrible, from 1547–1584 was a critical period in Russian history, for Ivan, by a single-minded concentration on the objective of increasing state authority, crystallized the form of internal social structure that Russia was to know for several centuries to come, while trying to establish the autonomy of the Russian state from the European world economy. As we shall see, he was successful in the latter goal in the short run. Or to put it another way, he held off the wolves at the door long enough to make it certain that when Russia would later be absorbed into the world economy, it came in as a semi-peripheral state, like 17th and 18th century Spain, rather than as a peripheral state, like Poland. Within Russia, the main weapon of the Tsar in increasing state power was by the creation of a patrimonial state machinery, as in Western Europe, linked in the case of Russia even more than in the case of France and England to the redistribution of land rights. One key reform was the abolition of the Kormlini system of regional administration, a system of tax farming prebends, and replacing it with a bureaucracy paid partly in cash and partly by the grant of land. 67. This reform not only created a central bureaucracy, it created at the same time its tax base. 68. This was combined with the creation of local government institutions firmly in the hands of local gentry, whose rise was favored by and part of the expansion of the Tsar's authority. 69. It was at this time, 1556, that military service was firmly linked to the holding of pomstcha, thus giving the Tsar an assurance of a relatively loyal standing army. 70. The growing of pomstcha and hence the growing complexity of supervising the operations of the system led to the creation of a central land office in Moscow for the pomstcha. 71. Meanwhile, externally Ivan IV was pursuing a policy of expansion not only toward the frontier lands in the south, at the time, the Crimea, but in the west toward the Baltic, the so-called Livonian War, which dragged on for 25 years, 1558–1583. Its object was to establish Russia as a Baltic power. It was a long and essentially inconclusive war. 72 Had it been more conclusive, Russia might have been definitively drawn into the European world system at that time. One can understand why expansion westward tempted the Tsar in his capacity as entrepreneur. Unlike the rulers of the various countries of Eastern Europe, the Tsar was in a position to profit directly from the expansion of trade because of the already stronger state machinery. In Poland it was the aristocracy which managed to gain a monopolistic control on the export trade, in Russia it was the Tsar. He reserved these rights for himself and those he favored. 73 Thus foreign trade was of interest to the Tsar not only as a source of customs revenue but as an outlet for the very large amount of goods delivered to him in kind by his peasants. As the city served the medieval feudal lord, so Ivan IV sought to use all of Europe. Since the enterprise was vast, he found it convenient and profitable to enlist the cooperation of a commercial bourgeoisie, both foreign and indigenous, to handle the merchandise. When Polish aristocrats eliminated Polish commercial middlemen, they thereby escaped paying certain taxes on their goods. Thus the state lost revenue and the Polish bourgeoisie declined. When the landlord is the sovereign, any taxes dispensed or saved are simply bookkeeping transactions. Ergo, in Russia, there were no great financial advantages in making the individuals who supervised the transfer of goods members of the firm's staff as opposed to independent entrepreneurs. Since they were the latter to start with, it was easier to let them remain that. Hence, in Russia as in Western Europe, the indigenous commercial bourgeoisie survived, and the state machinery was strengthened at the same time. 74 Had Tsar Ivan IV succeeded, it is not certain that the Russian merchants would have fared quite as well as they anticipated. We shall never know, since when the Livonian War ended in stalemate externally, all that had really been accomplished was to bring to a head an internal social and economic crisis within Russia. In the intrinsically unstable political arenas of the time, lack of continuous success by a state in the international area led to open clashes of interest at home which always bore the risk of disintegration of the state. To counteract this inner turbulence, Ivan IV resorted to strong police measures, the notorious Oprichnina, for which he earned the title of the Terrible. It essentially involved the creation of a special palace guard, with the aid of which the Tsar drastically purged his enemies, especially among the aristocracy. The weapons were two: death and confiscation of property, the latter enabling the Tsar to redistribute land to those whose loyalty he hoped to keep. It was politically successful in that it ended the fear of coup d'état. But, in the opinion of many, it backfired. Bloom, for example, says, "The shock of the Oprichnina, together with the steady drain of the long and unsuccessful Livonian War upon the country's resources, deranged the social and economic structure of the realm. The confiscation of the great landed complexes and their subdivisions into pomstcha did violence to the agricultural system upon which the nation's economy was based, setting back techniques, cutting down on production, and creating new tensions between seigneurs and peasants." 75. Bloom also blames the heavy taxation combined with plagues, crop failure, and invasions for mass flights of peasants. 76. A sharp and sudden inflation between 1575 and 1590 reflected these happenings and accentuated them. A. G. Mankoff, on the basis of his study of Russian price movements in the 16th century, is willing to go so far as to see in the crisis of the years 1580–1590 a generalized crisis of the national economy. 77. A view he asserts he shares with Soviet historical writing generally. 78. Vernadsky argues in a similar vein that the Livonian War was a dreadful error, because Russia had no choice but to continue fighting on the Crimean front, and hence by opting to fight in Livonia, Russia was opting for a two-front war, a policy with disastrous results. 79. This seems to me to miss the crucial point that Russia may equally well have had no choice in Livonia. Vernadsky views the Livonian War as a failure, one in which the Russians were lucky to be able to conclude an armistice with Sweden on August 5, 1583, even though the terms of it were highly unfavorable. 80. Perhaps, alternatively, we could think of it as a gigantic success. Russia was not pulled into the European world economy. Her bourgeoisie and her monarch were spared, at least for the moment, the fate of their Polish counterparts. This is not entirely fanciful. Boris Porchneau analyzes the grand pattern of international relations in Europe in the 16th century as one in which the opponents of the Habsburg Catholic objective of creating a single imperial system sought to encourage the creation of an eastern barrier of states Sweden, Poland, later Poland-Lithuania, and the Ottoman Empire, directed primarily against Central Europe but which also became a barrier isolating, from the rest of Europe, Russia which was becoming ever stronger. 81. As Catholicism regained ground in Poland, however, the state of Poland-Lithuania became an ally of Spain. When, in the years following Ivan IV, the Russian state was rent by internal quarrels culminating in the so-called Time of Troubles, 1610–1613, Poland, secretly supported by the Habsburgs and, for separate motives, Sweden, engaged in an attempt to dismember and subjugate Russia, 82, an attempt which failed. Furthermore, Vernadsky asserts there was also English interest at this time in establishing a protectorship over all or part of Russia. 83. No doubt a major contributing factor to the failure was the existence of the sharp divisions of the 30 Years' War which constantly diverted Russia's immediate enemies into more pressing tasks. But Russia was coming ever nearer to absorption by Europe. Ivan IV's disastrous policies delayed this. See Kluchevsky's description of what was happening at the end of the long 16th century. We see England and Holland helping Tsar Michael 1613–45 to become reconciled to his enemies, Poland and Sweden, for the reason that Muscovy was a valuable market for the former, and also a convenient road to the east to Persia, and even to India. Again, we see the French king proposing to conclude an alliance with Michael, in order to meet the commercial interests of France in the east, where she was the rival both of England and of the Dutch. The empire of Tsar Michael was weaker than the empire of Tsar Ivan IV and Theodore 1584–98, but far less isolated in Europe. 84. Should not the but read and therefore. What Ivan had been seeking was the creation of a Russian empire, not a piece of the European pie. That was to be the objective at a later time of Peter the Great. The third great difference between Russia and Eastern Europe was, as we have indicated, the direct consequence of the different structure and direction of commerce and the differing strengths of the state machinery. In Russia the cities and the indigenous bourgeoisie survived the long 16th century whereas in Eastern Europe they very largely did not. And the land, although for the most part in the same large estate form as developed in Eastern Europe, was in Russia in the hands of new men, sometimes called gentry, sometimes lesser nobility. We have already seen how little relevant this distinction is. These were men descended not from the old boyar class, but drawn from two groups, the dvorian, a sort of court nobility, and the so-called sons of boyars who were in earlier epochs minor and outlying aristocrats. Those boyars who survived were largely non-royal kinsmen of the Tsar. 85. Thus, especially after the time of troubles, when Tsar Michael was able to carry through to their logical conclusion the policies of Ivan IV, a new class of magnates emerged. 86. Eventually the new aristocracy took over all the formal appurtenances of the old. Mestnichestvo was abolished in 1682. The pomstcha became de facto transferable by sale and inheritance, thus vitiating the distinction from the Vocini. 87. The Code of Laws of 1649 lessened considerably the distinction between the two forms of property. 88. And in 1731 the two forms would be legally merged. 89. The rise of new men of course occurred everywhere, certainly in Western Europe as we have seen, in many ways in Eastern Europe as well. But Bloom catches the essential point. The Russian experience differed in one important respect from the rest of Eastern Europe, and resembled that in the West. In the other eastern lands the ascent of the lesser nobility was made possible by the decline in the powers of the sovereigns. In Russia the gentry owed its rise to the increase in the Tsar's power. It was the tail of the kite of the new absolutism. 90. Finally, the contrast between Eastern Europe and Russia is clear in the urban areas. Towns declined more in Eastern Europe, the indigenous urban bourgeoisie declined more and native industry declined more. It was to be sure a relative matter. Russia in comparison to Western Europe may be considered to have declined, relatively if not absolutely. And the decline was not total in Eastern Europe. Yet the evidence seems to indicate a qualitative gap between Eastern Europe and Russia. The difference may have been less in the first 16th century. 91 But as the landed proprietors engaged more and more in direct trade, they pursued openly anti-urban activities in Eastern Europe. 92 With the rise of kinglets in Poland and Gutsherrschaft in East Albia, the prince as landowner found little in his own immediate needs to make him sympathetic to townsmen. 93 And as the towns declined, the nobility grew still stronger. 94 In Russia, Kluchevsky might speak of the extraordinarily slow and painful growth of Russian towns and town industries during the 16th and 17th centuries. 95 But at least it was growth, not decline. Bloom is more positive. He says, the new importance of exchange in economic life in the 16th century was signalized by the re-emergence of the city as a center of industry and commerce and as a market for farm goods and other wares produced in Russia and in foreign lands. Old towns were revivified, new ones established, and some rural settlements, as Novgorod land registers show, began to abandon agriculture for trade and industry. 96. Along with the strength of the towns went the strength of the indigenous commercial bourgeoisie. The local aristocracies not only took over the export trade from the local merchants, depressing them into the role of agents. 97 But shared the import trade with a foreign bourgeoisie. 98 The indigenous bourgeoisie of one country was the foreign bourgeoisie of another. German merchants who could find no place in the economies of East Albia were more than welcome in Poland, and were appropriately grateful politically. 99 Indeed, one might speculate as to whether the later recuperative power of the German bourgeoisie is not due to the fact that they survived in places like Poland and Slovenia. In Russia, on the contrary, though indigenous merchants ran into competition from large landholders, including the monasteries, and most especially the Tsar himself, they nonetheless survived. 101 Factor that helped was that the leading merchants, known as gosti, were allowed to play the double role of agents of the Tsar, both commercial and fiscal, and merchants on their own account. 101 Eventually then they could break away from their connections with the Tsar, even became effective rivals to him. And in the end, private enterprise did carry, in point of fact, a large share of the Russian expansion to the Pacific, though rarely supported by the state, but rather competitive with it. 102. As for the handicrafts industries, these seemed to decline everywhere, largely because the absence of tariff barriers allowed the ever more economical products of Western European industry to outsell the local products. 103 To the extent that local industries survived, as for example lace in Czechia, it was by serving as rural cottage industries for merchant houses outside their area. 104 Still in all, this made some difference as it encouraged a diversification of agriculture and prepared the way for the later industrial development of Bohemia. 105 In Russia, however, because it was its own world economy, some of the accumulated capital went into industrial development. 106 Even in the case of the most important export industry of the European world economy, textiles, where one would have thought the Russian industry would have collapsed before the competition, the local industry retained most of the mass market and even a part of the quality market. 107 We could make a similar analysis of why the Ottoman Empire was not part of the European world economy. 108 It is perhaps more to the point to turn our attention to the issue of the Portuguese Indian Ocean trade and how that differed from the Spanish Atlantic trade. We must begin by dispensing with the myth of the role of the Turks in the rise of the Portuguese Indian Ocean trade. Far from the rise of the Ottoman Empire having led to a closure of the eastern Mediterranean to Western Europe and hence having motivated Portugal's search for the Cape route to Asia, it is now generally recognized both that Portugal's overseas explorations predated the rise of the Ottomans and that the decline of the eastern Mediterranean spice trade predated Portugal's entry into it. Indeed, Libier precisely attributes the Levant's decline not to cultural resistances to modern technology, but to the structural diversion of trade and hence its non-inclusion in the expanding European world economy. The Turks were not active agents in deliberately obstructing the routes. They did not by their notorious indifference and conservatism greatly, if at all on the whole, increase the difficulties of the Oriental traffic. Nor did they make the discovery of new routes imperative. On the contrary, they lost by the discovery of a new and superior route. Had there been no way around Africa, the whole story of the Levant since 1500 might have been very different. In the first place, the Mamluk sultans might have found in their uninterrupted trade sufficient financial support to enable them to resist successfully the attack of the Turks in 1516. But if the Turks had conquered Egypt while the full steam of Oriental trade still ran through it, they must either have been deprived far sooner than was actually the case of the control of these routes, or they would have had to accommodate themselves to the great and increasing trade through their dominions. In the latter case they might have been forced into adopting modern ways, and into adding to their wonderful capacity for territorial unification a parallel scheme of organizing their trade. The shifting of the trade routes was done, not by the Turks, but in their despite and to their disadvantage. 109. We have, in an earlier chapter, sought to explain the complex of forces within Portugal and Spain, which led to the explorations of the 15th century and the overseas trade and empires of the 16th. It is striking when one reflects upon how the economic motivations of the Iberian expansion pointed heavily to Atlantic areas, the Western Hemisphere, though they did not know it, and West Africa, but not to Asia, even though the ideology of the explorations set great stock on the search for a route to the Indies. For example, when Vitorino Magalhães makes a long list of the factors which dominated the early phase of Portuguese expansion, from the lack of gold, to the grain shortage, to land and slaves for sugar production, to the need for fishing areas, there is no mention of pepper or spices or drugs, of silks or porcelain or precious stones, in short, of all that the Portuguese would in fact import from Asia in the 16th century. 110 But in the last quarter of the 15th century, Portuguese interest in the spice trade awakened. 111 And the search for Prester John became linked to this interest in the mind of King John II, for the kingdom of Prester John would serve him as a way station on the route to India, from whence Portuguese captains would bring back those riches heretofore distributed by Venice. 112 And the gold of West Africa plus the pepper and spices of Asia would in fact make up more than half the revenue of the Portuguese state by 1506, with the portion of the Asian trade growing thereafter, constituting thus the underpinning of the imperial economy. 113. Vasco da Gama came, saw, and conquered far more and far faster than Julius Caesar. It is indeed extraordinary that, in a very few years, Portuguese ships completely dominated the extensive trade of the Indian Ocean. What was the structure of this enterprise and how did it come to be so quickly established? The answer to the latter is relatively easy: the technological superiority of the gunship that had been developed in Atlantic Europe in the 2 prior centuries, and to which a crucial technological innovation, the cutting of ports for guns in the actual hulls of the ships as opposed to the superstructure, had been achieved in 1501.114. Was this technological advantage enough to explain Portuguese success, or must we add thereto the belief that Portugal went to Asia in a spirit of determination to succeed, which was stronger than the will of the Asiatic peoples to resist, as George B. Sansom insists? 115 Perhaps, although I tend to feel that cultural qualities, such as a spirit of collective psychology, are the product of very specific social structural conjunctures and do not long outlive their base. In any case, from about 1509, when the Portuguese defeated the Egyptian fleet at Diu, the Portuguese navy held uncontested hegemony. 116 In the Indian Ocean. In addition, during the 16th century, but only until 1570, for the Straits of Malacca, Portuguese traders were to be found not only there but in the China Sea, on the coasts of Africa east and west, in the South Atlantic, in Newfoundland, and of course in Europe. Thus, present everywhere, a Portuguese economy. 117. The Portuguese system of control in Asia was basically very simple: a fleet of 2 squadrons, one to block the Red Sea and one to patrol the western coast of India, a governor-general at Goa and 7 fortresses on the periphery. 118 For commercial purposes they maintained a series of trading posts, feederia, and established 3 great intermediate markets, Malacca, Calicut, and Ormuz, and a subsidiary stop at Aden. 119 The greatest of them was Malacca, which became a giant storehouse and entrepot, located there almost obligatorily because the monsoons forced the sailing ships coming from points east to unload their. 120 This structure was evolved by Portugal's leading figure on the scene, Afonso Albuquerque, who worked it out as a solution to the military dilemmas of the enterprise. 121 By and large the trade was in the hands of the state. 122 And when Portugal's role began to wane in the latter part of the 16th century, the private sector pulled out of the reduced trade entirely because of the increased risk. 123 In a few small areas, the Portuguese exercised direct sovereignty. In several areas, such as Cochin or Ceylon, the local ruler was under Portuguese protection. But in most places, the Portuguese made no pretense at political rule, instead circulating and trading in conformity with the laws, usages, and customs of the states in which they found themselves. 124 As Donald F. Latch puts it, the Europeans at that time were mainly interested in those countries where effective unity and central authority help, ed. to provide stable conditions for trade and a favorable climate for evangelizing. 125 To appreciate why we do not consider the Indian Ocean trading area to be part of the European world economy despite the fact that it was so completely dominated by a European power, we must look successively at the meaning of this dominance for the Asian countries affected, its meaning for Europe, and how it compares with those parts of the Americas under Iberian rule. There seems little doubt that a major element in Portugal's lightning ascendancy, first in the Indian Ocean then in the China Sea, was the vacuum in seaborne trade, as Trevor Roper calls it, that existed at this time in both areas. The vast trade of Asia, of which the long-distance trade with Europe was but a fragment, lay open to the first comers. The Portuguese came and took it, and while the vacuum lasted until Europe overtook them or Asia resisted them, it was their monopoly. 126 The vacuum was not economic but political, for it is central to the understanding of the situation that the Portuguese did not create the trade. They took over a pre-existing trade network, in the hands at that point of time of Muslim merchants, Arabs and Gujaratis, in the Indian Ocean and Wako pirates in the China Sea. 127 The ouster of the Muslim traders, which comes first in time, was by brute force and not by peaceful competition. 128 It was primarily due to politico-naval superiority. 129 The great import from Asia to Lisbon was pepper and spices. Already at the end of the 15th century, before Portugal was in the picture, Europe probably consumed a quarter of Asia's production. 130 And, to meet the increased demand of Europe, Asian production doubled over the course of the century. 131 In return, what Asia principally got from Europe was bullion, silver, and gold. 132 The silver came largely from the Americas and Japan. 133 The gold seems largely to have come at first from West Africa. 134 Then from Southeast Africa, Sumatra, and China. 135 Given Europe's passionate hoarding of bullion, it is strange indeed that this kind of formal imbalance of payments should persist for so long. But if Europe wanted Asia's offerings, it seems that this was the price they had to pay. This points to one fundamental sense in which Asia was not part of the European world economy at this time, since from 1500 to 1800 Europe's relations with Asian states were ordinarily conducted within a framework and on terms established by the Asian nations. Except for those who lived in a few colonial footholds, the Europeans were all there on sufferance. 136 And this despite Europe's military superiority. For we must remember that this military superiority was only a naval superiority. 137 From an Asian point of view, the Portuguese traders differed in one fundamental respect from those that had preceded them historically. The buyers were not merchants, private entrepreneurs, but a formidable naval power, acting, in the name of a foreign state, on behalf of its merchants and itself. 138 This meant that trade relations, indeed prices, were fixed by treaties recognized under international law. But states had to deal with states. And it took the Portuguese a while to accustom themselves to the high level of state dignity they encountered. 139 Initially, the Portuguese were willing to make the enormous profits that seizures would bring, but after 10 short years, they realized this was a very short-sighted policy. 140 They turned instead to becoming the arbiters of and intermediaries for intra-Asian trade, the profits from which they used to capitalize the Cape Route trade, bringing both spices and bullion to Portugal. It was, as Godinho says, a grandiose dream, an enterprise beyond her possibilities. Dimsure. 141 They sacrificed the bullion, and more, for the spices, but they did achieve a centralized intra-Asian trade, and that was something quite new in Asia. 142 Translated into terms of the European world economy, the Portuguese role as middlemen meant that a good deal of European imports derived from invisible exports of shipping and commercial services. 143 The degree to which intra-Asian trade was central to the economics of Portuguese involvement in Asia is highlighted by the fact that it was only after 75 years, in 1578, that the first non-stop express ship, Uncarrier de Droitcher, went from Lisbon to Malacca. 144. Thus, for Asia, Portuguese traders meant two things: Asian traders had to deal with a state as the agent for traders, and intra-Asian trade was rationalized. Yet J.C. Vandler does not think this adds up to enough to warrant the designation of social change. The Portuguese colonial regime did not introduce a single new economic element into the commerce of southern Asia. The Portuguese regime only introduced a non-intensive drain on the existing structure of shipping and trade. The next period, that of the Dutch, would in its time organize a new system of foreign trade and foreign shipping. It would call into life trenchant colonial relationships, and it would create new economic forms in Europe, not perhaps as a direct result but rather as a parallel development bolstered by the system. The international Asian character of trade was maintained, while the political independence of the Oriental states remained practically uninfringed upon by European influence. The great intra-Asian trade route retained its full significance. 145. The literature tends to support Vandler's assessment. 146 The Portuguese arrived and found a flourishing world economy. They organized it a little better and took some goods home as a reward for their efforts. The social organization of the economy as well as the political superstructures remained largely untouched. The major change occurs in the production of pepper, the only spice which gave rise to mass production. 147 But the technology of pepper is so simple that it required very little labor to expand production by more extensive production, for pepper has an important quality: once planted, it does not need to be cared for. 148 Hence, a century of Portuguese dominance meant for most of Asia principally that Portuguese rather than Arabs made the profit. The Indian historian K. M. Panikkar sums up this perspective by saying, "It made no difference to Indian rulers whether their merchants sold their goods to the Portuguese or to the Arabs. In fact, the Portuguese had an advantage in that they were able to sell to Indian rulers arms and equipment that they required. So far as the Indian merchants were concerned, very soon they worked out a system of permits by which they were able to carry on their trade without the competition of Arab merchants, and in that sense the Portuguese monopoly may be said to have helped them. 149. This is why, despite the fact that the enterprises of the Portuguese kings combined monopolies of protection, of transportation, and of products transported, 150 Charles Boxer can call Portuguese maritime dominance an inherently brittle superstructure. 151 Asia, or even Indian Ocean border regions, did not become part of the European world economy in the 16th century. Asia was an external arena with which Europe traded, on somewhat unequal terms to be sure. That is to say, elements of monopoly imposed by force intruded on the market operations. There was, in Chaunu's phrase, a thalassocratic conquista. 152 by Portugal. But Asia's inner life remained basically unchanged by the contact. Surely it would be hard to argue that Asian primary production was an integral part of this time of the European division of labor. Further evidence can be found if we look at the impact of Portuguese Asian trade on Europe. Europe did not conquer Asia in the 16th century because she could not. Her military advantage was only at sea. 153 On land she was still retreating in the face of Ottoman attack. 154 And this military balance would only change with the Industrial Revolution. 155 What Asia provided for Europe at this time was luxuries. Now luxuries are important and not to be sneered at, but they take second place to food, grain, cattle, fish, sugar, and the manpower needed to raise them. They took second place also to bullion, not hoarded bullion but bullion as money, although it was only magic that bullion could be used as money, the magic lying in the possibility of its eventual use as a commodity, if need be. Compared to food and even to bullion, a world economy can adjust relatively easily to the shifts in luxury supply. Pepper, it may be argued, was not quite a luxury, nor even spices, for they were essential to the preservation of food and as medicine. 156 Once again, it was a matter of degree. The food that was preserved was largely meat, not quite a luxury but not quite destined either for those on subsistence diets. Likewise the medicines. 157 Of course, as Chaunu argues, with a rising standard of living in Europe and a changing balance of power in the world, pepper was becoming less of a luxury. The question, I suppose, is how much less? When does pepper first appear in West? Traditionally one points to several turning points. Jalons. The first of them are the contacts between East and West in the 12th and 13th centuries in the Mediterranean, at the time of the Crusades. To tell the truth, two factors must be taken into account. The rise of the consumption of pepper must certainly be tied to the increase in the 14th and 15th centuries of meat consumption, a phenomenon that has been clearly established. Much more lasting, however, the development of consumption patterns involving far-off and costly products seems to me inseparable from the shift in the power situation from the 12th and 13th centuries. The spices procured in the conditions of the 13th century constituted a luxury. To get them required developing that power which would permit Western Christianity to develop slowly its potential le lent décollement de ses moyens. This power allowed the West to come to have one after the other those various stimulants to the taste buds and the nervous system that Latin Christianity had been less clever in producing than Oriental civilizations. 158. In any case, to the extent that pepper was not a luxury but a semi-necessity, it was precisely the malaget of West Africa, not Asian products, which was the most important in quantity, if not in price. 159. There is of course no question that the Asian trade was profitable to Portugal. That after all was the point of it. Godinho spends 25 pages evaluating this. One example, perhaps spectacular, will suffice. The merchandise which returned was evaluated in 1512 by Albuquerque as 8 times the worth in Portuguese currency of that sent out. 160 It is easy to see therefore why pepper was the most notable speculative commodity of the 16th and 17th centuries, attracting the attention of the greatest merchants and capitalists of the age. 161 The divisibility and durability of pepper, as well as its profit margin, rendered it an excellent object for speculation. 162. This speculation was not simply that of the capitalists as individual entrepreneurs. It was preeminently that of the Portuguese state which sought to increase national wealth by the use of military power. In the formulation of Frederick Lane. 163 We shall consider below the costs of this policy. It is pertinent however at this point to insert Lane's evaluation of this collective speculation. In the long run of 50 or 100 years, a more peaceful policy, fostering a greater development of the Eastern trade, might have made the nation richer. Although the conquest of India increased Portuguese national income for a time, it was followed by a decrease later in the productivity of the nation's labor. It does not therefore supply a clear case of success in using armed force to increase the nation's prosperity. 164. But could Portugal have pursued a more peaceful policy? This is doubtful, partly as Lane himself suggests, because of the kind of capital and labor that existed in Portugal in 1500.165. Nonetheless, the discussion on profitability makes clear the limitations to profit by trade in an external arena. The profits, when all is said and done, are those of plunder. And plunder is over time self-defeating, whereas exploitation within the framework of a single world economy is self-reinforcing. Perhaps this will be clearer if we now seek to compare systematically Iberia in Asia and Iberia in the Americas. A word should be said first about the relations of Portugal and Spain. The Papal Bull, Inter Coetera, in its second version of June 1493 drew a famous line, supposedly allocating various parts of the non-European world to the care of Portugal and Spain for the purposes of evangelization. 166 For the Atlantic regions, This came to mean that Portugal's sovereignty was recognized over Brazil and the Atlantic non-Caribbean islands, but that of Spain over the bulk of the continent. Presumably Asia was allotted to Portugal. But Magellan convinced Charles V to reinterpret the map, it being difficult in the 16th century to estimate longitudes, and he laid claim on behalf of the Spanish crown to the Philippines in 1520-167, which however was not in fact occupied until 1564. Indeed, it is only when Portugal begins to falter as a source of pepper supply because of the revival of Venice's role that Spain sends her expedition to the Philippines in search of pepper, there and in China. 168. Thus we have a largely Hispanic role in the Americas with a Portuguese corner, and a largely Portuguese role in Asia with a Spanish corner. It is striking how Iberian policy was roughly similar in both areas. For in the 16th century, Iberia establishes colonies in the Americas, but trading posts in Asia. 169. We have already written of Spanish policy in the Americas and Portuguese policy in Asia. It is noteworthy that each sought to generalize from its dominant experience to the other area, but, realizing its error, each came to adapt itself to the requirements of the area. The Portuguese sought to limit their involvement in Brazil to an entrepot arrangement, but were forced to colonize it as a preemptive measure as of 1530.170. Similarly, the Spaniards sought to utilize an encomienda system in the Philippines, but the international commerce was insufficient to sustain the costs and they reverted to the Portuguese pattern. The trade of Manila thus settled down to a straight exchange of silver from New Spain against Chinese wares. 171. The reasons for the two different policies seem to be, as we have already hinted, twofold. On the one hand, the rewards of American colonization were in some sense greater. On the other hand, the difficulties of colonizing Asia were much greater. The combination of the two meant that the Americas became the periphery of the European world economy in the 16th century while Asia remained an external arena. By rewards we do not mean short-run profit, although even here the Americas seem to do better than Asia by about 50%. 172, but long-run profits in terms of opportunity costs. The Asian trade was an import trade, especially that part of it which bypassed the Levant. 173. Indeed, one of the reasons Spain eventually gave up the Manila galleon was precisely opposition at home to the bullion drain it represented. 174. To be sure, this is not, as we have indicated, without some exceptions. It seems, for example, that Indian teak forests were to some extent incorporated into the European world economy as suppliers of timber for ships built in dockyards at Goa. 175. But this is minor compared to the harvest of bullion, wood, leather, and sugar from the New World, which evolved during the century from a gathering technique to a stable form of production using cheap labor and European supervision. 176, and thus transformed the social structure of the areas involved, incorporating them into the European world economy. 177. It is only when Europe had no choice, could not get a product within the framework of its own world economy, that it went to the outside arena to get it at higher cost. Take for example silk. Woodrow Borah has described the reasons for the collapse of Mexican raw silk production in the late 16th century. 178. It is just then, as Shaunu points out, that we have the apogee of the galleon trade, the massive, brusque and ephemeral arrival of Chinese silk on the Indies market. 179. Of course, when the Spaniards have no more American silver to offer the Chinese, they cannot buy the silk and the Manila galleon trade collapses about 1640.180. As a general rule, the geographical bounds of a world economy are a matter of equilibrium. The dynamics of forces at the core may lead to an expansionist pressure, as we saw happened in Europe in the 15th century. The system expands outward until it reaches the point where the loss is greater than the gain. One factor is of course distance, a function of the state of the technology. Early on, we mentioned the concept of a 60-day world. There are many ways of estimating time. Compare Shaunu's description of time from Iberia to the Americas, and time from Iberia to Asia. Of the first he says, outward passage 1 month, return 6 weeks, round trip including loadings and unloadings, in an annual cycle including everything between the winter dead periods. 181. Of the other he says, At the point of maximum distance, let us say the Seville-Manila axis as of 1565, the universe born of the long transformation of the 15th and 16th centuries is a 5-year universe. That is, 5 years is the average time necessary for a round trip from Spain to the Philippines. 182. Clearly the difference was considerable. But the resistance of distance was compounded by the resistance of established authority. The Americas were easily conquered. Even the structured states, like the Aztecs and the Incas, were no match for European arms. Asia was another matter altogether. Neither Portugal, nor even its 17th-century successors, were able to summon the firepower to make significant land conquests. For lack of this, they could not establish a system, as in the Americas or Eastern Europe, where a little force permits a large expropriation of surplus. On the contrary, it required a lot of force, the Portuguese against their maritime rivals, to achieve the acquisition of a lesser amount of surplus, because the local rulers could insist on a far larger percentage. One way to look at this is to estimate the profitability of alternative uses of force. Frederick Lane conceptualizes it thus. I venture to propose as a hypothesis that the colonial enterprises which used force to plunder and to prevent the trade of rivals, for example, the Portuguese in Asia, were in general subject to diminishing returns, but that many enterprises using force to create protection against the destruction or seizure of its capital and the disruption of its labor force, including many that imposed forced labor, for example, the Portuguese in Brazil, enjoyed the advantage of increasing returns. 183. Handling oneself in the periphery and in the external arena are different skills. It is only in the periphery that the economically more powerful group is able to reinforce its position by cultural domination as well. The Portuguese understood this far better than the Spanish. The latter took Christian evangelization as a greater priority than did the Portuguese, who were more sensitive to the limits of their power in this great Christian-Muslim encounter in 16th-century Asia. Chaunu points out that the Spanish put great effort into stopping Muslim penetration of the Philippines. They succeeded to some extent, but they paid an economic price, this deep-seated hostility to Islam, this inability to make deals with the Muslim princelets of the Moluccas. Is this not the true explanation, far more than Portuguese hostility, why the Spaniards in the Philippines could not make a success of the spice trade? 184. Compare this with the Portuguese decision in the Congo, where first they played with evangelization, colonization, even cash crop agriculture, then later realized the costs were too high and retreated to an entrepot relationship in which they sought primarily slaves and ivory. 185. In Asia, the Portuguese dominance of the Indian Ocean and the Straits of Malacca faced increasing challenge as the long 16th century went on. From the Arabs come Venice, the old Levant route, from the rising stars of northwest Europe, England and Holland, and from resurgent indigenous forces in Asia. In an earlier chapter, we already treated the revival of the Eastern Mediterranean in the 16th century. Thus, let us merely briefly review the matter here. To cut off the Levant required a costly blockade. The core of the matter was that the Portugal was not rich enough to maintain this vast network, its fortresses, its costly squadrons, its functionaries. 186. By the 1530s, the Turks were once again able to land in the Persian Gulf, and from that point on the Portuguese share of the trade declines. 187. By 1560, Alexandria was exporting as much spices to Europe as in the late 15th century. 188. Though, to be sure, it was proportionately less. The Portuguese furthermore were unwilling or unable to lower their prices to meet Venetian competition. 189. And of course we are only referring to the pepper trade, since the trade in drugs seems at no point to have become a Portuguese monopoly. 190. Indeed, Portuguese decline is to be measured by the fact that eventually, after 1580, they sought for a cut in the Venetian trade itself. 191. The decline of Portugal was therefore very real. Godinho warns us not to go to the other extreme and see a rosy picture for Venice in its upswing. 192. A view we have already had occasion to expound. For Venice could not pick up all that Portugal dropped. An even more effective rival was Northwest Europe. We should not forget that when the crowns of Spain and France both declared bankruptcy in 1557, the Portuguese crown followed suit in 1560. We shall not review the reasons for the rise of Holland and England. But we should take note of one crucial factor in the spice trade, which is that there were in fact two spice trades, often called the Asian contract, and the European contract. That is to say, there were profits on the spices brought from Asia to Lisbon, or Venice or later Amsterdam, and there were profits on these same spices as they were resold to their ultimate European consumers, who were principally to be found in Northern Europe. 193. The Portuguese did not have the network to sell the pepper in Europe, especially after the decline of Antwerp, with whom they had had close relations. Chaunu says of Portugal in 1585. Cut off from the north, the King of Spain, who rules in Lisbon since 1580, offers in vain the contract of Europe. Italy is not strong enough nest pa du taya. No one in Spain can dream of it. He must substitute for Antwerp all the strength of German capitalism, that of the Welsers and the Fuggers. How can it be said more clearly? The contract of Europe in the end takes priority over the contract of Asia. 194. But the Welsers and the Fuggers, in turn, are not strong enough to stand up to the English and the Dutch. 195 And the rise of the Dutch is in fact the final blow to Venice, because Amsterdam, more efficient than Lisbon, breaks the neck of the old Mediterranean commerce. 196. The Dutch, and English, not only had advantages in Europe. Their naval superiority in the Indian Ocean had an extra financial advantage. They could make profits not only from the trade but from plundering Portuguese ships as well. 197 Even so, the Dutch, and English, did not yet intrude a new element on the Asian scene. They continued the Portuguese role of middlemen. 198. This brings us then to what is happening in Asia. As the Portuguese collapse, some control is recovered by Asian rulers. For example, from 1570 on in the Straits of Malacca, the Javanese take over the spice trade, at least until the intrusion of the Dutch in 1596. 199 For a while the Portuguese compensated for this by their new monopoly of carrying trade between China and Japan. 200 But as the Japanese came to overcome internal anarchy, they no longer needed the Portuguese. Originally the Ming emperors had forbidden the Japanese to trade because of anger at the Wako pirates. Once the Wako were under control, direct trading was once again possible. Furthermore, now the Dutch and English came on the scene with no kind words for Spain, Portugal. The Japanese grew uncomfortable with the Jesuits, and it was possible now for Japan to withdraw from the world, especially since indigenous manufacturers were eliminating the need for Chinese silk. 201. It is perhaps the case that Japan's withdrawal was occasioned by the evangelistic over-aggressiveness of the Christian Church, as C.R. Boxer asserts. 2021 One has to take seriously an hypothesis which comes from Boxer, whose breadth of knowledge and historical judgment command respect. However, there is little concrete empirical evidence presented by him to back up this judgment. Might they not have withdrawn in any case, given their growing internal strength and the thinness of the links they had to any world economy? Portuguese citizens themselves drew the lesson of the decline of the entrepot boom. They began to cut themselves off from the home country, and adjust to survival in Asia. They became, in economic terms, largely Asians of European extraction, though less so in political terms and doubtless not at all in cultural terms. J. B. Harrison describes the ever-increasing military and political autonomy of the Estado de India in the course of the 16th century, a process that went along with the growing importance for the Portuguese of the intra-Asian trade. 203 With the growing conflict of interests between the Portuguese at home and in India. The Portuguese encrust themselves into the worlds of the Orient, installing themselves everywhere as casados, literally, those who maintain a household, fit themselves into local or regional interests, give themselves over to local or inter-regional operations. 204. When Spain absorbs Portugal in 1580, this accentuates the process further. The local Portuguese do not wish to cut the Castilians into their market, and the King of Spain has not got the strength to force them. 205 But this means that instead of edging into the status of a peripheral area, a century of Iberian involvement pushed Asia further away. It would not be until a century or so later that Europe would be strong enough to begin to incorporate these regions. 7. Theoretical reprise. Theorizing is not an activity separate from the analysis of empirical data. Analyses can only be made in terms of theoretical schema and propositions. On the other hand, analyses of events or processes must include as a starting point a whole series of specific values of certain of the variables, on the basis of which one can explain how the final outcomes were arrived at. In order to convey the historical explanation with clarity, it is often the case that one has to assume or glide over the exposition of the formal interrelations between variables. Consequently, it often makes sense to review the material a second time more briefly and abstractly at the conclusion. No doubt this should be useful to the reader. But it is even more important for the author, enforcing a degree of rigor in the analysis whose absence might readily pass unnoticed amidst the complexity of detail. The empirical material treated thus far has surely been complex indeed, far more complex than it was possible to portray. Hence, I propose to review what I have been arguing in this book. In order to describe the origins and initial workings of a world system, I have had to argue a certain conception of a world system. A world system is a social system, one that has boundaries, structures, member groups, rules of legitimation, and coherence. Its life is made up of the conflicting forces which hold it together by tension, and tear it apart as each group seeks eternally to remold it to its advantage. It has the characteristics of an organism, in that it has a lifespan over which its characteristics change in some respects and remain stable in others. One can define its structures as being at different times strong or weak in terms of the internal logic of its functioning. What characterizes a social system in my view is the fact that life within it is largely self-contained, and that the dynamics of its development are largely internal. The reader may feel that the use of the term largely is a case of academic weaseling. I admit I cannot quantify it. Probably no one ever will be able to do so, as the definition is based on a counterfactual hypothesis. If the system, for any reason, were to be cut off from all external forces, which virtually never happens, the definition implies that the system would continue to function substantially in the same manner. Again, of course, substantially is difficult to convert into hard operational criteria. Nonetheless, the point is an important one, and key to many parts of the empirical analyses of this book. Perhaps we should think of self-containment as a theoretical absolute, a sort of social vacuum, rarely visible and even more implausible to create artificially, but still and all a socially real asymptote, the distance from which is somehow measurable. Using such a criterion, it is contended here that most entities usually described as social systems, tribes, communities, nation-states are not in fact total systems. Indeed, on the contrary, we are arguing that the only real social systems are, on the one hand, those relatively small, highly autonomous subsistence economies not part of some regular tribute-demanding system and, on the other hand, world systems. These latter are to be sure distinguished from the former because they are relatively large, that is, they are in common parlance worlds. More precisely, however, they are defined by the fact that their self-containment as an economic material entity is based on extensive division of labor and that they contain within them a multiplicity of cultures. It is further argued that thus far there have only existed two varieties of such world systems: world empires, in which there is a single political system over most of the area, however attenuated the degree of its effective control, and those systems in which such a single political system does not exist over all, or virtually all, of the space. For convenience and for want of a better term, we are using the term world economy to describe the latter. Finally, we have argued that prior to the modern era, world economies were highly unstable structures which tended either to be converted into empires or to disintegrate. It is the peculiarity of the modern world system that a world economy has survived for 500 years and yet has not come to be transformed into a world empire, a peculiarity that is the secret of its strength. This peculiarity is the political side of the form of economic organization called capitalism. Capitalism has been able to flourish precisely because the world economy has had within its bounds not one but a multiplicity of political systems. I am not here arguing the classic case of capitalist ideology that capitalism is a system based on the non-interference of the state in economic affairs. Quite the contrary. Capitalism is based on the constant absorption of economic loss by political entities, while economic gain is distributed to private hands. What I am arguing rather is that capitalism as an economic mode is based on the fact that the economic factors operate within an arena larger than that which any political entity can totally control. This gives capitalists a freedom of maneuver that is structurally based. It has made possible the constant economic expansion of the world system, albeit a very skewed distribution of its rewards. The only alternative world system that could maintain a high level of productivity and change the system of distribution would involve the reintegration of the levels of political and economic decision-making. This would constitute a third possible form of world system, a socialist world government. This is not a form that presently exists, and it was not even remotely conceivable in the 16th century. The historical reasons why the European world economy came into existence in the 16th century and resisted attempts to transform it into an empire have been expounded at length. We shall not review them here. It should however be noted that the size of a world economy is a function of the state of technology, and in particular of the possibilities of transport and communication within its bounds. Since this is a constantly changing phenomenon, not always for the better, the boundaries of a world economy are ever fluid. We have defined a world system as one in which there is extensive division of labor. This division is not merely functional, that is, occupational, but geographical. That is to say, the range of economic tasks is not evenly distributed throughout the world system. In part this is the consequence of ecological considerations, to be sure. But for the most part, it is a function of the social organization of work, one which magnifies and legitimizes the ability of some groups within the system to exploit the labor of others, that is, to receive a larger share of the surplus. While, in an empire, the political structure tends to link culture with occupation, in a world economy the political structure tends to link culture with spatial location. The reason is that in a world economy the first point of political pressure available to groups is the local, national, state structure. Cultural homogenization tends to serve the interests of key groups and the pressures build up to create cultural national identities. This is particularly the case in the advantaged areas of the world economy, what we have called the core states. In such states, the creation of a strong state machinery coupled with a national culture, a phenomenon often referred to as integration, serves both as a mechanism to protect disparities that have arisen within the world system, and as an ideological mask and justification for the maintenance of these disparities. World economies then are divided into core states and peripheral areas. I do not say peripheral states because one characteristic of a peripheral area is that the indigenous state is weak, ranging from its non-existence, that is, a colonial situation, to one with a low degree of autonomy, that is, a neo-colonial situation. There are also semi-peripheral areas which are in between the core and the periphery on a series of dimensions, such as the complexity of economic activities, strength of the state machinery, cultural integrity, etc. Some of these areas had been core areas of earlier versions of a given world economy. Some had been peripheral areas that were later promoted, so to speak, as a result of the changing geopolitics of an expanding world economy. The semi-periphery, however, is not an artifice of statistical cutting points, nor is it a residual category. The semi-periphery is a necessary structural element in a world economy. These areas play a role parallel to that played, mutatis mutandis, by middle trading groups in an empire. They are collection points of vital skills that are often politically unpopular. These middle areas, like middle groups in an empire, partially deflect the political pressures which groups primarily located in peripheral areas might otherwise direct against core states and the groups which operate within and through their state machineries. On the other hand, the interests primarily located in the semi-periphery are located outside the political arena of the core states, and find it difficult to pursue the ends in political coalitions that might be open to them were they in the same political arena. The division of a world economy involves a hierarchy of occupational tasks, in which tasks requiring higher levels of skill and greater capitalization are reserved for higher-ranking areas. Since a capitalist world economy essentially rewards accumulated capital, including human capital, at a higher rate than raw labor power, the geographical maldistribution of these occupational skills involves a strong trend toward self-maintenance. The forces of the marketplace reinforce them rather than undermine them. And the absence of a central political mechanism for the world economy makes it very difficult to intrude counteracting forces to the maldistribution of rewards. Hence, the ongoing process of a world economy tends to expand the economic and social gaps among its varying areas in the very process of its development. One factor that tends to mask this fact is that the process of development of a world economy brings about technological advances which make it possible to expand the boundaries of a world economy. In this case, particular regions of the world may change their structural role in the world economy, to their advantage, even though the disparity of reward between different sectors of the world economy as a whole may be simultaneously widening. It is in order to observe this crucial phenomenon clearly that we have insisted on the distinction between a peripheral area of a given world economy and the external arena of the world economy. The external arena of one century often becomes the periphery of the next or its semi-periphery. But then two core states can become semi-peripheral and semi-peripheral ones peripheral. While the advantages of the core states have not ceased to expand throughout the history of the modern world system, the ability of a particular state to remain in the core sector is not beyond challenge. The hounds are ever to the hares for the position of top dog. Indeed, it may well be that in this kind of system it is not structurally possible to avoid, over a long period of historical time, a circulation of the elites in the sense that the particular country that is dominant at a given time tends to be replaced in this role sooner or later by another country. We have insisted that the modern world economy is, and only can be, a capitalist world economy. It is for this reason that we have rejected the appellation of feudalism for the various forms of capitalist agriculture based on coerced labor which grow up in a world economy. Furthermore, although this has not been discussed in this volume, it is for this same reason that we will, in future volumes, regard with great circumspection and prudence the claim that there exist in the 20th century socialist national economies within the framework of the world economy, as opposed to socialist movements controlling certain state machineries within the world economy. If world systems are the only real social systems, other than truly isolated subsistence economies, then it must follow that the emergence, consolidation, and political roles of classes and status groups must be appreciated as elements of this world system. And in turn it follows that one of the key elements in analyzing a class or a status group is not only the state of its self-consciousness but the geographical scope of its self-definition. Classes always exist potentially, and sich. The issue is under what conditions they become class-conscious, for sich, that is, operate as a group in the politico-economic arenas and even to some extent as a cultural entity. Such self-consciousness is a function of conflict situations. But for upper strata open conflict, and hence overt consciousness, is always faute de mieux. To the extent that class boundaries are not made explicit, to that extent it is more likely that privileges be maintained. Since in conflict situations, multiple factions tend to reduce to two by virtue of the forging of alliances, it is by definition not possible to have three or more, conscious, classes. There obviously can be a multitude of occupational interest groups which may organize themselves to operate within the social structure. But such groups are really one variety of status groups, and indeed often overlap heavily with other kinds of status groups such as those defined by ethnic, linguistic, or religious criteria. To say that there cannot be three or more classes is not, however, to say that there are always two. There may be none, though this is rare and transitional. There may be one, and this is most common. There may be two, and this is most explosive. We say there may be only one class, although we have also said that classes only actually exist in conflict situations, and conflicts presume two sides. There is no contradiction here. For a conflict may be defined as being between one class, which conceives of itself as the universal class, and all the other strata. This has in fact been the usual situation in the modern world system. The capitalist class, the bourgeoisie, has claimed to be the universal class and sought to organize political life to pursue its objectives against two opponents. On the one hand, there were those who spoke for the maintenance of traditional rank distinctions despite the fact that these ranks might have lost their original correlation with economic function. Such elements preferred to define the social structure as a non-class structure. It was to counter this ideology that the bourgeoisie came to operate as a class conscious of itself. But the bourgeoisie had another opponent, the workers. Whenever the workers became conscious of themselves as a class, which was not too frequently in the 16th century, they defined the situation as a polarized two-class situation. In such circumstances, the bourgeoisie found itself in a deep tactical dilemma. To the extent that they maintained their own class consciousness, they abetted by this fact workers' class consciousness, and thereby risked undermining their own political position. To the extent that, in order to deal with this problem, they muted their class consciousness, they risked weakening their position vis-à-vis the tenets of traditional high rank. The process of the crystallization of class consciousness of a bourgeoisie, thinking of itself as a universal class, drawing its members from all social ranks, has been illustrated in our discussions of the emergence of the gentry as a social category in Tudor England or the rise of the burghers in the northern Netherlands. One of the ways they supported their claim to be a universal class was by the development of national sentiment, which gave a cultural veneer to their claim. The deep dilemma of a bourgeoisie trapped by insurrection on the left, so to speak, and fearing an alliance between its two sets of opponents taking the form of regionalist claims, has been illustrated in our discussions of France in the 16th century. The bourgeoisie there opted for temporary retreat. They perhaps had no viable alternative. But this retreat was to have its long-term consequences in the later social radicalism of the French Revolution, however momentary, and in the long-run lag in economic development of France behind England. Our examples here are of bourgeoisies that became conscious, but conscious within the bounds of a nation-state. This was clearly not the only choice. They could have become conscious of themselves as a world class. And many groups pushed for such a definition. On the one hand, there were the various communities of international merchant bankers. On the other hand, there were the many sets of capitalist farmers in the peripheral areas. In the heyday of Charles V, there were many in the Low Countries, in southern Germany, in northern Italy and elsewhere who tied their hopes to the imperial aspirations of the Habsburgs, some prudentially keeping a foot in the door of the Valois as well. If these groups remained a social stratum and did not yet form a conscious class, they were moving in that direction, and it seemed only a matter of time. But with the failure of empire, the bourgeoisies of Europe realized that their economic and social future was tied to the core states. And those who, by virtue of their ethnic religious affiliations, could turn to the national state as their arena of political operation did so. As for the capitalist farmers of the periphery, they would gladly have thought of themselves as part of an international gentry class. They willingly sacrificed local cultural roots for participation in world cultures. But to constitute an international class, they needed the cooperation of the capitalist strata of the core states, and this was not to be forthcoming. So increasingly these peripheral capitalist farmers became the antiquated and snobbish Spanish-American hacendados or East European nobility of later centuries, retreating from potential international class consciousness into local status solidarities which served well the interests of Western European bourgeoisies. Geographic concentration of particular economic activities serves as a continuing pressure to status group formation. When the local dominant strata are threatened by any incipient class consciousness of lower strata, emphasis on local culture serves well to deflect local internal conflict, creating instead local solidarity against the outside. If, in addition, these local dominant strata feel themselves oppressed by higher strata of the world system, they are doubly motivated to pursue the creation of a local identity. Obviously, one does not construct an identity out of thin air. One builds on what one finds in terms of language, religion, and distinctive lifestyles. Nonetheless, it is quite clear that both linguistic and religious homogeneity and passion, a fortiori devotion to separate lifestyles, are social creations which cannot be accounted for as simple continuities of tradition eternal. They are social creations molded with difficulty in times of travail. The 16th century was such a time of travail in much of Europe. It was of course the era of the Reformation and the Counter-Reformation. It was the era of great religious civil wars. It was the era of international religious parties. But in the end, as the dust settled, all the religious upheaval resulted in a pattern of relative religious homogeneity of the various political entities within the framework of international laissez-faire quis regio ius religio. We have tried to indicate in our discussion of various specific developments why various forms of Protestantism ended up as the religion of the core states, except France, and again why, and Catholicism as the religion of the periphery and semi-periphery. We have been skeptical that the tenets of the various theologies had too much to do with it, although they may have facilitated the task. Rather, the tenets of the theologies, as they evolved in practice as opposed to their original conception, reflected and served to sustain the roles of the various areas in the world system. It is often said that Charles V missed a great opportunity of creating a united German Protestant state by attempting to remain an arbiter of the religious split instead of a protagonist. But such a critique neglects the fact that Charles V sought to create a world empire, not a core state within a world economy. Empires thrive on multiple religions reflecting multiple roles, few of which are concentrated within specific political boundaries. National homogeneity within international heterogeneity is the formula of a world economy. At least this is the formula at the simple beginnings. Core states, because of their complex internal division of labor, begin to reflect the pattern of the system as a whole. In the 16th century, England was already moving in the direction of becoming Britain, which would have regional homogeneity within a relative heterogeneity for the nation as a whole. Religion does not have to be the defining cultural trait of the major status groups, one can use language. Language indeed began to play such a role in the 16th century, and its importance was to increase as the centuries passed. Religious reinforcement of role specialization in a world economy has, however, advantages over linguistic reinforcement. It interferes less with the ongoing communications process within the world economy. And it lends itself less, only less, to isolationist closures, because of the underlying universalist themes of world religions. The European world economy of the 16th century tended overall to be a one-class system. It was the dynamic forces profiting from economic expansion and the capitalist system, especially those in the core areas, who tended to be class-conscious, that is to operate within the political arena as a group defined primarily by their common role in the economy. This common role was in fact defined somewhat broadly from a 20th century perspective. It included persons who were farmers, merchants, and industrialists. Individual entrepreneurs often moved back and forth between these activities in any case, or combined them. The crucial distinction was between these men, whatever their occupation, principally oriented to obtaining profit in the world market, and the others not so oriented. The others fought back in terms of their status privileges, those of the traditional aristocracy, those which small farmers had derived from the feudal system, those resulting from guild monopolies that were outmoded. Under the cover of cultural similarities, one can often weld strange alliances. Those strange alliances can take a very activist form and force the political centers to take account of them. We pointed to such instances in our discussion of France. Or they can take a politically passive form that serves well the needs of the dominant forces in the world system. The triumph of Polish Catholicism as a cultural force was a case in point. The details of the canvas are filled in with the panoply of multiple forms of status groups, their particular strengths and accents. But the grand sweep is in terms of the process of class formation. And in this regard, the 16th century was indecisive. The capitalist strata formed a class that survived and gained droit de cite, but did not yet triumph in the political arena. The evolution of the state machineries reflected precisely this uncertainty. Strong states serve the interests of some groups and hurt those of others. From however the standpoint of the world system as a whole, if there is to be a multitude of political entities, that is, if the system is not a world empire, then it cannot be the case that all these entities be equally strong. For if they were, they would be in the position of blocking the effective operation of transnational economic entities whose locus were in another state. It would then follow that the world division of labor would be impeded, the world economy decline, and eventually the world system fall apart. It also cannot be that no state machinery is strong. For in such a case, the capitalist strata would have no mechanisms to protect their interests, guaranteeing their property rights, assuring various monopolies, spreading losses among the larger population, etc. It follows then that the world economy develops a pattern where state structures are relatively strong in the core areas and relatively weak in the periphery. Which areas play which roles is in many ways accidental. What is necessary is that in some areas the state machinery be far stronger than in others. What do we mean by a strong state machinery? We mean strength vis-a-vis other states within the world economy including other core states, and strong vis-a-vis local political units within the boundaries of the state. In effect, we mean a sovereignty that is de facto as well as de jure. We also mean a state that is strong vis-a-vis any particular social group within the state. Obviously, such groups vary in the amount of pressure they can bring to bear upon the state. And obviously certain combinations of these groups control the state. It is not that the state is a neutral arbiter. But the state is more than a simple vector of given forces, if only because many of these forces are situated in more than one state or are defined in terms that have little correlation with state boundaries. A strong state then is a partially autonomous entity in the sense that it has a margin of action available to it wherein it reflects the compromises of multiple interests, even if the bounds of these margins are set by the existence of some groups of primordial strength. To be a partially autonomous entity, there must be a group of people whose direct interests are served by such an entity, state managers and a state bureaucracy. Such groups emerge within the framework of a capitalist world economy because a strong state is the best choice between difficult alternatives for the two groups that are strongest in political, economic, and military terms, the emergent capitalist strata, and the old aristocratic hierarchies. For the former, the strong state in the form of the absolute monarchies was a prime customer, a guardian against local and international brigandage, a mode of social legitimation, a preemptive protection against the creation of strong state barriers elsewhere. For the latter, the strong state represented a break on these same capitalist strata, an upholder of status conventions, a maintainer of order, a promoter of luxury. No doubt both nobles and bourgeois found the state machineries to be a burdensome drain of funds, and a meddlesome unproductive bureaucracy. But what options did they have? Nonetheless they were always restive and the immediate politics of the world system was made up of the pushes and pulls resulting from the efforts of both groups to insulate themselves from what seemed to them the negative effects of the state machinery. A state machinery involves a tipping mechanism. There is a point where strength creates more strength. The tax revenue enables the state to have a larger and more efficient civil bureaucracy and army which in turn leads to greater tax revenue, a process that continues in spiral form. The tipping mechanism works in other direction too, weakness leading to greater weakness. In between these two tipping points lies the politics of state creation. It is in this arena that the skills of particular managerial groups make a difference. And it is because of the two tipping mechanisms that at certain points a small gap in the world system can very rapidly become a large one. In those states in which the state machinery is weak, the state managers do not play the role of coordinating a complex industrial commercial agricultural mechanism. Rather they simply become one set of landlords amidst others, with little claim to legitimate authority over the whole. These tend to be called traditional rulers. The political struggle is often phrased in terms of tradition versus change. This is of course a grossly misleading and ideological terminology. It may in fact be taken as a general sociological principle that, at any given point of time, what is thought to be traditional is of more recent origin than people generally imagine it to be, and represents primarily the conservative instincts of some group threatened with declining social status. Indeed, there seems to be nothing which emerges and evolves as quickly as a tradition when the need presents itself. In a one-class system, the traditional is that in the name of which the others fight the class-conscious group. If they can encrust their values by legitimating them widely, even better by enacting them into legislative barriers, they thereby change the system in a way favorable to them. The traditionalists may win in some states, but if a world economy is to survive, they must lose more or less in the others. Furthermore, the gain in one region is the counterpart of the loss in another. This is not quite a zero-sum game, but it is also inconceivable that all elements in a capitalist world economy shift their values in a given direction simultaneously. The social system is built on having a multiplicity of value systems within it, reflecting the specific functions groups and areas play in the world division of labor. We have not exhausted here the theoretical problems relevant to the functioning of a world economy. We have tried only to speak to those illustrated by the early period of the world economy in creation, to wit, 16th century Europe. Many other problems emerged at later stages and will be treated, both empirically and theoretically, in later volumes. In the 16th century, Europe was like a bucking bronco. The attempt of some groups to establish a world economy based on a particular division of labor, to create national states in the core areas as politico-economic guarantors of this system, and to get the workers to pay not only the profits but the costs of maintaining the system was not easy. It was to Europe's credit that it was done, since without the thrust of the 16th century the modern world would not have been born and, for all its cruelties, it is better that it was born than that it had not been. It is also to Europe's credit that it was not easy, and particularly that it was not easy because the people who paid the short-run costs screamed lustily at the unfairness of it all. The peasants and workers in Poland and England and Brazil and Mexico were all rambunctious in their various ways. As R. H. Tawney says of the agrarian disturbances of 16th century England, such movements are a proof of blood and sinew and of a high and gallant spirit. Happy the nation whose people has not forgotten how to rebel. 1. The mark of the modern world is the imagination of its profiteers and the counter-assertiveness of the oppressed. Exploitation and the refusal to accept exploitation as either inevitable or just constitute the continuing antinomy of the modern era, joined together in a dialectic which has far from reached its climax in the 20th century.